defend the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. तरूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja, 'cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. आज तो बुझाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना, तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja, 'cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
ahead of this. You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Sky when you go outside, and oh, there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me. At the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. डरूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटे चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe, you gonna bleed, pick up a seat. carry your team, I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle, you all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should have abolish traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्र को.
Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
What's up, Valorant fans? It's Valorant Champions Tour Ascension Pacific 2023. We are live in Bangkok, Thailand, and we've entered the unforgiving knockout stage where we find out who is destined to be the final 4 teams here in Bangkok. Sawadee ka. I'm Victoria, your host for today, and at the desk, I got my favorite boys from Pacific. We got Quack and Chobra, Will Cho.
I'm glad to find out that we're your favorite. It was always a mystery for all year, but now we know, finally here in Bangkok, Thailand for Ascension, we are her favorites.
You are my favorites for today at the desk.
Oh, just for today?
Just for today? That's disappointing.
Maybe tomorrow too, we'll see. But welcome to the land of smiles. I know it's your first time here, Will. How are you finding Thailand?
Yeah, I was really excited to come, meet all the Valorant fans here and also just bring you guys this tournament because I've never been to Thailand. Obviously, that means I've never been to Bangkok, and it's been great so far. I've been loving just, not too much time, but a little bit of time to just tour the city a little bit. And then, obviously, I got to watch the group stage and the fans gathering for the group stage. Can't wait to see how many people show up just to cheer on the teams here for the knockout stage of Ascension Pacific.
Yeah, that's right. Thailand's got a really vibrant Valorant fan base here. And Quack, you've been here since the beginning of group stages. I mean, how are you feeling about all this happening here in Thailand for the very first time?
How do I feel? I mean, it feels great. First of all, I mean, the atmosphere, the fans, everything has been fun, especially throughout the group stage. But I don't know about you guys. I'm just enjoying this chair right now.
Oh, these chairs are comfy.
They are nice. They are nice. Yes, they are very nice.
You know, so we're here at the Queen Circuit Convention Center, and this place is pretty cool. It's held a lot of major esports events here in Thailand many times, and you know, again, for the very first time, VCT Ascension Pacific. Now today, we're gonna have a matchup between Scars and Fancy United. That will be the first series of today. Quack, again, you've been here since the beginning. What's your feel on how the group stages went?
3 words, right?
Not yet, but like
okay.
just general feels.
General feels. It was kind of like a little bit messy, to be honest. You know, like so many teams playing, and what we called, you know, Group Omega, the Group of Death, and Group Alpha. I feel like everyone came in here to play, and we saw a lot of greatness, but also some like mistakes here and there.
Yeah.
And like a lot of teams have been really prepping a lot of anti-strats. We've seen some rivalries form, and I just can't wait to start the playoffs because, first of all, single elimination, stakes are high here.
Yeah. Do you guys have any favorite rivalries?
I have mine.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Should I go first?
Well, because I don't.
I'm just like fanning some flames here, like. and Will, I mean, I think you just got in 2 days ago. How have you been finding group stages? I know a lot of these teams actually have never faced off ever before. This is the very first time. Sometimes regions even facing regions for the first time.
Yeah, and then on top of that, of course, for a lot of these players, the first time they're playing in this type of environment, right, where you're right next to your opponents on stage, you know, in person, offline. So with all that considered, yes, I didn't expect everything to be as consistent as when they were playing in their own Challengers Leagues. However, I agree with Quack in that there were some surprising moments, right? The consistency not quite there from what I expected. However, the peaks were definitely higher than I expected as well. So I'm excited now that they've had a bit of a week during group stages to figure everything out. How do they look now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly right. All right, Quack, give me three words to describe group stages, because you saw it live here before we go into a recap video.
Yes, it's going to be expectations subverted.
That's 2 words.
Ascension, in all caps. It has to be in all caps.
Ascension. All right, let's check out that recap video of what happened just a few days ago.
Already over, and that's Black and Blue still with you here. And in our second series, it's the Philippines trying to get that takedown. Send your card glass, and then they line up for him.
Now it's anticipating this here, Fancy. Jin shuts him down single-handedly, not much of a problem.
Basically done and dusted. Trying to clip the side, trying to find that lock, but Crystal, Yoshi
needs to dish out more pain.
He goes in for the 4th, a little head,
but Josie executes him outright. It's 5-1 for Bleed.
Playing with his food at this point in time. XE cannot do anything, and it will be, yes I can. Get onto that line, does he peek the first? Yes he does, there's the haunt, it's available. Nightfall now, can be sent out, it's winnable, it's doable! And RDW continues to be a monster. Might get a little bit stuck out, but there's Lou. 1, 2, will it be a 3rd? It will! It absolutely will be. What with the 1 versus 2 clutch? Would be huge, Komodo, Gem Keen. There's 1, Blast Pack to help him out. There's 2, there's 3. Oh man, I feel like we're a serial repeater for this man, aren't we, Gem Keen?
The last round of the first half, and Boom goes in for a quick shot. Oh no! Famous! He gets the triple spray, pulls out the knives, looks for another. The Paranoid coming in to assist. He checks the angle. He's going all in. Shiro cleans it up, and the boom.
XD gets the 3rd, but Mojo lets it rip. It's a second nature to Mojo. Are there, and Scars cannot handle them whatsoever. Bleed Esports, this is a standard being set, and they will still try and cover the cross, but Neff is just so patient. And Neff, before we get even started, 5v2, well, like 5v none.
Good position to actually pop off, push it through the goal, and wins! Triple kill hat trick. Like indeed. It's gonna be now surrounding the side, and Papi Chulo! Papi! But no!
They don't know Wits is there. Papi Chulo though with a find. Here we go again, the dynamic duo. But look at Wits go. Back into the corner, back in position. and now us is bound for the playoffs. We wanted convincing, and we get.
Are you going to step up to the plate when you are needed? He's already opened up with the answer being, yes, I can. And he's not even in the server right now. Antidote Feld as well, trying to do it all. And he absolutely will. Getting in, and he's going to be taken. We've seen Famous do big things with these blades in hand, and there's a second Komodo. He's looking for more. He's got it. Look at this man go. He can dance. He can dance all bloody day. Famous. How does he get away with that? There is no chances that he holds this from under heaven, but he does. And now it's all on the Seraphim, and it's not going to happen in any way. Do you picture this? The script has been torn, ripped, shredded apart.
Onto Lou with the Nano Swarm, gets caught by the Recon Dart, and this is just falling bit by Bonkers. What do you choose? He wants to go for the latter, but Juicy's just too damn good. 4K for Juicy. They're really thinning down the clock here, Quack. This is not good. Back at the site, it's Nev, it's Juicy, it's Juicy, it's Nev. Oh no, it's fallen down.
Bleed has done it. It closes out 2-0.
It's going to be first right in front of him. And look at that. Out of nowhere, they punish. Allow goes up onto heaven. Yoshi has the Seekers. And who let the dogs out? And who let Yoshi?
Such an unorthodox Japanese team. Now with the Russians, with the coaching from Fantasys.
For Bonkers here, there was a lot of...
Those were some of the best moments that happened just last weekend. And while many of these teams haven't faced off until Ascension, you can bet that these coaches of these final teams have definitely been studying each other on their gameplay weaknesses, gaps, and strength. Quack, can you explain why you picked those 3 words just now? And as we look at these brackets here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like coming into Ascension Pacific, we expected a lot of teams to show up, and then some other teams kind of showed us that they were capable of a lot more instead, because you have, of course, one team esports kind of having a great performance, and then some of them kind of getting knocked out, Xerxia as well. But here it is, here we are, we have the final ones, and they've taken their spot up into playoffs.
That's right. I mean, the winner of these are going to be facing off against Naus and Bleed. Let's talk about Scars and Fancy United.
Yeah.
Esports. These are the first 2 teams heading up today. Let's talk about Fancy. Tell us a bit about Fancy, Will.
Yeah, I mean, Fancy, again, as is the nature of Ascension, especially here in Ascension Pacific, a lot of the teams, it was hard to gauge exactly where they were coming from, right? Just because you're isolated in your own region, just because you're the strongest team, what does that mean internationally? Fancy, well, they came in strong, and they said, well, one thing's for sure is that we have some fancy ideas about VALORANT and how it should be played. And they wowed a lot of people, because the more you looked at it, whether you like it or not, there was a lot of logic behind it. And they were able to support it enough, obviously, to make it into the top 6 to go on in the knockout stage.
Yeah, they've been really fun to watch. I think this is without a doubt. They have really vibrant agent compositions, really creative executes. Let's look at their roster lineup here. Yes, I can IGLing here. And you know what? He's also been really impressive, like getting kills and frags the way that he's been getting as an IGL.
Yeah, Vic's a huge fan of all these Yoru, Gecko compositions, but the way the team really functions is off of players like Nizzy and Vishio, perhaps Jin, especially as the sort of like secondary duelist at times. But yes, I can to lead them all in the charge to victory, because of course they have their sort of, whimsical, unorthodox compositions, and they have a lot of great ideas behind them. But sometimes, or oftentimes, you'll have Nizzy and maybe Jin just getting the entry frag and then kind of dying and then kind of filtering and faltering off. That's when you need players like Yes I Can to step in and follow on through all of these big ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at this team and it's definitely, you need that second line of entry or defense, right? They rely on that a lot, and they're also there to support players like Nizzy. So, when it's left to his own devices, yes, we see players like Yes I Can who can frag out, but it's not so much that this team is winning off of pure fragging power, but it's much more of these mini tactics that they have, right? I wouldn't say full-on like set plays to break open an entire site leading all the way into post plant, but it's more like, how do we clear this one corner? How do I set up, a player like Nizzy or Jin to get that first kill? Get that, maybe you die, but then there's Haizi and Yes I Can to trade afterwards. And this is the power that comes in. And on top of that, as we keep mentioning, you have some neat ideas and compositions, which a lot of your opponents aren't used to playing against. Then the mind games start to double up and really go in your favor for Fancy United.
Precisely. I mean, we're seeing some of these highlights right now, but one of those that I can really remember was the one where they played against Boom Esports, and they had that Gecko composition, but you could see that, yeah, it's those minor tactics that allow them to maybe get the site. but how do you play after that? That's the big question, right? You might be able to throw your wingman in and use your Dizzy to get a little bit of space, but then you need something extra to secure it post-plant after getting the spike planted. That wasn't so much present against Boom. You started to see a little bit more of it when they played against one team in their final match of group stage, but I hope that they're going to bring us a lot more here now that we're in playoffs.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Great ideas, but it's really about that adaptability and the follow-through in the finish. Now, they'll be facing up against Scars. Masters just happened in Japan, and that's another place with an insane Valorant fan base over there. And you know what? Japanese teams tend to be very methodical, pace style, but Scars is just built diff.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the most different team that came out of Japan that we've seen on an international stage, right? Japan's always been, like you said, methodical, and if we want to be straightforward, very slow, right? They always wait until they have guaranteed information. If they don't, they're like, okay, well, now we're down 38 seconds, so we have to go. And then Scars comes in and says, well, why not just get the frag first? Why not just literally entry
So
frag?
simple.
Yeah, don't just entry into the site with Zilly. Well, we just have an entry fragger, right? And if you go in and get the kill, well, now the site is open. So this is a very contrasting playstyle to what we just talked about with Fantasy United, where, okay, even if you don't have setup, Scars has the pure mechanical power, the pure fragging power to open things up to carry on the game.
They really do, and that's kind of your favorite thing about this team. In their group, you know, it's a really tough group. It's a group of death, and you got Bleed in that one as well. But Scars really shows that they know how to play around these problems or situations, and it often starts with players like Crystal or Jemkin because they are capable of playing Duelist, and they are so capable of looking for those entry frags, like Will mentioned, and that's just the thing. You know, talking about Japanese team, these guys are kind of like a little bit unorthodox. They love to go for these fun, slightly aggro or aggressive compositions, sometimes with double duelists, and they really know how to work off of each other. Oftentimes you'll see, especially in the highlight that we just saw, it's the duelist kind of going for that entry pick, and then the whole team just kind of follows through on that. And that's what makes them so strong. If they have a little bit of information, or if they know how to force and press an issue, they just rely on that one duelist guy to break everything apart.
Yeah, that's right. Look, they are definitely one of the strongest in their groups. The only time they lost was to Bleed, but even then, they were the only team to defeat Bleed on their strongest map, Pearl. But the Paper X comp, you were talking about, like, they also have a bit of unusual comps. Yeah. Now let's talk about, you know, key players that we want to look at. You named Crystal, but Jemkin is also, I think, a player that we want to talk about. Who else do you want to highlight?
Well, on the side of Scars, like you said, of course, we want to talk about Jemkin, just a pure fragging power, but then we wanted to contrast it with Yes I Can. And the reason we did this is, again, to highlight that stylistic difference, right? Fantasy United Esports is a team where you need someone to get the assist off of those kills that, you know, other players like Nizzy and Jin are getting. And, you know, of course, we could have picked Hyzy as well, but Yes I Can also being the captain of IGL, we thought this really highlighted, okay, your IGL, your KDA is even higher than Jemkin, because not only are you getting assists, you're getting kills off of that, right? You're also there to trade. Meanwhile, on the side of Jemkin, that KDA is impressive because a lot of that is purely just the kills he's getting on his own. And it's not so much an assist-based team. If you look at the stats, I mean, the assist numbers are overall very low for Scars, whereas Fancy is very, very stacked on the assist side.
Yes, it's kind of like opposites in a way, and that's what makes this match so interesting as well, because of course Jemkin, you can expect him to win out in a lot of these opening duels, these 1v1s, but then his team needs to be there to help him out. And then how does that play on defense? You know, you're not going to be pushing out so much finding those opening duels on the defense. You're maybe going for retakes, and that's something where I think Scars maybe lacking a little bit in that department. It's a little bit tougher for them in that spot. And that's why I think, you know, Fancy is also a really strong team with Yes I Can and all these capabilities, especially when he plays on these more reserved agents, right? The Astra, for example.
Now, well, we were talking a bit backstage earlier about our map pick predictions and vetoes, and you made a really interesting point.
Yeah, something that I felt we could notice during the group stages was that Scars was one of the teams that actually seemed confident enough that they would prefer banning what might be their opponent's strong maps, right? Yes, they did have certain kind of go-to bans, but when needed, right, they would just say, okay, well, let's ban out the opponent's strong ones, because worst case, we have the fragging power to beat them out. So there's some overlap between these two teams. I wouldn't be surprised if Scars bans out something like the Split or the Fracture.
I think with that, I think it might be safe to say, prediction-wise, we might be perhaps on the same page here.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's going to be Scars. And look, in the earlier rounds, earlier days, I thought Fancy could be very well one of the final 3 teams with their very unusual comps. But again, they just can't seem to have that follow-through. Why are you guys choosing Scars?
Well, for me, of course, it's that fragging power. Jemkin has the highest rating out of everyone throughout group stage. He's got one of the highest first kills, 41 overall. And if you just look at some of the adaptability statistics, 4v5 conversion rate, Scars has 34, Fancy has 30. I feel like Fancy, if their game plan doesn't quite work out, they can't quite adapt around these issues. So I go with Scars.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, this one kind of broke my heart because I love the ideas that Fancy brings. I think they have good logic behind it, but I'm with Quack here, right? When push comes to shove, when you're put in danger, the fragging power is just a little bit stronger on Scars.
Yeah, so I think for Fancy to, take this home, they're really going to have fixed that today, especially against a very consistent team like Scars. Now, I think we're getting ready to go. I can hear the music kind of revving up here in the stadium right now. I'm very excited for this. If Scars continues to be aggressive, getting early info, I think indeed our predictions will come true, but you know what? VCT Ascension has been incredibly unpredictable, so let's see what happens. I believe we're ready to go to the stage. We're going to see the very first matchup today of VCT Ascension Pacific, Scars and Fancy United.
Who's flawless instead. They will stain the record of such a stellar squad.
Bonkers! It absolutely will be one with the 1 versus 2 clutch, continuing to show that Scars is king.
And now us is bound for the playoffs, and we get the 2-0 from now season.
Very nicely done from the big man here, Fancy United.
One lesson I learned from this is like, we gave them too much respect.
Well done by Fancy United, can send your crown.
Meta không tồn tại trong lối chơi của chúng tôi. Đến với vòng playoff này, tính kỷ luật và lối chơi đồng nhất sẽ là chìa khóa giúp team mình.
Fancy United, make a statement.
Sobrang hirap nung simula. Pero eventually naging okay naman.
Now is the time. In Ascension, we needed to beat our pressure. We almost every day fighting.
All of us together face nervous, but I know that as long as we keep going and stick together as a team, we should overcome it. Kita itu tim yang terbentuk dari kalah. Jadi kita datang sini sekarang mau menang. Mình muốn thấy những trận chiến đẫm máu, những yếu tố bất ngờ.
For this one, think smarter and win this tournament.
I think in playoff, we can show more our performance or aim.
We're gonna go bump in the circle.
I expect a chaotic battle.
Gue yakin banget preparation kita dan mentality kita.
It's a single elimination. We don't have the second chance to bounce back.
Nasa sa inyo yung pressure, wala sa amin.
Let's see what you got.
We're here for match 1's map draft. Since Scars is the highest seed, they got side select. They have selected B side. First ban goes to Fancy. Lotus ban. Ban Fracture. And then first pick Fancy. Pick Split. Side selection Scars. Pick Attack. And then map select. Pick Bind. Side select Fancy. Pick the second round of bans. I have Ascent, Haven, Pearl remaining. Fancy your ban. Ban Pearl. And then final two map select, Scars, Ascent or Haven. Ban Haven, play Ascent. And then Fancy side select. Pick defense. All right, gonna review really quickly. Lotus ban, Fracture ban, Split attack, Mind pick, defense, ban Pearl, ban Haven, final map, Ascent, defense for Fancy. All right, let's look at both teams.
Presenting the first series of VCT Ascension playoffs, the teams are facing off each other for the very first time. Scars from Japan and Fancy United from Vietnam. Stakes are high. This is a brutal system where each team only gets one shot to ascend. Now we finally saw the map picks. Will, what do you make of them?
Honestly, from the map picks and bans, I think Scars is one step ahead, right? I think they got the type of draft they wanted. They ban out the Fracture, which Fancy brought out this new composition with the Phoenix during the group stage. Scars says, we don't want to deal with that. We haven't really had to play against a style like that. Let's get rid of it, and then let's bring them onto Bind in map 2, which they haven't played here in Ascension, and even when they were playing in Challengers, it didn't look that fantastic.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to be really tricky, but I will say this, all right? Fancy United, they have played Split twice throughout the group stage, and so far their record has been rather clean. They haven't lost Split so far, and maybe this is where they want to stake their chances on.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that also because this is the map where Nizzy actually plays that hard lurk with the Cypher, right? Now the question is that lurk only works if you stay alive, but if someone like, again, Jemkin shows up in a 1v1 and beats you, suddenly you're playing a 45 and no information on the other side of the map. So I start to question it a bit, and like you said, Victoria, again, one shot, right, to take your place. One shot to try to get to the very end and then claim your spot in VCT Pacific. This is a very brutal weekend.
That's right. I mean, one factor that we haven't discussed yet is the mental factor. A lot of these teams are on the international stage for the very first time, and you know, if their mental is not in the right place, and we've seen these teams choke before.
Yeah, and then that's just the thing. It's big stakes, it's big pressure on all of these teams too. I mean, it's slightly different for both of them. Fancy, they are the only Vietnamese representative. If they can make a spot, they can claim a spot in Pacific, that would be huge. Meanwhile, for Scars, you know, they just want to join their Japanese brethren who are already in there. But of course, my God, you know, you were talking about the lurk. If Scars doesn't have have a Sentinel that can watch their flank, they might be in trouble here, Will.
But why need a Sentinel when you can just push out and take control of the map, right?
True.
You got the double duelists, and this is where they sometimes shine even better, because it's like, okay, well, worst case, even if Jemkin goes down, we still have Crystal on the Raze, who has just as good fragging power. Now, on the other side, we got to mention Nizzy. He actually has the highest average kill per round throughout this entire tournament. The only player to barely go over 1.0. So clearly, even when left to his own devices, he can do it. And whenever he's playing the Cypher, he gets good control, he wins good duels. The question is can he stand the potential pressure that Scars brings out? And again, like you said, Victoria, not only is this, the first time for a lot of these players, but they also just changed stages. So the group stage experience, that might be out the window once again.
Yeah, that's right. What do you make of this, Quack?
I do feel like they are experienced enough to kind of know how to temper their, emotions and know how to play around this. But that's the thing, it's so many fans watching around you. You saw that opening sequence. It's so cool. It's so dope. You've got the teleporter. You've got the VCT Spark logo on the ground. And I don't know if you noticed, the stage is actually shaped kind of like a spike, the triangle.
Yeah, this stage is incredible. I mean, I don't know how to say this. I don't think I'm biased, but Pacific definitely has some of the best stages out there at VCT. And we have a very full crowd right now. It's a full house. Thailand loves Valorant. What do you guys make of the fancy comp? Is it as fancy as they normally do?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's that crazy, right? This is relatively similar to what you see in terms of style. But again, my eyes are all on Nizzy, on that Cypher.
All right. Well, we're going to have to find out. We're going to go into map 1 split. We got Scars versus Fancy. We have our casters fresh from Japan, Paper Thin and Achilleos. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are here in Bangkok, Thailand, and we are more than happy to guide you guys through the action here of this opening match in the playoffs. Fancy United, representatives of Vietnam, looking to do what they haven't been able to do. This is our first time that we're really getting to see this region have representation. Scars, though, vying for that third slot in Pacific for Japan.
Yeah, this is a really exciting matchup. A very disciplined team in Fancy, a team that really likes to play together. They have good coordination versus this tremendous firepower that Scars brings to the table. So this is going to be a really exciting match. I can't wait to see how FTY is going to try to deal with this incredible play that we often see, particularly from Jemkin. And it's gonna be really interesting here on Split with the double duelist.
It is, and this is a map that we got to see very recently from the side of Scars as well, being able to help win on that to knock out D plus Kia and whatnot. So we know that they are terrifying on this map. It's about how much study have you been able to do during the off days from the side of Fancy. Have you come up with anything new to show us to try to catch Scars off guard? Because you're mentioning Jemkin. I'm sure he's going to be mentioned plenty of times as we go throughout this series. He has been such a pivotal part of this squad in their success to get to this point.
Yeah, and so this is going to be really interesting for Fancy because they were doing a really good job holding angles on their defender side. If Scars is going to be starting on the attack, so a lot of pressure is going to be on them. The other thing you got to be watching out for is some of these lurks that come out from Scars. They really like to get active on the map. Alan and Yoraneko are very keen to start kind of pushing space, putting some pressure. So I really liked what the desk was talking about with Nizzy, with this Cypher. He's going to have to be really key with his awareness, with his trap wires. Those trap wires are going to be really, really important here, I think, as this series goes on. How well aware is Scars going to be of their positioning? Because Fancy really does a good job playing off that information, playing off their contact. Their protocols are really good. Their mid-rounding, I think, is really good for Fancy. Sometimes their post-plant kind of gets them in trouble. But again, what I'm most concerned about is these opening duels with Jemkin. He has been absolutely insane. 1v1s, he's so quick, he's so fast. He gets a kill, he'll dash out. He's really problematic to deal with in that situation. Heisey. 3-man stack here in the mid. So definitely already a very different look here for Fancy on this opening round. A lot of times they like to use their Cypher utility on the extremities of the map. Instead, they're going to be putting one into the center, trying to see if they can maybe catch Scars, trying to put some pressure in the mid side of the map. But right now, you can see Scars is just probing, looking to set up that opening pick. A lot of times, you're going to see Jemkin and Crystal working together as that explosive duo.
I saw the dart going out. Got the spot and the tag there on a Crystal. Does remove it. Boombot for now. Just going to be sent up mid. Scouting over towards Vent where there is a double stack at the moment there from Heisey as well as Yes I Can. Just waiting. Dog as well. Goes in. Does clear out the trap wire. 4-man. Stack up now from Fancy over here towards mid, which does allow for an easier entry path. Now over onto the B side. They get themselves through a little bit of damage. Going to be found. So Torneko taken low already by that decay, but Jemkin swinging the corner will be able to come up with the first 2 kills. Yoshi as well, getting one of his own, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it is just Jin left to his own devices. A frenzy, close range. Alan not ready for it, will get taken down. That's the first step, but needs the ace clutch if they want to be walking away with this pistol round victory. Nade's just going to go ahead and try to clear the bottom of the rope, swing onto the corner, does get the dink, but Jemkin gets the kill. A 3K there for the start. Jet player on the side of Scars as they take the first pistol.
Yeah, this is a really good job here by Scars, being patient, making sure that they're kind of identifying as much as they can the positionings here, and then just let Jemkin do what he does best, take these duels. Another interesting kind of point of the difference in the comps here that I really want to highlight is the way that Fancy likes to play is sort of double controller. They're pretty much running Viper on every map, along with another controller. But then a lot of times they have another pseudo controller in there, whether it be a Cypher or a Phoenix on Fracture, things like that, to kind of try to cut the map and set themselves up for these big grouped attacks that they really like to do. But this time Scars just able to get ahead of it, do a ton of damage, and that's, again, a point of concern here for Fancy, is dealing with Jemkin. How are you going to keep him at bay? What are you going to do with this utility? Because what I'm seeing already from Scars is they're being pretty aware. Some of the Cypher setups, another one of the trap bars they like to do, Fancy, is right in the mid, across the box.
So you're talking about traps, they're looking to trap in Allen here, but he's going to be able to go ahead, cut tail, start dipping back. Still, though, has a long sight line to try to clear as they get ready to swing the corner. Granted, it's just going to be pistols in hand. We'll get a little bit of damage. Offer some back as Jin will get tagged down to 83, but now the spike is going to be retrieved, picked up. He gets ready to get ushered into the garage. They know that there's this massive rotation around the back. It's all about finding the Cypher, and Crystal misses him. Dizzy will be able to find one. Comes away with that elimination before getting taken down himself. Toward neck on the meantime. Holding it down, nearly got the collapse, but he's got the quick little kill going off that hip fire to get a 4K on the Omen. One weapon does get lost, but Scars start very strongly here, 2-0.
I like the idea here from Fancy. I mean, really kind of put some pressure onto the backline of Scars here, even forced them to be pretty quick and adaptive with grabbing the spike as well. But Torneko has been really good with that Marshall on these anti-eco rounds. Love to see it from Scars. Let's see what now that we have the full buy, or well, with the half armors coming through for the side of Fancy. This time around, setting up the trap wires in a little bit of a different spot here, expecting some kind of mid-pressure, giving up some space to try to play a reactive, potentially like crunch play from the A main ramp there with that trap wire over into ropes, and seeing if they can kind of use their utility here to sort of force Scars into that position. But Jemkin potentially gonna get involved.
Okay, Cam will spot, but a quick dash and an updraft. Jemkin gets himself out of there before the corner can get swung by Nizzy. Just gonna stay tucked away once more as Jemkin looks like he wants to try his luck a second time. Needs to identify where that Cam was at. Doesn't quite have the read that it was just off that right-hand side box. Dog rolling forward again. Cam, he's searching for it. He has no idea where it is. Where the hell am I getting tagged from? They're still looking. The whole group effort. They finally will go ahead and scout it out. Clearing it behind the plants. Flash in though. Full blind across on the Nizzy. He drops onto the low ground. Jemkin going to be finding one. Yes, I can. Going to be taken down, and Jemkin gets himself a second. Now the site opened up, 6-0 right now for the Jet. The spike going to be planted. Slow rotate still going to be coming through. One through the attacker spawn, the other through mid. Just now arriving at vent. They need everybody in position and get ready to strike. Push up into the smoke though. Yoshi ready for the challenge. Finds Heisey. And now in a 2v4, given the economic situation you find yourself in, I think it would be wise to back away. Joe swinging out. No, will end up losing the rifle. It's going to be a 3-0 start with the bonus convert coming in for the side of Scars.
Well, that's huge now for Scars on this attacker side. And maybe you could argue that with the way that these compositions are set up, that the attacker side should be pretty good for Scars in general. But I also would argue then on the other side of the coin that I think with the way Fancy plays this map, that their defender side should be pretty strong. But Nizzy here doing a good job getting some information, but this time around there wasn't that usual reaction that I see from Fancy when I've been watching them so far in this tournament, where they get a lot of information like that. There's a lot of telltale utility that's coming through up towards Heaven of B, and they don't really get there in time. The reinforcements don't come. They're really trying to funnel Scars to the other side of the map, but Scars just completely confident to keep pushing B.
Stack again. You see that flash coming through. You see the fault line as well. Torneko getting a very good idea that this is going to be a rush coming out towards Ramen. Well, the swing, Yoshi manages to find it when it's just one player out into the open, takes him down. Sheriff shots will clear out that Trailblazer, but Spike now once again going to be planted here on the B site. Question is, what can they come away with here on the side of Fancy? Can they get themselves some kills? perhaps pick somebody off, recover a weapon to be able to do some more damage.
Yeah, Jin a little bit late through sewers to catch Yoshi there. He's going to escape back into B main, so it's going to be a really tough retake for Fancy.
Cage down, the gun seen for a brief little moment. As soon as he spots the head, he clicks right on it. Crystal finds Yes I Can, and that just leaves Jin out with the Spectre in hand. Flash up over the top, they know that he's here. The updraft in, a little bit overzealous from the side of Jemkin, will get punished for that one. As he nearly finds the second elimination, but Torneko will be able to stand strong at the end of it all. Puts him down 4-0 now for the side of Scars. As we get ready to go into what is very much a must-win round from the side of Fancy, and it seems like to help ensure that they come away with the win, they're going to be calling a timeout.
Yeah, fully agree with you that this is starting to already get pretty dire for Fancy. Again, a similar idea on this eco. Instead of pushing through A, they push through mid. Again, I think they've identified that Scars is willing to leave that spike in Ramen, and they're trying to put pressure on it, trying to see if they can capitalize and catch Scars a little bit off guard. But Scars doing a really good job with their reactive play. Yoshi doing a nice job from sewers, kind of keeping that push at bay. And then they're able to stabilize, identify the open space over into B, and shift their weight over in that direction. So yeah, I mean, already Fancy here, I think, you know, feeling that pressure, that firepower that we were talking about at the beginning from Scars.
Sure. And I mean, you know, it was very back and forth for them in their group. You take a look at the other, Group B leading up into the playoffs, you say, wow, stack top to bottom. You know, just tough competition all the way across the board. We knew that this was going to be a challenge for them. We still want to see them be able to answer back here. Finally get this first win on the board, because this is a significantly larger venue than they were playing in for the group stage. There's a lot more fans here, a lot more pressure, and this is a bit of a first exposure for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough. You know, there's so much to add on to what you're saying, so much pressure with the regional stuff as well, right? Sure. Like, I mean, for both sides, of course, but yeah, I mean, for Fancy, you know, being the sole representative for Vietnam, we don't have one in Pacific yet. If they could get through, if they could find their way into Pacific next year, how much that would mean for them and for their region. And on the other side, Scars, I mean, you know, a lackluster performance from the Japanese teams in Pacific, trying to add some more firepower, some more prestige to that extremely, you know, popular region. As we saw in Tokyo Masters, the fans there, no matter who's playing, are just passionate about Valorant.
Yeah. Quick pop flash up over towards ramp. Again, this triple stack pressure here from the side of Fancy. It feels like it's being read time and time again by Scars. They've just not been paying much attention towards A main whatsoever. Yes I Can, though, looking to hold down the site. Does find Jemkin, delivering him his second death. And that is about as good of a start as you could hope to a round here for the side of Fancy United. So,
and this is almost the identical setup to round 3 that Fancy was running. But this time around, Yes I Can, able to win a very important first kill duel. He's been a just phenomenal fragging IGL for the side of Fancy.
With another one. Off screen, gets the pick there onto Crystal. That's going to be both the duelists now dealt with, so that entry power very much limited, as he will find himself a third. In the meantime, Yoshi dead, leaving Alan all on his lonesome here on the A site. And even with that triple stack early over towards A, did not matter. Yes I Can, living up to the name, holds down B to help get themselves on the board for the very first time. There's Alan now. Just wants to go on the hunt, see what he can spot. It's already going to be cash capped here after this round, so no real concerns about losing out on the weapon.
30 seconds left.
Obviously, an ult charge over to Jin would be unideal, but Jin I don't think is going to be ready for this backstab maneuver coming through right now.
And any damage that Alan can do here is just great, right? Economically, you know, get himself some more ult orbs. You know, one way or another, he's going to be
one away.
One away, exactly. So he might as well just kind of go in there and see what he can get done. So this is still, even though Scars loses the round, and again, Yes I Can, standing tall there with Nizzy. Good reactions towards B main. Time about to tick down.
Well, they're playing away from him, so maybe he won't actually suffer the death here. Oh, spots one, and will be able to get Icy right before the timer goes down. A very punishing third kill found there by Alan. Fancy get themselves on the board, but it's not without issue, not without struggle.
Yeah, and this is just huge. He barely survived this peek there from Yes I Can. And then he's able to readjust his angle onto the other side. Nizzy with a nice tap and the headshot as well. But this is a better round here, just mechanically, from Fancy. Maybe they just needed that timeout to kind of take a breath, frankly. Sure. Kind of just reset and get back into this. Now we're going to see kind of our first real potential go towards A here, with that spike already set up outside of sewers for the side of Scars. And a little bit of pressure towards mid as well, but trying to see if anybody's going to be potentially pushing some space. You have a couple big ults here on the side of Fancy.
Crystal doing Crystal things. The attack off on the raise. Let's see if he comes up with any value. 2 members to try to choose from there. Over at Venice, yep, some nice early damage found on Jemkin. Healing immediately going to be coming through from Yoshi just to keep him topped up. Pushes him back to 100.
Man after your own heart here, Achilles. the
Very true. And never mind. Swings out, but Izzy finds the headshot just through the corner. Meanwhile, back over on A. Now going to be broken open. Jin getting taken down. Quick rotations. The neural depth going to be invested as well. Wants to be able to spot them all out. Jemkin realizing this, knows that he can't play out into the open just in case there is somebody in heaven that could spray him down. Plant comes through. A 4v4, the Trailblazer leading the charge. Yes, I can. Spotting one. Gets the headshot. Jemkin taken down. The triple push now coming through the ramp. And right as Yoshi looks away, he ends up getting caught. Swing onto the corner. Allen's good for 2, but yes, I can. He'll be the finisher with yet another triple. Fancy will now go ahead and get their 2nd round win.
Big stuff here from Fancy, and they don't even have to invest the Cosmic Divide. I like the plant spot here from Scars, kind of anticipating that they could the Cosmic Divide.
Do some mild trolling.
Just a little bit. He was already done. It was fine. Yes, I can. Just trying to keep the spirits high there, but having another huge round, Nizzy with another good opener there, just catching a glimpse.
And that looked predictive.
Yes.
An absolutely monumental pick up there, putting Crystal down. Oof. As Yoshi nearly getting himself just out of line of sight, but quick picks coming through. Really good stuff here from Yes I Can. 2nd round now on the board. Still cash to work through, so they haven't broken the economy yet, but getting rid of that AWP purchase certainly did help take away a massive chunk of the econ here from Scars.
Look at this 3-man stack with this showstopper on the back of it.
Oh boy. Up over the top. I don't think they're going to be able to get the read on this one. And Toneko going to be able to hold down for 2. Looks for the 3rd. Can't quite get it. As he will be able to find that kill, but it's quickly traded out as Jemkin puts him down. And suddenly, just like that, 4v2 remaining. The pick of the litter as far as these spike sites are concerned. Scars where they want to go. Seems like they're just going to naturally drift over towards B.
Yeah, absolutely a great read here by the side of Scars, anticipating some kind of aggression down mid with that showstopper. Gotten a read on maybe a previous set play that Fancy had tried off the back of it. Tornaco's position just so good there. Like you said, this is a very free plant here. And might as I mean, I guess better safe than sorry here to invest the pit, and you're likely going to get another one. You know, you might as well use it now, I guess.
Sure, but I mean, I take that as a mental win for Fancy.
Sure.
When you're in this 2v4, granted, yeah, Yes I Can has been having a hell of a game so far, but that is so much respect being shown to pop that pit right now. So I still probably walk away as Fancy and say, you know what, okay, we're giving up a 5th round victory over to Scars, but we got the ult out of the way, and they were scared enough to have to use it.
Yeah, I can see it both ways from Scars' side. Just, you know, the last couple of rounds have gone against them. You might as well be better safe than sorry. Get that ult cycling back online, but you're right. It definitely, I think, plays a little bit into the mental aspect here as well. And Crystal is going hunting here. Nizzy not looking in that direction.
Cleared.
There we go.
Trying to spam the door, spam through the wall. Nizzy will be able to hold strong. And finds that kill, and not enough time to try to play off the back of the flash. So Scars will get themselves up to 5 now. Still plenty of ultimates to work with here for the side of Fancy. Try to turn this tide right back into their favor, but Torneko just in such a cheeky spot. You don't typically see people play there, and it took the 3rd guy to really clear him out. It's fantastic read that there is going to be that aggression coming through from mid.
And you would kind of expect now, Fancy, with a lot of these ults online, with the kind of push out, with the showstopper not working, to play a little bit more post-plant-ish. Try and kind of settle back, see if they can anticipate some of these movements from Scars, see if they can use that Rolling Thunder either, again, post-plant or to disrupt the plant itself. Yes, I can. A lot of pressure going to be on him potentially.
Oh, starting to get some deja vu. Gets tagged low, finds Jemkin to start. Crystal now looking to nade, but he's already shifted away. But he strafes right into the spray through the box. Crystal with just a great sense of where he was going to reposition, knowing that nade wasn't getting the kill. Suspected he's going to be the backside of the pillar. So a good answering shot to bring it back to a 4v4 nice and early.
Something to note here, Ficio as well, only one away from that Viper's pit. So if he can find a kill, they could make this retake even more powerful potentially for Fancy. Now, maybe a double push. Scars here, Crystal, a lot of pressure on him.
So gonna hold the line, and he's just gonna find both of them. Nizzy and Jin absolutely evaporate Now the showstopper out just to try to dissuade anybody from playing up onto the site. We'll keep them zoned for now. Sends it towards Heaven. Does it get the kill? It absolutely does. Crystal now on for the ace. The Trailblazer noting him. Do they try to give it? Looks like they are. He swings out and the ace will be confirmed as Scars get themselves up now 6-2.
Nice little reaction there by Crystal down in the cam when he got that rocket to land. Even he was a little bit surprised by that, but I'm a little bit surprised by the way that Fancy started to play this round after getting this opening pick. Yes, I can. Okay, he tries to maneuver around Crystal, arguably getting a little lucky, but I don't like that double push out. You've got a lot of big ults, again, to play post plant, to play retake potentially, and they decide to get aggressive instead and run right into one of those powerful duelists for Scars, in this case Crystal. 5 kills brings him to 6-5.
Well, as we take a look at the coaching booth, you can see it's all smiles here in the Scars camp, and Fancy calling their second time out, burning them all here in this first half to try to right the ship.
And again, I mean, it's the side of the map that, you know, you think you maybe can do a little bit more damage here as Fancy, seeing that's why you're investing the second time out. You're expecting that this side needs to go better right now, because maybe they don't have as much confidence in their attacker side, but we'll see. I mean, obviously you need to stop the bleeding here, because this is really just Scars' world. And yeah, we've seen a couple good rounds, and a lot of it's been on the back of Yes I Can getting those opening picks. In this case, he did get it again, but this time a quick response from Crystal. Kind of expect that rotation angle from Yes I Can and catch him through the box. Yeah, Scars just really on top of their game right now. Can Fancy find an answer here, a bounce back? Again, I'd like to see them play a little bit more defensive, a little bit more on their side of the map.
Yeah.
Try to use these big ults, because they've been sitting on this Cosmic Divide for forever.
Well, I don't think that they're going to do that. You see the stack happening right now outside of A. It seems like this could end up just being a rush play. Curious to see if it's just going to be a rolling thunder straight away, or... Yep, it is. Okay, Jin, though, eating a full flash, jumping around the corners, created with yet another one. There's a parting gift of the guiding light as Yoshi and Alan completely disengaged back across the opposite side of the map. That now leaves just this Cypher, now scouted. Nizzy at back of sight. Spray not quite connecting onto him. Cypher Keach buys him a little bit of extra space. Trailblazer in, looks to try to take down one, but then gets distracted by Crystal jumping forward. The paint shells claim him at the end. Snakebite from Fishio, however, will be able to find that kill, so Jemkin gets taken out, but Crystal now drawing down with the operator, finds Heisey, and suddenly it's a 3v4 to try to retake. Like you said, that the ults are there. Jin maybe can use this showstopper to try to get them out and back onto the site, but still swinging through, getting ready to come up to Garage. Fishio with a nice kill, finds Crystal, but can't quite get Torneko, takes him to 10, but it's not enough to finish the deal.
Last player
Jin catches two for Yoshi, striking from behind, finds him. Showstopper at the ready, knows that he's up towards Heaven. Plays back around the corner, now drops down here onto the low ground. Does he get the sense of this one? Sends it, doesn't get the kill. The hold on, the half hold, the sprint now coming forward. Here's the footsteps, and he's just gonna be able to stick this one. As Fancy will be able to get themselves a third round win. They won't carry any weapons forward, but they are at least able to find victory off the back of the timeout.
Well, pros don't fake, and this is a scrappy round for the side of Fancy. They're able to get through this. I like the idea of investing the pit in the middle. I don't mind the early push out, but it was completely anticipated by Scars. They did a pretty good job reading this round, but Jin just able to heat up here on the backside and able to keep Yoshi at bay with doing some damage with that showstopper, kind of making Yoshi second guess himself, expecting the tap. Instead, it's the full commit. But still, the money, not great here for Fancy. A couple Bulldogs.
And the operator was carried forward by Yoshi as well. Had that recovery right at the end. And Crystal puts it to quick use. An opening kill. Half the smoke's now gone. Not having Yes I Can. I mean, it's pretty much been like losing Jemkin on the opposite side. As Heisey, oh man, just flushed out into the open. Crystal's good for the shot.
There.
One-man wrecking crew. Says now I can clear my own corners. Trapwire does get cleared out there over towards Mail just moments before that Trailblazer got cleared out. Cam still set up, but Crystal's just bouncing his way forward into the site. Still decayed down a little bit low. Opposite swinger on the opposite side. Vizio right now not watching for this one. Now suddenly gets a sense of it, but it comes swinging through Crystal. Good for the shot. Nizzy dead. Now just Jin all on his lonesome and gets distracted a bit by the paint shells. Jemkin swings off of it, and Scars will immediately reply once again. 7-3, 2 more rounds to be played in this half. Scars still looking to run away with it.
A great little utility combo here, up into ropes, to make sure that you deal with that player here. The opening pick, just a dry peek there from Yes I Can, but that one right there, forcing Heisey out of the corner, able to get it, and then the good reaction here. I love the way Scars starts to spread the map. They send 3 to the site, they send 2 lurkers. Now one of them's dealt with by the side of Fancy, and the other one didn't come into play, Allen, but I love the way that they're starting to throw these different looks now, post-plant at Fancy. Don't give them the opportunity for another clutch round, like we saw from Jin earlier.
Yeah. Things were already rough going into that last round. Now you see they become even rougher. 2 frenzies, 2 sheriffs, and a classic. With this 4-man stack outside of B. Gets the spot onto 1. Fault line coming through, covering fire, trying to get offered up here by this operator. Nate goes out, swing in. Paranoia timing from Tornado is absolutely gorgeous. And then Nate will find Jin. Is he taken down as well to boot? Bubot rushing forward. Visio just wants to clear it, but they've got line of sight. Okay, out of nowhere. Why is he hitting him with the RKO here off the back of the sheriff shots? The double headshot, but still has so much to deal with. Grabs the gun, sends the flash, just trying to hold the spike. Bounce up into the air, reads the flank, but he thinks he confirms the kill. He looks away, but Yoshi still stands at 13 HP. And who knows, maybe if he gets that one, perhaps it becomes possible. But a just slight misjudge on damage dealt costs him. Now it's 8 confirmed on the attacking side for Scars.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt here by Heisey, but again, this is a great response from Scars to this aggression that Fancy continues to show on these eco rounds. Everybody's in place. Tornado, like you said, great paranoia, and then they also have the gravity well and the paint shells to follow up to really make sure that Crystal can get out of there safely.
Oh dear.
Oh my word.
What more needs to be said? The double blast pack up the ramp, and Crystal just finds him completely helpless. Now on for his 2nd ace of this map. And he's basically staring face to face there against Nizzy. Will back off as the cam comes in, suspecting that he had been spotted. And how far does he want to push to try to get this 2nd ace? Poison Orb comes up, Jemkin looking to push. Michael trying to spot. Not sure if they saw him. Maybe a shoulder of Nizzy as he was creeping up alongside the wall. The time is dwindling. Hope right now seemingly lost. Jemkin will go for the challenge, gets the headshot, the ace not on the cards, but Crystal will still get a 4K at the end as we go ahead and lock in a 9-3 half.
A commanding half from Scars. Just a lot of what you expect out of them. Just tremendous firepower, good reactions here. Once again, this setup here from Tornado with another beautiful paranoia. Catches 2, sets up the double. And then anticipating, again, these deep plant locations. They're ready for the Cosmic Divide or whatever is going to be thrown at them, but Yes I Can never even used it. It never came through once. He sat on that ult the entire time, and that just shows you Fancy was just having a hard time getting into any kind of ability to try for these retakes.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that we were talking about a bit, that the desk was very much setting up, was how is this Cypher going to come into play? Can they control the aggression from Scars with this double duelist? And frankly, the answer is widely been no. The trap wires cleared out at every twist and turn, whether it's the Trailblazers going through, whether it's just the players themselves knowing exactly where the setup's going to be. They've been able to effectively either circumnavigate or just completely plow through that Cypher utility to get themselves onto the site. And when it comes down to the fragging, Fancy just has not been there to match.
Exactly. There's been a couple rounds, yeah, sure, where Yes I Can, Nizzy, and some others stood up, Jin as well. But that was it. It took some pretty heroic plays for them to keep themselves in any of the rounds. So they need to see if they can find some aggression themselves here, start setting themselves up for some of these kind of disciplined attacks that I think they like to do, is where they really like to stagger these smokes. Again, they kind of isolate the map, try to, like, if they're attacking B, for example, come through B main. A lot of times that toxic screen is cutting off just in front of the B plant site itself, and then you can use the Astra smokes and then even later on the Cypher smokes to kind of give yourself kind of isolated fights, one at a time. Dissect it, get the plant down, set it for post plants. My concern for Fancy is sometimes in their post plants, their crossfires and some of their protocols start to break down. And against the firepower of Scars, that cannot happen here today.
Jemkin started the half. Crystal finished it. Now eyes go over towards Jin to see if he can have a similar level of impact here on this attack. Trapwire setup, in case we see a late flank. So for now, just a couple shots going to be sent through the smoke. Trailblazer will spot one. Nade going to be sent down. Crystal anticipating some more forward pressure here. His flash goes through. Looks like he is going to be able to swing off the back of that one, but Jin shuts him down. Takes a bit of damage. There goes Blast packing forward, trying to clear the site. But we see Yoshi, he's swung over. He's gotten himself situated in the smoke over towards Streams. Alan now dropping onto the low ground. I think he's been spotted. Yeah, they certainly have been. Very much overestimating just how deep that nebula was. Ends up getting taken out. Jin now on for a second kill.
This is huge. Huge for Fancy.
Can they hold the line? Flash in, not finding much, and it looks like they absolutely will be able to. Jemkin would have to come away with an ace. Double face down here on the ramp. Will be able to get one, but yes, I can. We'll be able to finish him off. A pistol round pickup here to tie it at 1-1 in that regard. Fancy start the half off right.
Yeah, big pistol round win. Something that has been plaguing Fancy at times in this event. It's been those pistol rounds. So this one here, when they most need it, they're able to come up with a big one. Completely blind there. Initially, Jin able to recover here. And the crossfires, the protocols, that thing I was talking about before this round, very, very good here for Fancy. They're able to really keep track of the players of Scars. Just line them up, knock them down. Jin gonna go with that hero rifle as well as Ficio. Couple Bulldogs. Yes, I can. Gonna stick with a Ghost for the purchase on the side of Fancy. And again, they have so many smokes here. This is what makes Fancy a really interesting team.
It's a push up. Crystal noted, dealt with. Jin putting himself yet another kill here in this half. So spray through, widely suspecting that it's going to be somebody else lurking up into that position. Good counter spray off the back of the classic shots. They get a punish on the Tornado. Okay, looks like they're not going to be taking their chances. They're not going to be taking risks. And I like this from Fancy.
Yeah.
You break down this site. You suspect that the rotations have come through. They want to be able to play these three remaining players together on the side of Scars. Go over to B. You now have a pretty good idea that it's going to be empty.
Exactly. This is just that great mid-rounding, that great shot calling by Yes I Can coming into play here. Just doing a really nice job kind of understanding the situation, feeling that pressure. Another good thing here, you're avoiding that Sheriff of Jemkin. Don't want to get that involved in this round. Don't want to take any more damage than you have to. And here's what I'm talking about. They love to use this wall to kind of clear out the space, and then they can set up for the plant. Just kind of lock it down. Nizzy going to be watching into mid.
Spike planted.
You do have Allen going to challenge him a little bit.
He'll be well set up to go ahead and find this kill. Looks like he is just going to go ahead and back away, though. We'll allow him to get crept up just a little bit closer, so even if they just want to die to the spike, it's very much at their disposal. Yoshi's still going to fall as Ficio finds that elimination. The Sheriff now swinging out from Ali. Jemkin hasn't really been able to fire a shot, and it seems like it's going to finish that way as a flawless comes through. Fancy picking up the first two here in the second half. But can they get the bonus, much like we saw from Scars? If they can do that, the run back, the comeback, it starts looking a hell of a lot more likely.
Yeah, exactly. I just love the patience here, the discipline, the crossfires. When Fancy's at their best, it's when they're working together like this. Everyone kind of knows their role, what angle they need to be watching. They do a wonderful job holding down the line. And if for me, a big part of Fancy on this attacker side, if they can keep those protocols together, they can stay in those crossfires, they have a really good shot here to do some damage to Scars to really make this a map.
First buy round now. In the second half for Scars, fault line at the ready. Shots going across, but Tailwind is available, used. 45 HP remaining here from the side of Jemkin, and well, Yoshi is quite far away. He wants to rotate over, try to get some healing. It's going to take him a while, but a great swing out, Jin. Finding that kill right here in mid. Allen completely gone. Trailblazer will note one, as the heals can now come through. Jemkin on the right side of the map, but does he rotate back over towards B? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. Meanwhile, all of Fancy stacked up in A main. Flash in, gets the confirmation. Cyber Cage coming through, suspecting that the cross is going to be there, but he's just a little bit too late on that spray to try to find any kind of punish. Oh, Jemkin finding one. Now going to be full blind. Do they read that he's back? flower pot? The answer is yeah. Nizzy spotting him again. I believe the Phoenix bows at the bottom of the nebula. Yoshi will be able to come away with 2 before he gets taken down. Still the man advantage here from the side of Fancy as the plant comes in.
30 seconds.
Paint Shells zoning Torneko back, stops him from peeking out of the window. Crystal now, Paint Shells of his own, but as he tries to swing through, Jin takes his head off. That puts Torneko now in a 1v3. TP forward onto the low ground. The first challenge here, the raise, gets the instant headshot, swings the corner, spots one, but the counter swing is good. Physio out from behind the back of the screen, and Fancy will get it done.
Well, it's definitely starting to look like Fancy was in the right to take both of their timeouts in that first half. Those attacker side has been very, very clean. And they're just so disciplined here. Everybody just, again, working as a unit, covering for each other. A big win there by Crystal out in the open. Jin just swung a little too wide. Crosshair was just a bit off. Jin was ready for the angle. Foxy better than Jin.
SBM. He's not playing this tournament.
Yeah, come on, man.
He's already in Pacific. Like how to knock Jin down like that, man? Well, Jin's been having a significantly better second half, so perhaps that sign will get rewritten by the end of it. I'll just say Jin's good.
Jin is playing very well.
We don't have to tear anybody down to pick somebody up.
That's right. Honestly, Fancy's playing great now. Everybody's starting to really look dialed in. Now you've got that showstopper available here from Jin. May or may not use it this round since it is an eco for Scars. You're able to get some orbs in the hands of Fisio, get closer to that Viper's pit. Only a couple away for him, so really here, Fancy taking their time, spreading the map, looking for any aggression from Scars, but Scars very different in their eco approaches than Fancy was on the other side of the coin. Patience, diligence.
Look at the read, though.
They do.
The rotate over from Yoshi. They are very much suspecting that this is going to be a B hit. 4 members now creeping up into garage. Late lurk from Nizzy. But is it going to be too late? We'll have to see as they get ready to strike. Stinger. 2 Stingers, rather. In hand here. Jump up around the back. Doesn't check the corner. That Stinger will find value. Torneko finding one. He will get taken down. Physio able to flush him out, but now still plenty of players out in front as Allen will also find some value. The frenzy in range from Crystal gets a kill. Does get taken down by Heisey. And now a 2v1. Jemkin, yeah. The lurk will come through right as is necessary. It is not too early, nor is it late. And Fancy now bring the gap to just 2 rounds. 4 consecutive here in the half. Very much mirroring the start that we had seen from Scars. The question is, does this finally draw out a timeout from the Japanese squad?
Yeah, I'm pretty curious to see if now they want to kind of re-aggress. I mean, this is a good read here by the side of Crystal and Scars. Crystal, the IGL, and they have they do a ton of damage. Now, the economy's still very strong for Fancy, so not the end of the world. Crystal is going to be looking to grab that operator, and indeed, it is the timeout that you're talking about. Probably talking about how they want to readjust here. Maybe, any aggression that Jemkin has tried on this side has been dealt with very nicely. They have their utility set up to be ready for those pushes out of garage or things like that from the side of Fancy. So far, they've been able to keep him pretty well in check on this half and really have had their run of the map so far.
See if they're going to be able to stabilize off the back of this. Obviously, the round win, if they can get it, puts them in double digits. Just 3 then steps away from being able to take this map. See if it's been good enough, though, because both teams have so far just looked very, very strong when it comes down to this attacking side, but it's been lacking on the defense. Very similar to what we were seeing when Scars was taking on D+. See if that's just going to continue to be a trend as we go throughout the rest of this and even deeper into the series with Bind on the horizon. Or if somebody's finally going to be able to get their footing on both sides. But out of the timeout, op in hand, Crystal is able to put that to relatively good use on the attacking side. Now he's got those defensive sightlines to work with, but no one is going to be giving him the time of day right now, at least not in this round, as we see everybody clustered up here at A.
Yeah, and a confirm there from Yoshi. 1 away from his Seekers. A lot of ults, but oh my god, Jemkin.
The showstopper now. Let loose instantly, sends it up towards heaven. Damage not going to be found, goes a little bit too deep. 1 for 1, the site taken. The plant now coming through. Right out in front, a risky position to take there for Jin, even with the smokes to cover. Nade from Crystal didn't find the punish. Widely, everybody stuck But they did get that little notification. They know that there is a flanker. Second around the back. Now, not really able to offer up too much help here to the rest of his team, aside from these Nebulous stars that he already has placed there onto the site. Flash down, Izzy looking to dissuade. Shorty out from Crystal, though, swings the corner, finds Nizzy, scopes in, gets Jin, and now suddenly it's just Yes I Can, all on his lonesome. Ping's coming down. They read where he's at. Well, they certainly know now. Torneco looking to hold this stick. Swing out, this ult shot again going wide, but he just hasn't been able to get any contact onto the Omen. He'll hold it for the defuse. The kill comes in, and Yes I Can just has to back away into the corner and hold on to his gun. Scars will finally stop the win streak. After giving up 4 consecutive rounds, they get that win. They take themselves now up to double digits.
This is a beautiful retake from Scars. The patience here, yeah, Jemkin gets one, is instantly traded there at the very beginning. And after that, you can see that, you know, deep post plants here from the side of Fancy are well identified. Yoshi doing a great job, kind of suspecting that Yes I Can is going to be back there by Sewers, using first that Trailblazer, and then a flash to confirm, and a good opener here from Crystal. That operator able to be avoided at the beginning of the round for Fancy previously, this time connecting, doing some big damage. But Crystal, great on that retake with that operator in the previous round. Love what I'm seeing from Scars, being a little more disciplined here.
Oh boy. Allen with the judge, swing and Jin gets him in the head. Allen just completely shut down. Seeker's now going to be let loose by Yoshi, just trying to spot. There's going to be any kind of a super aggressive plays coming through. Seeker's in mid, however, just going to be cleared out. The double stack here at B. Torneco for now, his attention paid towards Heaven. But with a quick call from Crystal, he's going to turn his sights down now towards main. Swing out ahead, and Crystal gets the collapse. Perfectly lined up. The showstopper not going to be able to find the elimination, but the paint shells will further hold him back. Izzy completely denied entry. In the meantime, the lurk forward into the A site coming through. Izzy sounding the alarm, letting them know that it's cleared. It's going to be a 2v3 to defend this spike as it gets ready to get planted. Neural Depth now going to be used as well, just to make sure that Izzy's going to be fine getting this spike over. He still has that Rolling Thunder. We'll see if it comes into play.
Still have a Paranoia for Torneco. So a little bit of utility here for this retake for Scars.
Crystal. That KMC. Did it spot both?
There's no confusion about where Scars is right now.
Pushing forward. The pressure here onto the ramp. Is it going to be able to get the catch? It misses out onto Yoshi. Nizzy as well, himself going to be stunned up. Tries to spray it down, but Yoshi comes to the rescue. Keeps Crystal alive, and Scars will get the back-to-back. So the fuse comes in. They're now just 2 rounds away from being able to take this map.
Couple of great back-to-back rounds here by Yoshi. Previously with his utility, this time around getting it done with the gun, getting ahead of that Rolling Thunder, and able to find a big kill. Nizzy with a big one on the flank there with that lurk, finding that opener, giving him the neural theft. But Yoshi, great reactions in this round. Some well-deserved fist bumps there. And he gets Scars along with some phenomenal work on the op from Crystal. 23 and 10 here for Crystal, having an absolutely phenomenal map.
They have enough to buy. Should they drop this one, it's not going to be kicked back onto a big detriment, but the flash goes in, but they are prepared for that one. It caught Jin from behind, so no full flash found whatsoever, and Jemkin gets punished. Monstrous pick now. Pit going to be used to try to go ahead and isolate Heaven and keep that under control of Fancy. They don't want to play within this one, but Torneco out in front, tries to spray, get some damage across, but it's going to be Izzy standing strong, finding himself a triple. Crystal now just has to hightail it away or creep his way out to hold on to that operator. Do not have to cash for another one going into the next round. Just has to allow this spike to detonate. Fancy will be able to persevere, deny Scars from getting this up the map point.
And I'm a little bit surprised to see this sort of flash peek play. I think Jemkin has been getting away with it a lot this tournament, where he's able to kind of do a hit and run. He gets one kill and he pieces out, but you know, with Fancy, a lot of the time on their attacker side, they're going to play together as a unit, usually 4, sometimes 5 in this case, strong. And that flash not really able to fully connect with everybody on the side of Fancy causes Jemkin to go down, and then it's just W key forward for Fancy. Get in there, use that Viper's Pit to confirm control of A Heaven, And that really puts firm control of the whole side. I'd love to see this round from Heise's perspective. He had a pretty nasty triple kill in there. And gets him 3 away from another Rolling Thunder. Yes, I can. 1 away from the Cosmic Divide. So let's see if there's some orb contention potentially early. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
He's punching their way through. We need more of that. 3 more to tie it up. And Scars have been able to keep them at an arm's length this entire time. Another round win here for the side of Fancy. That breaks the economy down and should allow them to get up towards 10. We'll see if they can get the win. For now, Pitt right off the rip. Allen just setting that up in mid. Wants to make that completely unassailable.
And these A hits had been kind of strong, so a lean that direction for Scars early. But Fancy over towards the B side. And now they're shifting quickly as Scars. They're doing a pretty good job reading this early pressure so far.
Couple shots out, forces him back out of the garage, at least for the moment. Mid still such a tough position to try to break through. Seems like Wiley, they just want to cut noise, try to add some confusion into the mix, but with Crystal in this far forward of a position, watching that attacker's side, watching for anybody pushing up out of sewers, they're not really able to sell this.
Love this
As
read.
Snizzy's about to find out. Just holding the angle, playing it patiently, eventually. The fly connects into the spider's web.
Now you know, they're all in B.
Oh, some shots across, that takes down Jin so very low, 21 HP remaining. Gets himself situated here in the back sight. Paint Shell's gonna be let loose, almost caught with Util in hand. Swings back, but Yoshi counter swings out. Finishes the job, getting the headshot. Yes, I can! A quick flick over to the side, manages to find a third, but Allen will come swooping forward with the judge. Cleaning up 2 as Scars get themselves to map point.
This is just a beautiful round from Scars. The way that they read the rotations of Fancy is brilliant, and especially with Crystal holding that angle, taking that space, knowing that when Nizzy's on his own like that, everybody else is on the other side of the map, and immediately that's Toraneko starting to just spray into B main. And with that mid presence from Allen with that judge, able to come in and save the day for Scars in the end. But everybody, it's all about the read there from Scars. They're doing a wonderful job here after those timeouts, getting themselves stabilized, putting Fancy now in a position where they could drop map 1.
Nizzy waiting for this aggression to come through. Here's the cam. Yoshi at the top of the ramp. Look to play alongside this op if necessary.
Got that Cosmic Divide for Fancy here, so I'd like to see them put this to good use. Very powerful ult on this map. Really, again, you can potentially use that toxic screen over onto B. Try and draw some attention here over towards A. It's Nizzy over there with his utility, but with him just on his own, with no other utility on the side of A, that allows Scars here to start leaning back towards B. They're again, it's the lack of other utility, the other presence on the other side of the map that is allowing Scars to do what I thought was a pretty good job. They're shifting their weight back towards A.
I mean, they have a decent read, at least as far as the lurk is concerned, but
yes,
a bit too late to try to get the catch unless Yoshi can be the one to come up with it. Blast packs forward, Jin completely blinded up by the paranoia, still again gets himself situated at backside. The boom bot once more going to be let loose. Jemkin can clear that. The paint shell's going to be good to land over towards Toraneko. Jemkin, the one tap, manages to find Jin. The paint shells eventually do catch the enemy Omen and take him out of the equation. The man advantage now going to be there for the side of Fancy as the plant comes through. Rotation still being inched over here. Crystal, the paint shells at the ready, but again, the operator, not the most ideal weapon when you're trying to retake these sites. Nebula goes up, dissipates it, creeping in. What is that flick? Crystal finds Nizzy, now gets a second. Vizio take it out, yes I can, needs to be the hero. He finds the second, that's Jordy in his hands, jumps down, finds him, but he cannot get the operator out in time to try to get the quad, to try to finish the round. Fancy will hold on by a thread. They keep themselves afloat. Woo! What a shot from Crystal.
That was nuts.
Roll the replay.
Yeah, please. That was beautiful. But I'll watch this replay and then I'll give some thoughts. But I just good stuff here from Fancy, and that's just absolutely everything you want out of an opera. right there, and another follow-up. Knowing he's on low health, switches over to the shorty. But it's again, yes I can, with some of these big multi-kill rounds where he's able to keep Fancy alive, keep him in it, but Scars kind of second-guessed themselves here. I thought they did a really good job reading this round with only the presence of the Cypher utility, and up in the over for Jemkin.
Okay, a quick start. Showstopper is out, but Yoshi just domes him from backside behind the screens. The flash is through. Doesn't confirm the kill, but Allen certainly does, and in the blink of an eye, there it goes. Unbelievable finish here from Scars. The eco round, be damned, they get it done to take away Fancy United's map pickup split.
Just a phenomenal performance here by Crystal. The IGLs on both sides having some magnificent rounds. But then at the end, Jemkin finally pulls out the Blade Storm. Didn't need to in the first half on the attacker side. They were just so far ahead, he never needed to resort to using it in an eco round. Finally, they get put on an eco here with the Blade Storm and just does absolutely incredible.
Hell of a blink and you miss it way to round out that first map, but it seems like Scars were done playing around. They wanted to get it done. They wanted to just table this map of split and get ready to move on towards buying their own map pick. Pressure now very much on the side of Fancy. It was a fantastic rally back given how things had started in that first half. They made it close. They made a great effort to push it back over against Scars, but just can't get it done in the end.
Yeah, it's a really impressive sort of mental comeback for Fancy. We haven't seen Bind from them at this event. The last time they played it, they dropped it in the grand finals of their region. So I like this pick by Scars in terms of trying to pick on a map that's maybe weak. Scars is going to play Bind a lot similar to how Paper X, when they have something in the mix, plays it with the Reyna potentially. So that's a scary map for me with the way that Scars plays. If Jemkin could come online, Crystal keeps playing like that, forget it, dude. I mean, they are so fun to watch when they're on.
I mean, we're talking about how, yeah, we're going to keep talking about Jemkin, I'm sure, throughout this map. He had a great start, and obviously some good moments there as well with that Blade Storm at the end, but it was the Crystal show through and through from that second half of the, well, that second bit of the first half all the way into the very end. Him with that raise, with that op in hand, absolutely devastating. And that's something that could also, again, come up here on Bind depending on what Scars want to put together. But seeing that jet raise, that's something that very well could come through for the team. So a lot of pressure now on the Vietnamese squad to try to answer back and pick up their opponent's map pick. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. But first, we've got something special for you guys. We've got Komodo standing by with a Telestration. Let's break down a couple rounds there from that first map of Split.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have the first breakdown show here at VCT Ascension Pacific, and what a first map to start things off as well. Too many rounds rather to choose from, but I have gone ahead and picked the round number 3, the bonus round to come through from Scars, and we'll start off with a little bit of a focus first on the setup of the actual round. So in toward the mini-map, we can see here, remember being a bonus round, that the weaker weaponry is going to be on the side of Scars, and they need to come out with something a little bit cool to try and catch Fancy United off guard. So we'll start off by, in the beginning, seeing that there's a Viper set up with Sky over towards the A side of the map for them. You'll have Toroneko sitting over towards Garage, playing a little bit of that lurk with the Marshall, and then the other two duelists going towards a bit of mid pressure. So it's a bit of a classic 1-2-2 focus for the very beginning of the round. And this is going to be very crucial because what I want to highlight is the way that the Viper utility keeps Fancy United invested over at the A side of the map. So we'll go ahead and start the round here. And what you'll have noticed is the Viper wall already being up towards A. We'll see a guiding light highlighted over on the minimap, but the poison orb that we'll see thrown right there is going to be very pivotal to keep Fancy United invested over towards the A side of the map and allow complete control of mid to come through from Scars. So as I go for a bit of a pause at the moment on the round, you will already see that now a rotation has been made from the Sky over towards mid, and it does shift the Viper to just keep that utility going up and down again to keep the players of Fancy United over at the A side of the map. And just on this one, we will see that Crystal can sneak his way in toward the vents, and Jemkin can start to get a little bit of information up towards the mailroom and push a little bit further beyond, being very aware that there is going to be that camera setup, looking for it. And just on that as well, we can see that the camera is at a very sneaky position in the foliage of this tree. So it plays a lot of time. It buys a lot of time for Fancy United to try and get the kill. You had the Breach utility go through, combination with the Astral Star as well, but it didn't net any reward for the side of Fancy. So we get almost back in towards a stalemate on this 5 versus 5. No kills yet found. Trailblazer in towards the tower, and this is where you still, again, have that Viper utility going up and down over at the A side of the map. Again, Jemkeen's going to be tagged up by the camera, and they're just looking for it. Finally, that will actually be taken out, and we'll start to see Scars progress 3 up toward the tower. Toroneko to come in a little bit late, and already the rotation from the Viper coming over towards to meet them at the B site. 40 seconds left in the round, and we'll start to see a little bit of damage, some kills coming through. Jemkeen already spotted Nizzy in this location, and it's just a big overwhelming force on the site for Scars. Keep in mind Toroneko with that Marshal, he's now upgraded on towards the Vandal, and this is where we just start to see a really pivotal position for the side of Scars in toward the smoke. Kill goes down, Heisey falls, and that essentially is going to lock the round out of this one, and will be claimed by Scars for a nice little bonus round pickup. That is it for this segment here on the breakdown. Thank you very much for joining me as well. 1 map up so far in this series. Let's see who takes it in the next one as after the break.
Visions in my head, you don't know the half of it. I got trees looking up, eyes that can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things you don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just tight. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back.
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
Welcome back. We finished map 1, split Scars versus Fancy United. And it definitely was in Scars' favor, which, you know, a lot of things came true, what we were talking about a bit earlier. Scars' very aggressive plays being rewarded against Fancy with some executes actually that didn't go quite according to plan.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially after the first couple rounds, it was very clear to us that Fancy was starting to get flustered, right? They were definitely losing the mental game, I'll say that. Sure, they tried to come back a little bit towards the end, but I would say that's more so Scars kind of giving that margin more so than Fancy really buckling down.
Yeah, a little bit so. I mean, you could definitely see the first half, they were a little bit flustered. They had a game plan, but it didn't work out, and Coach Kawa had to call 2 timeouts in that first half. That's something that you don't want to have too often, but after those timeouts, they actually start to regroup themselves, and they almost came back in the second half, but still, you can never discount that Scars firepower.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you mentioned, look, Scars' firepower with the op. Once Crystal had an op in his hand, he was just demolishing, but Yes I Can was answering back with his own judge. I mean, I think the last couple of rounds, it was just a lot of gunplay.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this. I know especially Clap was kind of going off about it backstage. It was just like, well, Crystal's just like walking around and like, you know, aiming down angles, and he's just scoped in and he's just getting kills. But quite frankly, that's kind of the strength of Scars, right?
True.
Like they do that well. At the same time, that has led to some rounds where they were starting to disrespect their opponents a little bit, and then players like Yes I Can, you know, they can put up some numbers to try to claw back in. Holy cow.
Holy moly.
Okay, Crystal. All right, well, those are some big numbers. 28 to 11 KD. Not even assist. Quite frankly, this is something I wanted to point out, is also he was often setting himself up. Like he was assisting himself with the paint shells, right? Like you get sight of someone or you think someone's there, throw some paint shells in, force them to peek out, and then he's already scoped in with the operator, things like that. We saw that in a couple rounds in a row. So, I mean, again, this is what happens when you have a double duelist and players like Jemkin and Crystal, right?
Yes.
Jemkin's not top of the board, Crystal is.
This guy is the IGL too, by the way, Will. I mean, that's so insane. 28 kills, and you have to count at least like maybe 5, maybe 7 of those were op kills. And then he has a shorty as well that he uses in the old blast back onto sites, and you can see how he works off of Jemkin. And that's one of those highlights that Komodo was talking about through his teleprompter. The way that he actually kind of worked together to take control over Heaven. Jemkin will kind of scout it out a little bit. If there's danger, he'll dash out, but then Crystal is always there to back him up. And of course, that is why they managed to change so many rounds together at the end of first half.
Yeah, and I think now that we're looking at the round scores, this is where we can kind of mention, if you look at the second half, right? A lot of the Fancy's earlier round wins, and even, you know, the last one that they got was through kills, right? It's not through necessarily the objective, and this is thanks to Scars continuing to not want to give away the spike plan. So they'll always be like, well, if we just go in, you know, in the tempo that they don't expect, we can dry peek out of the smoke, so we have better fragging power. Fancy started to catch on to that a little bit, so I think Scars, maybe, you know, maybe not just within the match today, but afterwards, if they do win, something to review.
Now we are going to go into Bind next. Do you guys think this is going to be a 2-0 kind of series? I mean, again, the stakes are high. Whoever wins does continue on tomorrow, and the losing team, that's it. This is the end of the road for them.
Do you want broadcaster Will to answer that, or analyst Will to answer that?
I want the true Will.
Different answers.
I want the spicier Will.
I want the third one.
I think it's gonna be a 2-0. Okay.
Okay.
Like, well, here's the thing. The only way it wouldn't be is because we haven't seen Bind for a little bit from Fancy, right? They haven't played at this tournament here at Ascension. And then when they did play it last in Split 2, they had, again, one of their kind of wonky fancy comps with like the Gecko in the chamber, no duelist, something like that. So curious to see. I gotta imagine that comp changes for one. But now you're going up against Scars, who again are taking a page out of, you know, similar to Paper X, where they're running things like the Reyna, and that allows you to, again, take advantageous duels 1v1.
That's just the thing about Fancy. It's the same story. They have these interesting compositions. They have ideas. But the execution a little bit flawed. Like we saw that again just on the previous map. Hyze had so many opportunities with his utility, whether it's the fault line, the rolling thunder. He had one good round of the retake in the first half with the aftershock, and it flushed people out of position.
Yes.
That was nice. We need more of that. That's the main thing for Fancy United. Of course, at the same time, you have the IGL Yes I Can landing some insane crispy shots, spray transfers and whatnot. if they can actually work together on this map, I think whatever composition they use, you know, with the Gecko, the Chamber, there is a very good chance. Nizzy, though, this is the interesting thing. He usually goes on the KO on this map.
Yep, that's what he has done, right? They don't play a duelist. I mean, I guess you're kind of playing the Chamber as a semi-duelist, right? You know?
KO maybe a little bit. You can set yourself up.
Yeah, and of course, if you have things like the KO and the Gecko, sure, you can try to creep up, right? Clear areas, get information, and then target it. Now, do they keep the same comp? They don't. Okay, so I will say...
Oh, they put Wukong in.
Yeah, I mean, this is, okay, yeah, first of all, they put Wukong in, and then second of all, a much more standard composition, right? I mean, not as meta as you would expect. You still got the Omen paired with the Viper, but you know, you got the Cypher on Nizzy. He can still get some good lurks. The Cypher has always been pretty reliable here on Bind, and then you got Jin on the Raze. I will say, meta-wise, this is looking much more promising.
It's not bad, and Wukong is kind of like that 6th player who is that Sky specialist. They might be able to work their way around this, but keep in mind, you're playing against the Scars who is playing with the Reyna, you got the Raze as well. This is a very, very familiar composition.
It is. It's, you know, 1 or 2 agents off from a very familiar and strange composition that definitely paid off on Bind. However, you know, I hope Fancy is able to bring up their mental, their confidence coming into this second match here, the second map. Scars is clearly super confident. I mean, you're putting your IGL on Raze like that and opping like a madman.
And once again, right? Continuing to play on that Raze, you know, alongside the Reyna. So I think the confidence, like you said, maybe even to the point of disrespect, definitely on the side of Scars.
Surely, but still, I mean, you want to believe in this team because keep in mind, again, yes, they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but this is their game. This is their chance to take their place in Ascension Pacific because if they're out, that is it. There's no more chance for Vietnam for this year.
Yeah, you're right? We got to wait another full year for that potential chance here, and you got to imagine for the players that starts to maybe get into your head. But as you said, Victoria, this is actually the moment to not think about that.
Yes.
Just play the game that you prepared.
Have fun.
I like that they brought the Sky in, right? That makes that B long control a little bit more reliable. Now they can focus back on showers as well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm expecting to see some brilliant Sky plays here with Wukong stepping in, and you know what? Yeah, there's nothing left to lose at this point besides everything. So just go all out, Fancy, and I want them to have a much better game because that last map was not the strong showing. So let's see how it goes. We're going to go into map 2, Bind. We got Fancy United versus Scars from Japan. We're going to go over to our casters, Paper Thin and Achilleos. Please take it away.
Don't mind if we do. Yeah. Well, everything to play for now here for the side of Fancy United. They are on their last leg. Need to win here on Bind. Need to extend this over to Ascent if they want to stay in the tournament. Otherwise, as the desk was saying, that's it. That's the season over and done with.
It's going to be really interesting. I mean, a pretty similar comp to what we just saw on Split here. Now on to Bind, a very different looking Bind than what we saw from the last time out. So I'm going to be really keen on some of these big, you know, comp differences that we're seeing. The Cypher once again from Nizzy. Are they going to be able, you know, is Scars going to be able to do a good job of keeping track of his utility, doing a good job of dealing with it this time around? You have the Omen again, so those paranoias going to be very indicative potentially of kind of the intentions of Fancy. Are they going to be able to keep this Reyna in check is the real question, because to me, what really was impressing me with Scars on that previous map was their ability to react to the aggression of Fancy, their ability to have these protocols to back each other up, you know, particularly Yoroneko on that Omen. Now he's going to shift over to the Viper, of course, but they were doing a really good job of making sure that anytime there was pressure from the side of Fancy, there was instant reaction with their own utility to kind of keep it in check. And another thing for Fancy that started to break down towards the end of that map for me that I'm a little bit concerned about for them is they started giving some of those isolated duels like they were talking about on the desk to Crystal with that op, and yet he's just walking all over the map with it, doing a great job with it, of course, but you don't want to give those opportunities to the side of Scars.
And now he's right back in on that race once again. Jemkin shifting over off the Jet onto the Reyna. Still plenty of WK Gaming that can come through from there, but this is it for Fancy United. Need to win on this map, extend this into a 3-mapper, otherwise Scars are going to be moving forward tomorrow to play against Naus Esports and keep the dream alive of becoming the first team to ascend up into the Pacific League. Let's see if they can get it done with a 2-0 cleanly like the desk is anticipating, or if Fancy can trouble them along the way.
And it'll be Scars starting out on the attacker side all throughout these, if we go to a third map, all throughout 3 maps, potentially. But I mean, again, I got to keep my eyes on Jemkin. He absolutely popped off against Bonkers the one time that Bind was played here for Scars in this event. Of course, again, we haven't seen Fancy on Bind just yet, so that does give them some advantage to kind of maybe set up some traps, maybe set up some unique plays here. Those Cypher utility, as we had, you know, like you pointed out, we had some reads from Scars where they were really able to identify it. Is that going to be as easy for them here early? Flash to confirm. This time, the trap wire and the camera are set out outside of B, but there's no heavy investment here with that spike back from the side of Scars. Check themselves. Actually connects onto Wukong at the back of B. So that information may be a little misleading that there could be somebody in hookah when in fact they're a little bit further back and just waiting to play off this Cypher utility.
Well, I believe they just found the cam. No dart coming through, so eyes now down. Just the jiggle peek continuing here from Wukong. Wants to go ahead and check, hearing the footsteps over towards Garden. Cage comes up as well. Push out Nizzy. Able to find Jemkin. Takes him down nice and early. Spam across. Nizzy going to be good for another one now in third.
Spike down B.
Pistoling out with that Ghost Yoshi in such a bad spot. Sends out the pop flash. Just a swing on the back of it, but the right click will not connect. And a flawless pistol round is one hell of a way to kick things off here on your opponent's map. Pick a Bind.
I love to see this. The way Nizzy reacts instantly with that Cyber Cage absolutely shuts down this push here. A great flash from Wukong as well. The go key had already been pressed. The spot from Nizzy with that trap wire as well allows him to get the first. Doing a phenomenal job on the follow-ups. And then the reaction through the teleporter there cuts Yoshi off. Very well handled here by Fancy, and already we're seeing the impact of that Cypher. Again, a big, I think, piece of the puzzle for Fancy here. Not something you see all the time on this map these days, but absolutely doing a great job to start. And same trap wire placement. It's going to catch again.
Same exact setup. Nizzy though, waiting. Spamming out there with that Vandal. Does take a little bit of damage in reply, but turns around, finds Yoshi. Getting the headshot. So far, it's just one player gone. Wukong on the floor. Blast Pack pushes him back. The double face around the corner. They get one across. Allen will be able to find him. Put the Vandal down, but that can be recovered. They only get 2 kills and a spike plant. And Fancy will go ahead and get themselves a 2-0 start.
Yeah, and you can see here Scars' reaction this time around is to bait the utility a little bit this time and then just push at Nizzy. Just W key right at him. And they do eventually do enough pressure and enough damage to take him down. But of course, with the heavy firepower that Fancy's able to bring into this round, they are going to be able to clean it up in the end. But a little bit of an adjustment there from Scars does net them a few kills. So let's see what the change is going to look like here coming into this third round. They're going to be able to keep Fancy from finding a bonus. This time, Trapwire still at the front door of B, but now one back by Tube. A flash to check. Camera is going to go up in that top left location outside of B main. This time Wukong playing up underneath Hookah, but you got Crystal up in there.
It's quick clears, time and time again. Lear shut down instantly. Crystal swinging out, finds one. Yoshi gets another. That's the B site completely opened up. Quick TPs across. 2 players now outside of Hookah, getting ready to press forward. Spike planted there, the back of sight behind the tube. Crystal waiting. He's got a little bit of wiggle room around these sky smokes to try to play with. As Fisio pushing up. Suspects that there's going to be one back over towards Elbow. Crystal just staying tucked. Now we'll advance forward back out into the site. Let's be able to play with the rest of the team. Dink across. Yes, I can, as well as Yoshi, both down to a sliver. 10v6 in the HP pools. But running out of time now is Fancy. Yes, I can will be able to find Yoshi. Bringing it back now, a 3v2. The man advantage in their hands, but the time has just dwindled. Completely lost out on that one. So they will still be able to claim all of the guns on the side of Scars, so they do not get away unscathed. The round win will be confirmed. No bonus conversion here for the side of Fancy, but no cash in the reserves here for Scars.
I like the way Scars plays the beginning part of this round, getting a player up into Hookah there, able to deal with Wukong pretty quickly with that cheeky position he tries to take underneath the window. And then, Fancy does a really good job here towards the end, kind of dissecting these post plants. They're really aware that Crystal is going to want to push into that smoke that's down by the alley, and they're able to, like you said, drop all the guns. Yeah, they don't get the round, but still, clearly Fancy has a pretty good idea of what Scars is trying to accomplish post-plant, and they're doing a good job dissecting it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best results you can hope for in a bonus that you're losing.
Yes.
Take everything out of them to stop them from being able to build up their econ, which is what they so desperately want to do on the side of Scars. So now it's going to take a couple additional rounds if they want to be able to build it up. Now they turn the sights over towards A for the first time. Bite, very nicely done, gets the read, and as he gets flushed over to the side, Jimkin's good for the headshot. As he now gone, the plant coming in. The creep bomb looking to try to disrupt it, and he will! Vicio striking at the perfect time, the spike not planted. Crystal holding with the judge, paint shells to further delay. They have grabbed the spike, and they're going to go ahead and take that TP. Just completely dip out.
Jin's so close. That was a huge opening kill for Scars. They got the neural theft down, but then Vicio unaccounted for in showers.
Brutal shutdown. Spike, however, still going to be planted.
Spike planted.
A 4v3 for the retake. Fancy certainly favored here. Crystal trying to hold close, put that judge still to use. Just waiting, hearing the footsteps. Allen clears the first one. He wants to swing off the back of this, finds it. Oh no, spots the other. Tries to draw down with the judge. Doesn't do it fast enough. Paranoia does come across. Yoshi still able to get the kill, but does he have the read? They now know where each other are. Yoshi takes the challenge and comes out on top. One man left standing, still no econ build up here for the side of Scars, but they've helped break down the cash reserves of Fancy as they tie it at 2-2.
And a great mid-round recovery by Scars after that devastating double kill from Vicio to peace out, get over to B. And yeah, Jin was hot on their heels. It's a great play, catching him right in the plant. Jemkin there just not able to react. And Crystal there, a little bit of a
panic.
A little bit of a panic. Trying to maybe, I think, go for the gun grab. Didn't maybe expect another player there, but this is what makes Scars difficult. They changed their post plan here where they all just flood into the back of the alley and just completely smother Fancy out of their attempt at that retake. And this is something Scars love to do. They love to push angles on post plants. It makes them really challenging. They're able to get a lot of isolated duels like that or put opponents in bad positions because of the way that they like to get aggressive.
Camera cleared out.
There.
Suspecting the trap wire, pinging it, just couldn't quite get it through the wall. He's got a very good idea now of how Nizzy likes to play this setup. Sheriff in hand, swings out wide enough just to be able to clear the trap wire. Still not enough though for Fancy to start shifting. Spike getting picked up, will start moving over towards B site though.
And Nizzy's other trap wire set up, I think, potentially for a blast pack entry from Hookah. It's not going to be the direction right now that Scars is leaning. They are going for a full-on long B push off the back of these Seekers.
Made to go ahead and try to shove somebody back. Orbital strike, even thrown down. Will be able to help get the catch on the Wukong. Crystal gets the finishing shot. Plant now.
30 seconds left.
Available. Jin. Oh, I believe the gun barrel spotted. Peeked out just a little bit too wide. Ends up getting taken down, 28 HP. Dart going to be removed. 4v5, the lesser weaponry here to try to get the retake. Everything's going to come down to Nizzy with that headshot over in elbow, but for now, Jimkin finds one, pops that Empress. Nizzy is good for it, takes out Yoshi, but the time continues to tick. Yes, I can. Gets Tora and Echo. The neural theft, however, going to be committed, but it's far too late. The rest of his teammates have now fallen. His shoulder's been spotted, and Crystal will finish him off. 3 members left standing now as Scars get their 3rd round win. They take the lead.
This is a good start to the round here for Scars, able to clear that opening trap wire, kind of identify that the front part of the site is going to be open, able to then invest that orbital strike to take space and get a kill on the back of the Seekers as well. So the combo there of 2 big ultimates give them the time and space they need to get in here, get the job done. And yeah, like you said, the neural theft there comes in a bit late from the side of Nizzy. And hey, look who it is. A couple of our Paper X boys, Sleepy and Alex, cheer from the cloud. Although Sleepy will be parting ways with Paper X.
Uh-oh. Showstopper, dueling rockets, but it's going to be Jin who manages to stay afloat. And Crystal taken down. Meanwhile, the rest of the team starting to rush up towards B. A bit of a change up now in the setup here for the Cypher. The Cam in a different position. Cage already going to be used. Molly in the back sight to try to zone him back. Tripwire taken out by the Trailblazer itself. The rotations, however, have begun. They're getting themselves into position to go ahead and get a very swift retake on this site.
I must wait a moment.
Is he just playing this one out as patiently as he can? Plant down on top of the tube. Address in front of it, I should say. Hit now going to be invested. Nizzy finds one. Allen, however, answers back in response. Takes out the enemy Cypher, and it's going to be a counter pit on the opposite side. Things are about to get messy. Jemkin lurking forward still. Holds on to 2 charges. Has the dismisses, but with no HP. This still makes it so damn difficult to try to pilot. Wukong, however, falling. Allen finds that kill, now gets flushed out. Jin finding that one. Torneko turns, finds him. Yes, I can now. Is alive. The push forward. Pit dropped. Jemkin, not sure which way to look. Gets taken out. They'll get onto the spike, and they will keep us neck and neck. 3-3 as Fancy take the round.
Just a beautiful retake here from Fancy. The opening aggression through A, identifying that a lot of the attention here for the side of Scars is towards B. And they're able to get some space early round. Win the missile duel outside of Showers by the teleporter. And then they have the counter Viper's Pit. You know, I don't necessarily... I thought maybe they'd put the pit right on the site itself, but again, Scars likes to get aggressive. They on these post plants. They like to try to cut you off, maybe at a little bit of unexpected angles, but that gives the opportunity for Fancy to counter with a Viper's Pit of their own. Now, the long line up here from Torneko. It's a little bit of a shorter buy.
Light up over the top, but Jin just mows down 3 here. One after the other, falling to the enemy Rays. Still maintains his high ground. Yoshi creeping across the opposite side, does not get noted. But this round is over. As Fancy do not want to allow for Scars to have the lead, even by a single round. Allen creeps up just to go ahead and receive some healing. They'll see what damage they can deal, as they might just look to double face here down short. Jin could very well find himself an ace. Flash is into the box, doesn't find it. Counter spray nearly clips him in the head.
Love the way that Yoshi kind of understood that flash didn't catch anybody. Immediately spammed through that box, knowing that the angle could be held by Jin, and didn't connect, but still good awareness from the side of Scars in that moment. And another great round here from Fancy. Jin just kind of expecting maybe a fast push, able to get up on top of that truck, unfettered.
30 seconds left.
Unbothered. So Allen gonna take a consolation prize here. Fisio not really able to do much about this. I was kind of curious how aggressive Fancy might want to get a few players with enough cash so they could potentially get aggressive if they wanted to try to take guns away, and they are going to now start pushing the pace.
Yeah, they spotted them both there. Heard the gunfire with the Trailblazer.
10 seconds left.
Flash out to try to dissuade the chase. Just a couple more seconds to try to survive here from the side of Scars, and given the positioning, I don't think that they're going to get punished. Should be okay. As it just gets hucked up against the wall. So 2 rifles going to be handed or carried over into the next round, but Fancy established themselves with a minor lead once more, now at 4-3. Take a look at how this all began. Just such a quick clear on the Lear, and Jin just makes it look easy.
Ooh. Just nasty stuff. You know, just immediately start spraying on the back of that utility, anticipating a push from the side of Scars and doing a great job getting that spray right where it needs to be. Now, not too many ults to speak of. Allen a couple away from the orbital strike. Yeah, you've got the TP from Yes I Can. Wukong playing pretty aggressive. Cypher switching over Showers control, attempting to be taken here. Fisio pushed way up. It's a potential duel with Jemkin coming up. The flash here is the other members of Scars trying to get their way in towards B, but...
Okay, back over at Showers.
Yep.
Jemkin pushing forward. Spots one. Makes Nizzy hightail it. Tucked away in the back. The crates. Shell clear forward. Paranoia across. They're going to try to exit. Oh, that blast packet disrupts him on the swing. Wukong can find no value. Crystal shuts him down with a couple of classic shots to the head. But now it looks like they're thinking about going for the TP play. Bubot around the back. Jin spotted Yoshi. Gets that elimination. For now, cuts out. TP across. The spike now going to get ushered over towards A.
Just Nizzy over here right now. Yes, I can. Trying to hightail it over. Nizzy just seeing if anybody's going to push past, but with those smokes here, Sight should be able to come through. But okay, Nizzy's going to get aggressive.
Well, he's out of the opening. Will allow for that spike plant to come through. Wanted to wait for Yes I Can to really get in a position to try to play off of his information. Trade him out. The cam is going to be spotted. Creep forward, the double stack here. Yes, I can, covering fire. As he drops down off of heaven, finds one, but it's not ready for Torneko to be over into the corner. Ends up falling, and now the swing out comes through. A team ace's Scars will not allow for Fancy to stretch the lead. They will tie it up once more, now at 4-4.
Playing great recovery here, and Jemkin out on his own, able to win a big duel against Fisio, and that's a ton of information and space that he's able to create off the back of this. Suspecting some kind of lurk there and able to use that dismiss to avoid the follow-up from Nizzy. And that's huge there, because that allows a safe rotation, good awareness from Scars and Yoshi there on the lurk from Jin. Scars with some really good adjustments in that round, really good read of where Fancy wanted to be on the map. And again, so much of that comes off the beginning of that round from Jemkin. And a good trade up into the hall, that blast pack allowing to get that first kill as well for Scars. So
it's just brutal for Wukong.
It is. It's tough to come in here, man, like that.
Yeah. Seems like we might just have a timeout. We'll wait for confirmation. Keep our fingers crossed that that's the case, and then we don't have any kind of issues there on the stage. And it looks like it is going to be the latter. So a little bit of a tech pause. You guys get to enjoy the Achilles and Paper Thin podcast.
Here we go.
We still got plenty to talk about with the game, so we don't have to get into the movie talk quite just yet. But neck and neck, I mean, this has been a much better showing. What we wanted to see here from Fancy United right from the outset, firing back, picking up, and taking the lead in regard to the pistols, actually.
Yeah.
As they now have a 2-1.
No, I really like the way that they're showing a lot of different looks. Round-around adaptations are good. Both teams are making good adaptations, frankly. But Fancy, you know, with this Cypher, it is causing some problems. It has given them some really big rounds. But with the way Jemkin lurked on that previous one, able to find some huge value. Of course, the hero,
our savior
of Pacific is Alex. yeah.
Slapping the desk.
Thank you, Sleepy. No desk here for Alex to destroy just yet. Maybe if we get him up on the analyst desk.
Perhaps. Well, hopefully we'll be getting back into the action here momentarily. See players moving mice, so that's always a good sign. And looks like we are ready to go. It's a minor hiccup, but we can continue onward. And so far, we're talking about the run back here from Fancy looking strong off the rip. Jin having a much better beginning to this map compared to what we saw from him on Split. Speaking of which.
Two ops here, Achilles.
Beacon here.
One on Crystal, one on Nizzy.
Definitely a big change up here as Nizzy's going to be positioned up over here at Heaven. Staring over, spots one, tries to go for the flick shot, not going to be able to connect that one. Now they know that there's an op here situated. The smokes completely obfuscating everything though. Now has to just pull away, wait for the teammates to go ahead and get into a flank position, which right now they are. Flash around the back, will confirm it, but Chan just instantly domes Yoshi. Paint shells sent now towards Lamps. Allen not ready for Jin to be as close as he was, ends up falling. The round is falling apart here for Scars. The hold down, Torneko desperately trying to get that spray. Won't be able to find a damn thing. Jemkin's gone, and that's Crystal now just inching away as quietly as he can, holding on to the operator dearly. The chase will come through, the jump across, the shot not connecting, double blast pack. Crystal puts some distance between he and the opponents, but still is getting surrounded. But the timer ticks down just fast enough for him to get away, hold on to the gun. It's Fancy who again do not allow for Scars to retake a lead.
And this is just beautiful stuff here from Fancy, really utilizing this Cypher very nicely. Even though the trap wires don't really come into play, he's able to hold up there, kind of bait Scars into taking this site, and that is just a full-on push through short from the rest of Fancy. Then they're able to use that toxic screen to cut off Lamps. And then Allen is left in a really bad spot there. Not sure if somebody's going to be coming from shower or the other side. And he has to kind of try to keep his head on a swivel to try to cover both those angles. Not able to do so. And then they just start flooding through. A beautiful round. Beautiful. Love the way that this is drawn up from the side of Fancy. It's really, really smart stuff there. A really kind of unique play that you'll almost see nowhere else in the world with the way that they handled that round, with the way they set that round up. That one could be a good one for Komodo. Just saying, I don't know where he's at. But
watching from the green room, I'm sure, but Scars, for now, forced to use the first timeout. A very different story from what we saw in Split, where it was Fancy United in desperation having to use both timeouts in that first half. And they're feeling the pressure. And they want to be able to close out this half with the lead. See if that is going to be the case, but for now, Fancy just having really good reaction times when it comes down to just these flanks. The spike's coming through and they already have two people pushing up short, getting ready to swing around from behind. And Scars is not necessarily reading how much pressure they're actually under. You saw Allen not paying attention to that push after losing out on Yoshi. Thinks that he's got a little bit more time, can go ahead, watch over towards back sight, and then all of a sudden, Jin's right up on him.
And that's what makes that toxic screen that they use there so beautiful, because it makes it so hard for Allen to know where the hell he's got to look. And now you've got the showstopper here for the side of Jin. Orbital Strike in Allen's hand. Torneko, couple away from a Viper's Pit. Yoshi went away from a Seeker, so kind of curious if there's going to be some aggression towards these orbs early, trying to keep some of these ults out of the hands of Scars, potentially.
Surely he doesn't. Okay, he's just going to swing in.
What if he just bangs this wall?
I mean, it would be nasty, but Crystal showing that he does have that kind of game sense. Instead, it's just going to be the paint shells and trying to clear back sight. Takes out that trap wire. The swing coming through. Shot going to go wide, but there's the TPs. TP out. Manages to stay safe. The showstopper now drawn out, but Allen, recovering fire, will be able to get the punish and stop that rocket from getting let loose. But now, they're frazzled. Not sure where to go. Looks like they're going to start drifting their way back over towards A, but Fancy, for the time being, have the right read. They're already counter-rotating here with Yes I Can, as well as Wukong getting into position to try and reinforce Ficio.
That pinch play was so beautiful from the side of Fancy. Let's see if they can convert.
It's the second Lear now used. They realize they have no presence in showers at the start of the round, and that this can be a position, but covering fire is not there, but somehow Torneko still manages to win out the fight. Shot across, Yes I Can, catches Jemkin in the head, knows that Torneko's just around the corner, but the pit still comes in. He manages to stay safe for now. 3 players left. Nizzy now just arriving, but Wukong's gone. The operator is still in this Cypher's hands. Pushes into the smoke. Torneko instantly latches onto his head. Yes I Can, likely to just drift over, grab the operator and hightail it the hell out of here. See if he's going to even do that. Pit gets dropped, and seems like he thinks it's still a bit too risky to try to go for it. Will just back away. They do have cash. They can afford another one. The spike will go off, and Scars off the back of the timeout will tie it up at 5-5. Once again, these teams seemingly inseparable.
Yeah, again, just great ideas from Fancy, but it's one little moment where Ficio's not able to win this duel against Torneko. That sends the round into a spiral because it gives Torneko the ult. He was 2 away, got the plant, got the kill, gets the Viper's Pit, and then the round changes. Yeah, I love the trap play at the beginning. A good reaction with the orbital strike. And then a big step up from, I believe it was Allen on the back of his orbital strike to make sure that that showstopper from Jin wasn't able to do any damage there. Very much helping Scars out in that round for sure, but again, Fancy is just beautiful ideas. And now you can see why they, pushed Wukong up there to try to trap that operator, doing a good job of reading of where Crystal wanted to start working. And Crystal back at it, and already space being taken through short A by Fancy.
I've got your trail.
Checks forward, is wary about that quick pop on the teleporter once again, but now it's going to be Crystal looking over for Jin, gets tucked away. The teleport comes in. He's going to be spotted. Yoshi finding one back over to the side. Wukong now going to be taken down. Crystal wins out the fight against both.
There.
And that's just Nizzy and Ficio now left alive. And Nizzy is already in such a committed position. He can do nothing else but die. The swing, Ficio nearly finding Jemkin, but a flawless comes through as Scars will take the lead. 6 rounds locked in here on the attacking side. Last round and a half. Will it be a 7-5, or will we keep it neck and neck with a 6-6?
And this is a great adjustment here from Scars on that previous round. They put pressure into Hookah, but this time Crystal backs off into this corner. And Yes I Can never checks it when he comes through. I don't think that toxic screen was up. I'm not sure if it was or not. We didn't get to see, but I don't think it was ever up. I just don't think he checked the angle. And that gives Crystal, with that minor adjustment, to backpedal, put himself back towards the market, find that huge double kill. And now Fancy trying to see if they can catch somebody putting pressure here, but Scars not falling for it.
With a really good idea of where he's at, but Yoshi off screen catches the double push down to be long. The collat to instantly give them such a monstrous advantage here in the last round of the half. Nizzy desperately setting out that dart, trying to find something. Jin with a lurk forward, will be able to get Yoshi. Brings it back now to a 4v3, but still a detriment that they have to try to work through, but one that works beautifully as Nizzy finds the pick, playing off his trap wire to perfection. Neural Theft getting the reveal. Remembers trying to hold as the second ping comes through. Wukong swinging the corner, spots Tornek on the jump across. The flash in around the corner, the double push coming in. Jin catches him from the flank. Allen now gone. It's all on Crystal. He's got an operator. They get themselves in onto this spike. Held to half. The Cyber Cage comes up and Jin will spray through. We will be tied up 6-6. Fantasy says you are not getting away from us. Not quite yet.
Oh, this is just a beautiful round from Nizzy in particular with that Cypher. Finally, those trap wires that he had been planting in between the boxes in the truck get some value. What a shot from Yoshi.
But it didn't matter.
It did not. Fancy just doing a great job. Cyber cages having huge value here for Fancy there. And again, it's that extra layer of smokes that Fancy likes to play with in this round that gives them the ability to really secure and isolate those last couple of kills. Just beautiful stuff. I got to give Nizzy a ton of credit. Love the way he played a couple of those rounds in that half. Really threw Scars for a loop. Who's next?
It's gone for the Yoru, but seems like today it's just going to be completely Cypher-pilled.
I kind of wondered if coming into this map if he might try it, because we saw it on Pearl, right? But, you know, maybe they try to take a page out of old Forsaken's book, but not to be. And frankly, I love what I'm seeing from Fancy. I love what I'm seeing from both teams. There's been phenomenal adjustments round to round. Every time, it's like somebody makes a move and there's a counter move from the other side, and minor adjustments here and there. You know, Scars trying to deal with these quick lurks, these fast rotates from the side of Fancy, and sometimes working, sometimes not, because Fancy is so unpredictable sometimes, and they do such a good job of getting information off the back of Nizzy's utility that they're able to make really good mid-round adjustments, mid-round calls, and find great timings.
I mean, it's been night and day as far as the value off the Cypher is concerned here between Split now here into Bind. Nizzy very much involved, but Jin as well, seemingly treating that first map as a bit of a warm-up, finds himself at 16-6-0. He doesn't believe in assists.
A true duelist.
If I shoot at you, you're dead or I am. There's no in-between.
This looks like a pretty fast hit from Fancy.
I mean, that's a big jiggle right there from Allen. Getting a lot of information, spotting a lot of players. The Paranoia will help shove him back. He gets a little bit of damage across. Wukong going for maximum assist. Has the heals there to go ahead and top him back up. Flash around the side. Jin gets the timing. Will find Allen, but they've already lost out on 2 players. Now a third as Jemkin will come up with a double. Is it Cannon Nizzy though? Continue to fight back. A sliver of HP here for the Omen carrying the spike. With 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining, they can play around with this time. I'm curious to see what they cook up. Could just be a shift walk, honestly, all the way back over towards B.
Well, they might just wrap back in through short A here. Kind of see what they want to do. Smoke out over on the right side of A.
Scars are having none of it.
Yeah, they're planted. They're not moving until something gives them more indication. Yoshi sending one of his flashes even into their own spawn to check. Really not sure. A player of Fancy unaccounted for.
I mean, is this just a check behind and then a shift back to A? It looks like that's going to be the answer. Just want to make sure that there isn't going to be that flank lurking right around the corner, waiting for that spike tap to come through. With Ghosts in hand, though, this is still a very winnable position for the side of Fancy, despite Yes I Can having only 10 health.
Only classics, yeah, for Scars.
Smoke comes down. The plant now in with 9 seconds left. Nizzy taking the forward position, needs to win out the fight. Gets that dink across, and Yoshi can just run and gun the right click to be the finisher. Picking up the Ghost, picking up the pistol round win to tie it up at 2-2 in the series and give Scars the lead once more.
Yeah, Scars here backpedaling off this aggression early from Fancy, understanding that they were going to be at a numbers disadvantage. Trying to play back behind these boxes. Let the Reyna do Reyna things. Dismiss all over the place. Never able to get a Devour to come through, taken down before any other utility. Was able to really kind of snowball those rounds. You see that all the time in these pistol rounds with Reynas. where they can just heal their way through the round. Makes Reyna one of the most difficult agents to go against in Pistols. Hey, Tosh.
The force up. A big risk to be taken here from the side of Fancy, but they want to try to catch Scars off guard, so they go ahead, they buy all the way down. 2 Stingers, the rest Spectres, but Allen finds first blood, and now he's got confirmation that they at least bought a couple of weapons. The Molly trying to buy some space, a bite goes out, they'll push across the toxic screen, but up here on Heaven is Crystal. Spots one, guns him down with a Bulldog, now sends the paint shells, the beautiful timing to force Nizzy back. Yes, again, we'll be able to find one, but Yoshi quickly trades it out. Boombot getting the spot. Nizzy with 32 HP and a dream will fall, and that's going to be the Vandal now. Recovered as Scars move up by 2.
The gamble doesn't pay off here for Fancy. It's just, again, the Scars plays this a lot like you're going to see Paper X kind of play this, not quite exactly the same comp, but very similar comp. Of course, you have a Harbor in there for Paper X, but immediately it's a fallback. They want to play behind these boxes. You want to give Reyna an opportunity to use those dismisses to cause disruption, and the timing and the understanding by Crystal here, so smart, doing such a good job here today on this raise. Immediately with that paint shells, like you mentioned, to keep Nizzy at bay, isolate these fights, and just stalwart, not thwarted at all, and great gunplay, as we expected from Scars coming into this match. So Sheriffs abound for Fancy, close to the neural theft for Nizzy. Big ults potentially coming for Yoshi, a couple away from that Seekers. We'll see how Fancy wants to try to turn this half on its head.
I mean, getting a Sheriff thrifty round right here would be a miraculous turnaround. Allen just continues to jiggle. Looks like Ficio trying to get the timing there to just be able to take him out. Shot does go into his shoulder, so knocks him down to 82. Still a far cry from having the kill. Meantime, Torneko jiggling on the corner. Trailblazer going to be cleared. Or the bite to go ahead and try and delay. Boombot and Nate are available from Jin, so he can clear out Hookah, which right now does have a double stack. Jimkin looking to reinforce the position.
30 seconds.
Going to start working their way forward. There's the push in, the instant headshot. Torneko finds a third. Drops down to the classic. It's going to be a 4K. As they will not allow for the thrifty to come through. Scars now moving up by 3. Another buy can come in from the side of Fancy. But again, it feels like they're running out of time. They're running out of options.
Just beautiful. I mean, the flash goes past him, able to readjust, and Wukong steps in and has a couple targets to look at. The backup had arrived. It's something to cheer about for sure if you're a Scars fan. Huge play from Torneko, locking it down for Scars. And just right now, another pump of the brakes, another pause. Fancy needs to find success off of this round, it feels like. You know, they tried the force buy, so certainly likely to lose that third round then if that doesn't come through. I like the idea. I mean, again, I like a lot of what Fancy is bringing to Bind here today. I love their defender side. I love the way they played it. I love that they go, I honestly like the idea that they go for that unexpected, force buy on round 2. Frankly, that caught me off guard. I wasn't, really thinking about it. And that pressure, certainly you can feel it, but at the same time, that's not something a lot of teams will do under pressure like that. They won't go into something unexpected in that moment, but again, Scars just so stalwart, so good with their gunplay, so willing to peel back off of this early aggression from Fancy. Again, something that I've been talking about a lot here for Fancy is they like to play as a unit on their attacker side. They're a very kind of 4 or 5 players at a time. Maybe Nizzy's out on his own on the Cypher, kind of lurking around the map a little bit. But Scars has done a good job reacting to and adjusting to that, understanding that when the pressure comes from Fancy, they can fall back a little bit, give Reyna the opportunity, or somebody else the opportunity to find that kill. Let Jemkin start doing his thing. Let Crystal start locking players out. A couple Bulldogs, Spectre for the side of Scars. Now that buy comes through for Fancy. Can they put it to good use? Can they keep themselves in this map?
Looking to up the pace a little bit here. The blade learned from Nizzy. Full flash connecting onto Jin. Has to just say tug for a moment, but as he goes ahead and blinks, he sees Torneko swinging out in front of him. finds that kill. Bit of a lack of awareness there from the Scars Viper. He's taken down nice and early. Now the neural depth going to be invested as Nizzy arrives to the site. Trailblazer spots Jin holding forward. The rest of the team completely scouted, and Jin finds back-to-back headshots to get himself a third elimination. And that sends the two duelists packing back to spawn, hightailing it as fast as they possibly can. And in a must-round win, Fancy looked to do it in flawless fashion.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from Fancy. Again, catching Torneko off guard, something that I've been crediting Scars for earlier. Was a good job kind of backing off, backpedaling off the pressure, but this time Fancy able to find the timing to get ahead of everything. Just really, really nice stuff from them. Crystal here has a trap wire on the other side. Could potentially be played off of here by Fancy.
It's just going to stay tucked alongside of it, it would seem. As the spike will explode. Looks like Nizzy not going to give him the opportunity.
Smart.
Yeah, kill not going to be found. Made the right decision. And when they need it the most, they go ahead, they get that round win. Still though, economy to work through. Scars are set for multiple buys. And as I just saw another operator getting scooped up here, but take a look back. I mean, Jin goes for the entry, but Torneko seemingly hearing the blast packs, just not reading that he was going to be right there alongside the tube. Ends up falling, and that's just the site broken open and everything falls apart there from Scars.
And now some reinforcements on the B side of the map, but right now it looks like a bit of an A lane for the side of Fancy. Looking for some aggression out of showers. Jemkin, with that Reyna, can be a real nuisance in that space, but he's also pushing back as Scars is not too sure what to expect here. Sure, you've got Fountain somewhat under control, but yes, I think kind of expecting a push out, but Crystal with that op, likely, I think, to just hold this angle until there's some kind of presence towards the other side of the map. Flash to check showers. Nobody home for the side of Fancy. Let's see if they're going to shift their weight over towards the B side. Certainly looks that way.
He's got the Seekers. He's going to go ahead and use them now. He's going to be heading their way across, trying to chase. Back through the link. Won't get cleared out, but holding on the angle. Crystal not good for it. Nizzy takes his head off, puts that up right on the ground. And with that pick, they're more than happy to drift away over towards the A site. Scars, however, getting a sense of this. They full send their 4 players, but Jemkin is now the front line. If he can come away with a kill, even up the numbers, be good for him, but as the paranoia crashes across, he sends out the Leers and just looks to disconnect. The swing on the corner, Jin finds the kill, still gonna be stunned up, swings back through Torneko, gonna be good for 1. Up close and personal, yes I can! And he finds 2 as Wukong gets the cleanup. Fancy now, touching distance, 1 more round to get us tied once more.
A huge punch back from Fancy. Nizzy just comes from an unexpected angle. Just not able to react in time is Crystal. Normally, he's been quite good with that operator here so far today, but this time around, sneaks right underneath him. Crystal expecting a different direction, and Jin here, a lot of utility exchanged, able to get the better of it, and yes, I can. Certainly living up to his name. And now things start to get a little bit more precarious for Scars if they fall on this round the money. A little bit more dire, whereas Fancy now, bank account is huge. Jin with a showstopper. Paranoia.
Not hitting. Jin gonna be taken down. Jemkin takes a dismiss, drops out the backside. Yes, I can. TPing forward. Is this red? Swings out, and no, it is not. Jemkin fallen. Allen gone. Yoshi with a pop flash looks to try to turn the tides, but he only gets 1. A 2v3 as the rotation comes through the pit, having to be abandoned. Nade up over the top. Crystal trying to find something, but it's nowhere close to the plant spot. Doesn't get the damage he's looking for, as everybody from the side of Fancy now just disconnects off the site. Gets himself situated here in Garden. As I can, peeking around the back, and could even continue to rotate, swing himself up into Hookah to give them that punishing crossfire. Boombot out. Nizzy getting a read, but Crystal getting the blind headshot. Brings it now to parity. 2v2, but they're running out of time. Out the window, yes, I can tack down low. But running out of time here, Crystal just wants to try to get guns out of their hands, but he cannot do it. Vicio will stop him in his tracks, and we will be tied up once more.
I'm a little bit surprised that Scars went for this retake. The money, again, a little bit
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah, a little bit. So I thought maybe they might just grab that because they threw that poison cloud down right on top of that Vandal. I thought they might just grab that and leave, but they went for it. And, you know, especially after you get that kill on the Nizzy, then you think there's maybe a hope when you've got it down to that 2v2, but yes, I can. So stalwart for the side of Fancy. They're having a wonderful half, and look at those ultimates.
Yeah.
Just about everything other than the neural theft. And a timeout has to be taken here by Scars, who are short on cash, but we've seen that they can do a good job with those lower buys. Of course, saw it in the very last round of Split. No Blade Storm, of course, but still, Jemkin not finding a ton of damage with this Reyna. So far, a bit of a quiet day from him, so credit where credit's due to Fancy. They've done a great job shutting down that stellar duelist who has been just a nightmare for so many teams in this tournament to go up against.
And Jin is just having a whale of a time. Continues to find kill after kill in these rounds. Just put up such solid numbers to be such a solid entry figure here for the team in this attacking half. It's been absolutely instrumental for them to now be in this position and force out this second and final timeout here on Bind from Scars. But so far, they've been good about converting rounds off the back of timeouts. With this bye, it does feel a bit similar to what we saw them with ending that first map. Can they get the round win to once again regain the lead with a couple of Buckies and a hero rifle?
And Crystal's one away from the showstopper, so who knows, a Bucky kill into a showstopper?
Oh, the swing out. Got the dink across onto one, so Wukong down to 56 with some unhealable damage, but it's not the kill that they would so desperately want, and that's the rifle now stranded away from the rest of the players.
I've got your trail.
Yoshi does have that fan from as Crystal zoned into the corner, completely blinded. Nade, however, will find Nizzy.
There's
Showstopper's available now to try to flush this out. He's going to use it. Jumping forward, sends it in the corner, and he gets two! Jin Wukong dead! Torneko, however, will accidentally kill him off with his own snake bite in the confusion. But now they've got the two remaining players zoned back here into the shower. No tap on the spike quite just yet. 3 players strong. This is possible, but they have to get on this soon. Time starting to dwindle. The swing out. Allen moves his way forward. Yes, I can. Sprays down for 2. Looks for the third. Will get it. Damn close, but Fancy will be able to go ahead and take the lead. Now 10-9. Staying afloat, staying alive in this series.
Love the way Fancy draws up this round. You can use that Viper's Pit to secure that southeastern corner of the A site. And then the Odin to spam through the wall as well. A smart play here from Crystal to eat this Seekers, to not reveal the presence of that Bucky. Gets the showstopper, gets a big double, gives some hope to Scars in the round. But then it's yes I can. Just so many impactful rounds here in the last couple. A little bit of Showers pressure being shown once again.
Flash into the corner, not going to be spotting anything. Jemkin trying to play around that one. It's the swing out. He's going to be good for one. Oh boy. Basically the final frame before he would have died gets that dismiss off.
That's what you need from Jemkin.
Until it was so close, the game almost didn't know what the hell to do with his animation. But he gets out. It's a very necessary beginning to the round here for Scars as they look to tie it up 10-10. That Emperor's still going to be pocketed as Allen spotting a few here. Out short on the Jiggle Peak. Looks to drop the smoke. We'll go ahead and send it down onto the box. The rest of the team now creeping over, getting ready to attack into Hookah, where Torneko is waiting patiently with a bite in hand.
Got this orbital strike for Allen to make things all the more difficult now for Fancy. Torneko able to avoid any damage. Gonna try to shift in this corner. He flirted with this last time. Instead, he's gonna send a bite. Let's see if Fancy's gonna be able to read this.
Well, Trailblazer will make it all the more readable. Push in though, he just rushes past it. He dodged the dog, now finds yes I can. Swing on the corner, looks for the shutdown. Vizio wins out of the fight. Behind the box, however, is Yoshi. Finds one, Vizio gets himself a second. Orbital strike, dropping in. He's got nowhere to go, can't get into the cubby. The spike now gonna be stranded with 10 seconds remaining. Nizzy out onto the site. He could get the plant, but he's gonna be surrounded. Swing in, Jemkin, good for the kill, and we are tied up once more.
Just beautiful awareness here from Torneko. Once he's isolated, he just pushes space, completely catches Fancy off guard. Again, the big opener. This is what you need from Jemkin. If Scars is going to come through and take this map, take this 2-0. But Tornado, Yoshi there to back him up instantly. And a beautiful timing on that orbital strike from Allen, waiting for the player to get out of hookah before he commits to it. I think a lot of players would think, well, why not just send it into hookah right away? Well, by that time, you know, the players from your opponent might have already gotten out of that window and gotten away from it. Instead, he catches them with that, knowing that time, knowing that pressure that they're going to be under to get that plant down, catches the player out in the open. Beautiful stuff from Scars, and timeout from Fancy. Last one for them. No more remaining. This is it. Got to find a way to see if they can get 3 more rounds. Push this into Ascent. See if they can continue a dream run here.
That's now all the timeouts expended. Neither coach going to be able to pump the brakes from here on out as both teams seek to get themselves to 13, but just given the back and forth nature of this one, it feels like we're destined to go to overtime. We'll have to just wait and see though, as the coaches' mics will get turned off and give their final words to these squads.
I'm reminded now of an overtime on Bind, 2021 LCQ. Was it North Epshon in Full Sense?
Oh.
Or North Epshon, and it was a tie team for sure, but
don't recall.
Another Japanese team.
That's some
it went very deep.
Some pretty long ones.
It was a long time ago. It feels like maybe we're destined for some kind of long duel here on Bind, similar to that.
Well, Yoshi rushing out to grab the orb. That is going to give him the Seekers now. They have that alongside the Empress as far as ults are concerned. Showstopper for Jin, though. Could be monstrous to try to get Fancy this lead once more. TP into the elbow, opposite side of the wall. It does get canceled. Yoshi trying to keep himself covered and out of sight. So far has worked a treat. Jin continuing to push, sends a Showstopper out. Not going to be able to find a kill. Yoshi going to be good for one on the site before he gets taken down by Nizzy, and that's going to be the neural depth now invested once more. Getting the full reveal and painting the picture that, yep, they're all back in spawn. Jin seeming like he wants to challenge. Swing on the corner, but Jemkin takes his head off. The Leer forward quickly dealt with a bite. Buys some time alongside the poison orb. Volley into the back corner. Wukong forced away.
Blinded.
Pop flash to try to further delay. Jemkin goes rushing up. Empress still not popped. Seems like he still wants to try to hold on to this one, but they get themselves forward. They buy themselves enough space to actually get onto the spike as the half hold starts to come through. Visio finds one. Jemkin going to be taken down. The double swing out from elbow. They managed to find Allen. Torneko now gone, and it's all on Crystal, the IGL. It's held to half. He's going to try to get back onto this one. With a swing in, Nizzy will get the finish, and Fancy United will move up 11-10.
Just another fast hit here from Fancy that catches Scars a bit off guard and puts Yoshi in a really difficult position. Have the Seekers in hand and an opts to push behind tubes like this. Love that our observers showed us that replay, because that was a really important moment in this round. It took the only ult out of the hands of Scars, and Yoshi just felt the pressure, able to get a trade, and then the retake there able to be handled very nicely with a very low amount of utility for Fancy. They just had the flashes really left from Wukong. They're able to get those crossfires and hold it down. Now to Torneko, oh boy.
2 ults to none. The judge has to be revealed nice and early. Pain Shells as well, bouncing towards him. Drops out, and mind you, he does not have any armor. He's gonna reaggress back in, but they get a sense of this, and yes, I can, just spams him through the box. The judge finds nothing. That leaves just Yoshi by himself here on the site, but not for long, because it's a misread here. For seemingly the first time from the side of Scars, they double rotate, but okay, looks like they suss this out very quickly. They start doubling back.
Yeah, with how much space Yoshi was able to get there in hookah, kind of able to give enough of a clue for the side of Scars that this is likely to be an A hit. Jemkin with that Vandal, the big threat for the side of Scars. And a commit towards U-Haul.
Push forward, classic in hand. Allen takes down Jin. Crystal in the meantime gonna fall. Allen picks up that Vandal, finds one. Jemkin managing to come away with a single kill, but yes, I can just swings around behind him. Manages to find that kill. Now it's all on Yoshi. A judge now swapped out. Knows that there's one behind the box, but As far as Nizzy's position goes, it's a complete and utter surprise. He does have the Seekers, but he doesn't want to have to use them. The camp not getting the tag. Seems like he starts sensing that he is going to be up in heaven. The tap, the swing, yes I can, gets the kill. A 4K for him, as Fancy will take it to map point.
Just great stuff once again from Fancy, expecting the re-aggress from Torneko. They learned their lesson from the last time in Hookah. And even though it's a pretty decent read, and the overwhelming firepower, the presence of mind from Yes I Can to expect this position, able to punish Jemkin, who doesn't have anywhere else really to dismiss at that point, trying to hold that Showers angle, worried about Nizzy coming through there. Nizzy's utility once again coming up big to keep Yoshi in check at the end of the round. That Cypher Cam, well placed, well thought out. He has just been absolutely instrumental in the way that they're able to keep Scars contained, keep the information game slightly ahead. Just checking an angle here to make sure Jemkin isn't lurking around, but immediately the molly out.
A full send over here through the Showers. Not something that we've seen quite just yet. The molly and the spray does help get a little bit of damage across, but no elimination's going to be found quite just yet. Paint shells investment from Crystal, going to be good for one. Jin trying to tuck back, but Allen up close next to the spike does find him before Physio will strike him down with the Odin. Man advantage is there. The Seeker's going to be let loose and will reveal that they are all sitting right now inside of the Showers. The bite, the further delay. This Jemkin tries to go creeping forward. The pit still holding strong though. Flash in. Not going to get the full blind. Crystal around the back looking for the backstab. Goes jumping forward, finds one. Knows that the other is going to be inside, and he gets the finish there. On the Yes I Can. It's not over yet. Scars will take this up to 11, one round away from giving us an overtime.
And just enough pressure at the point of attack and enough patience here from the side of Scars. Just that lurk from Crystal. So key in this round. Oh my goodness. The grenade there as well. Allen doing a good job up on the point. And it's the ability to keep their utility in hand for the side of Scars. Keep that Seekers available. Sort of identify that position like you called out, Achilleos. Give them the opportunity to go for that rotate and eliminate that valuable ult for Fancy, who tried to close it out, try to dig into that well. Once again, Scars not fooled a second time around.
They drop the pit, Allen grabs the orb. Now the orbital strike is in his hands. Could be absolutely instrumental in getting us into that overtime here in our opening series of the playoffs.
And Crystal not far from the showstopper either, only 2 away.
For now, Fancy taking this nice and slow, not making any noise, just holding some angles, trying to see if there's going to be any forward aggression on either side of the map. As we can tell, that is not going to be the case whatsoever. Orb comes up, ping comes down though. Scars suspecting that somebody might have gotten moved forward into that cubby here on short.
I mean, Scars just really trying to feel this map out, trying to identify as many of the positions of Scars as they can. They know there's 2 over on B. This looks like a commit towards A. Jin full on in towards U-Haul, smokes up towards heaven.
They claim it. Crystal waiting for the challenge to swing out. The flash goes in. He's full blinded. Jin takes advantage. Jemkin, however, up from heaven. Gonna be good for one. Takes the dismiss out as it's a bloodbath here on the site. Allen calling the plant now, coming down with 20 seconds remaining. Yes, I can at 23. Physio at 56. Jemkin sends the leer, checks close, nothing noted. The ult from Yes I Can, thinking about it, but no. Drops back. Sends out a smoke first, now looks to just re-peek in towards Lamps. Sees nothing, now he doesn't see anything at all because Jemkin takes him down, leaving just Nizzy. The hold to Hap coming through, Jemkin trying to defend, and he will! The 3K comes in, the defuse will come across, and Scars are not going down without a fight. They will extend this into OT and keep that 2-0 dream alive.
Just a phenomenal map here from both teams. Just love what you're seeing. Just, again, the adjustments, that orbital strike forces the positions out, does some damage. In those opening exchanges, Scars comes out just a bit ahead. The players from Fancy were dinged up, and Scars here, some fist bumps, some cheers, looking to see if maybe they can end this on a 2-0. Fancy looking to try and take this map, take us over to Ascent. And of course, with OT, it's all Steven. And both halves were even, so this is going to be absolutely, I think, a barn burner of an overtime.
6-6 into a 6-6. Just how deep does this rabbit hole go? We're about to find out. The barriers have been opened up. Some flashes exchanged over here at B. Crystal again, just looking to open up hookah. Paint shells used, nothing noted, but very much is remembering how things went on that attacking side. The quick TP's in from behind him, getting that punish.
Exactly. He's looking at it, and he's worried that there could be somebody potentially lurking through. Spike going to be picked up, as it looks like Scars is going to be setting up. But look again, these fast lurks.
Steps from Allen. He should be noted. I think they know that he's rotating across. They're going to try to get the catch onto him. He manages to get himself out by Fountain just fast enough to not get spotted. Lear out. Nizzy lurking inside of the smoke. Crystal finds an opening kill. The swing in. Nizzy good for only one. Crystal has two. It's a 4v2 now, as they're both on the flank, and they're going to be noted. Great sense here. Not quite realizing how close he is, but Crystal has got the covering fire, and he shuts Jin down.
Planted.
Yes, I can. Now the last man standing, the showstopper at the ready. He's been spotted. He's annihilated. Crystal gets the 4K. Scars taking the match point.
Crystal has been absolutely monstrous for Scars today on this raise.
Match point.
Such an impactful round here, and the timing just barely. Scars is able to get ahead of this lurk, clear the side out, get the plant almost down. And then, of course, the showstopper, the icing on the cake for Scars. Beautiful play, just absolutely beautiful stuff. And again, you know, Fancy has these ideas, but it's just a step behind. A lot of times we had seen that Fancy was a step ahead of Scars, but this time around, not going to be the case, and an immediate timeout here forced out, as you get an extra timeout when you go into overtime. So let's see if Fancy can drag this overtime a little bit further for themselves, or if it is going to be Scars who are going to be taking a 2-0 victory here. What a map. This has just been absolutely awesome.
It has been, and it's been so back and forth, and we can only hope that that is going to continue. The coach here for Fancy United, we've seen his elation, we've seen his frustration in the coach cam. You have to imagine that right now this is a speech of all speeches to be giving your players, because everything rides on winning this next round to keep themselves in this map, in this series. See if it's going to be good enough to get it done.
Ooh. Pressure is on, no doubt about it. Their year on the line in this one round for Fancy United Esports. And Jin, and Yes I Can, have had a wonderful map. But Crystal, once again, just an absolutely unreal performance for Scars today. Keeping them ahead as we go on to Scars on the defender's side.
Talking about how they love to play this death ball style. Everybody grouped up, 4 members strong now, looking to pressure here at Hookah. Torneko already making his exit as Jin goes jumping forward. Answering paint shells up into the corner of the spray. Coming down to Jin, so very low, and Torneko with a crossfire catches him from behind. And unfortunately, that might just be the beginning of the end here for Fancy United. Yes, I can. Nizzy still alive, but that much more pressure now applied to them for losing out on their raise that's been so important, especially on their attacking side.
And the utility dump tips things off here for Scars to get that opening kill. The Trailblazer, in particular, allows them to start setting their own utility, and Flash to confirm as well.
Flash goes in. Nizzy already noted. They're just going to go ahead and try to square peg round hole this one here. Whoa. Over onto the site. Somehow, Yes I Can finds Crystal, gets Torneko as well. Yoshi going to be good for one, but Yes I Can stands tall. The 3K for him. They get themselves now into the advantage. A 3v2 with Jemkin and Allen. Trying to bring this one back, trying to finish the series, finish the map. Jemkin checks up. Nothing noted here in Hookah. Swings around the back. Swing out. Yes, I can. gets himself a fourth, and we will go deeper. 13-13. Fancy. Whatever the coach said, it certainly worked a treat.
But what a beautiful idea here from Yes I Can to TP in there again. We've seen this before, where he's able to just find enough room to get underneath the unsuspecting noses of Scars. Crystal tries to push space to try to do something about it, and Yes I Can just too fast, too on the money, and the IGLs just absolutely having phenomenal performances for both teams. Back and forth we go.
We're straight back into it. Seems like Yes I Can maybe anticipating some early aggression here at short, but nothing spotted. Doesn't let that paranoia go. Still has it in the back pocket as Crystal once again just looks to check forward and then turns his sights immediately towards the teleporter. They're so wary about that punish coming through. Fancy stay statuesque holding their positions, but do start creeping forward a little bit more. They back away right before they would have gotten caught out. Lear at the ready. It goes up and Crystal instantly domes Jin. Gets the better of him. Yes I Can now trying to make his exit. He's over to the side. Ficio pushes forward, finding one. Torneko taken down. And once again, the man advantage going to be there for Fancy. Allen just decayed down low. Jemkin not sure which way to look. Ends up getting caught out, leaving now just Yoshi and Allen all in their lonesome. Jump out of the window, clear onto the camera, but the dart still comes through. The rotation's now going to begin as Nizzy not looking to take any unnecessary risks.
30 seconds left.
Heels committed before that spike gets planted, which means the Fancy are going to be in striking distance here.
Oh, the space is
around
open.
The back. They're making their way through, but there's still not much time. They make the call. They say, okay, sprint it over towards A. Is this going to be enough? Can they get into positions, however, to still try to win this out because the deck is very much stacked against them all the same. 2 seconds to spare. The spike now getting planted. Fancy realizing that they've been duped.
No utility at all to speak of for Scars until that flash comes back online for Yoshi, but he just used it to confirm that the site was open.
Flash around the back into the spawn just to try to check Yoshi. The tip of the spear right now in this moment. The wall drops. He snaps on the one. He looks for the other. He cannot get it. Yes, I can. Keeps standing tall now, leaving Allen in 1v3. He hears the footsteps from 2. Waits for his moment. Swings out. Gets one. But now, stuck into a corner. Swings back in. Can't get it done. And Fancy, they will get the round win. They will take the lead. And the map is once more in their hands.
Unbelievable stuff here. Scars trying to make the best of a bad situation.
Switching sides.
But the spray's just a little bit off on the follow-ups. If either one of those second kills had come through for Scars, they might have been able to do that. But the early crunch here, the crossfires, not able to be dealt with. Yeah, the Lear and push combo from Jemkin and Crystal was good. But the follow-through is better for Fancy. Just unreal stuff. Now they're one away from pushing us to Ascent, keeping their tournament lives alive, and this is yet another timeout. Of course, this is it. No more, now for real, no more timeouts left.
Yeah, no further communication to be had from the coaches from this point. Let's see if Scars can continue to extend this. Get that reset once again, or Fancy will finally be able to stand tall, put their feet down, and end this map and extend this all the way over to Ascent. We were talking about it before. It felt like we were destined, just given how neck and neck they were to get to overtime. So God knows how many more rounds we have ahead of us here for this map. But it has been delivering as Fancy continue to fight back. I mean, you think about it, that push coming through, Jin instantly shut down. The 4v5 conversions from the side of Fancy have been excellent. Even 3v5 conversions in some situations.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm just so impressed with Fancy in the way that they never really lose composure throughout this entire map. Every time that Scars seems to have them on the ropes, they're able to punch back, they're able to stabilize, they're able to get back on their feet, continue to fight. And yeah, it's been on the back of some heroic plays by Yes I Can here as this map has run along. But now, Fancy on the attacker side, Scars on the defender side. Jemkin trying to take control of Showers, and Fancy not really interested, trying to use that Trailblazer to help him out, but Fancy had already decided to leave that area. Now you've got that 3-stack from the side of Scars. Flash is going to spot Nizzy, but everybody else into hookah here.
Crystal is thinking about going for this peek. This could be everything. Swings down, finds one, now tries to disengage. The blast pack almost actually knocking Yoshi back in towards them. The paint shell's in, Jin finds the kill. And we're instantly even back up now at a 4v4. They're without their omen, but Crystal continuing to want to push the issue. He's thinking about it, but they're watching for it. And in fact, they're just cutting noise and looking to reaggress. Smoke comes down though. Good timing from Allen. Try to keep him in a safe position here.
Certainly not.
Oh, he's tucked up right against the edge of this one. The push in, finds one. Can he get away with more? And the answer's no. Now into a 3v3. 2 members left under the site. The wall going to be set up. Flash out through the smoke. Drop down out of the window. And Torneko guns him to the ground. Nizzy needs to be the one if they want to end this map right here. Sends down the cage. Shifts over, grabs the spike, but I don't think he's got the read. He spots one, the headshot comes in, but Torneko with a third will tie it up once again, 14-14.
I mean, these Scars players are so difficult to predict. You know, sometimes we see Torneko getting aggressive on the back of these angles, on the back of these smokes, and yeah, they're able to take Yoshi down. But then this time, Crystal with tons of patience, able to find another, and then they're just not quite ready for Torneko to be holding that angle. I'm gonna need that towel myself here. I'm getting a little bit sweaty after this.
Well, you're the one who decided to wear a turtleneck in Bangkok.
That's true, but it's like the AC was blasting in here earlier, but it's, you know, with how hot this map has been. Oh my God,
Crystal finding one, but can he get away? Oh, almost drifted back into the smoke, but Wukong eventually finds him. Would have been the great escape, but not to be. Instead, it's just gonna be both Razes dead right off the rip.
Let's see.
Now looking to hold.
Let's see, Scars doesn't want to push past these boxes and the truck.
Peek up over the top.
Yeah.
His head barely obfuscated by that smoke. He's just trying to see if he can get a pixel of that enemy Cypher. Nothing spotted yet, and now needs to be wary about the reinforcements arriving here onto the site. The bite flushes him out. He drifts back now into the showers as Wukong is in position to backstab here on short. Tucked into the corner and watching for it here is Yoshi. Jemkin also in a position where he could potentially counter swing, but no, Jemkin's gonna be the first one to fall. Yoshi wins out on that fight. The pop flash coming through, but oh, he's not ready for the player on the right. Now he's not ready for the one on the left. The cleanup comes in, the time dwindling down. It's low, but it's still going to be the defuse coming in for the side of Fancy once more, taking the lead, taking map point.
It looked pretty good for Scars. I thought they had a pretty good read on this. But then out in the open here, you can get the trade on the Razes. Oh, but they pushed that trap wire. I thought they were going to play completely behind that space. But instead, Yoraneko tries to get aggressive through his own poison cloud, gets spotted, and then the round just starts to collapse. Wukong there on that long flank. Again, Fancy loves those long flanks, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but a lot of times they have been working. They've kind of identified that Scars doesn't always do the best job.
Jin with the rush forward. Does need a bit of that friendly fire paranoia, but still is going to be fine as Allen is disconnected all the way out towards the spawn. Jemkin in the meanwhile just here at backside. Crystal holding in showers. Nizzy walk into him. He sees the elbow. It's enough for him. Jemkin holds down, finds one, goes for the devour, not the dismiss. Still keeps it even, but could have got out of there scot-free. Crystal though lurks up, finds yes I can, brings them back into an advantage. They should have a very good idea about the positions of these last two players, and one of them is hard confirmed. Spike is in hand. Could TP across, but Nizzy would be so late to join. Casio in the meantime, pushing up, spots him, is spotted, tries to swap out weapons, manages to do so, but gets run down. Yoshi with the kill, Torneko with the finish. We go deeper. 15-15, it's not over yet.
Absolutely, just phenomenal stuff from both teams. Getting deep into this map. Oh boy. I mean, Jemkin here, like you said, had he gone for that dismiss, could have been a little bit of an easier one, but Crystal able to sneak back out of showers, able to get back into a position to set up a beautiful crossfire. And with Crystal watching, Jake Shin.
Jake Shin, head of APAC, checking his threads perhaps.
Yes.
The new hotness. Right now, nothing's hotter than this matchup. Once again, Crystal, same setup. Paint shells on the side. Look to the teleporter. Drift away.
Cover going out. See what Scars wants to do. I'd like to see them try to look for some of these lurks, and right now they're so far back. It feels like they are kind of expecting some kind of pressure early.
Looks like right now they're going to go for a 2-3 split. Short showers. Pretty far back hold here from the side of Fisio, so he can just disengage. Gets away for a moment. Tries to send out that bite. Now not at the ready. Gets knocked down to 22 HP. Crystal goes for the entry, goes diving forward. Still is tagged up just a bit, but now finds one. Allen gets the other. Yes, I can. He's been so very clutch for them here. Sends out the smoke. Is going to be noted. Allen swings the corner, finds that elimination. Wukong, good for one. He's going to get vulnerable. Flushed out into the open. Yoshi with the elimination now. Nizzy on his lonesome here in a 1v3, and Allen has got himself an orbital strike, as well as the molly. And you'd have to suspect that even a miracle is not going to be good enough to get Nizzy back into this round.
This should be a 0% chance here for Nizzy.
Everything they're playing with, he will be able to get one, but needs to get the tap onto the spike to try to force out some of this util nice and early. Instead, actually, no. Orbital's just going to be used out in front. The bite comes sailing in from Toroneko, and yeah, there's just no hope, no chance in hell. Even if he kills them both, the damage is done. He'll find one, and he wants to kill just for the sake of it, but there's nothing else to be done. Nizzy will fall to the spike as Scars will now once again get match point.
Switching sides.
And it's the entry here from Crystal that breaks some of the crosshairs, breaks some of the sight lines of Fancy. He's able to just barely find a timing to scoot out of showers with those blast packs, send some confusion, create some crossfires, create some angles, gain some space for the side of Scars that's able to snowball this round into their favor, to take control of that front of the site, get some of those big kills early, and lock things down. And Scars now 1 round away from taking this 2-0 victory to go up against Nous Esports. I told you this felt like that 2021 LCQ game, dude.
Certainly does. As Jin just dead to his own paint shells, and that is not what you want to see at all. Crystal, in the meantime, finds Yes I Can, and it feels like the wheels have come off the bus. Where do you go from here?
It can be nothing short of near perfect for the side of Fancy United if they're going to get this back. And now you can start drifting some players over, a little bit of an overcommit towards the B site here from Scar. So some space has been open for this plant for Wukong and Fisio. Give Fisio that spike potentially. See if maybe he can drag a Viper's Pit into this round. Nizzy just trying to buy time, trying to keep Scars planted.
Working his way forward, was ready for Toroneko in that position. Now paint shells right into his face, and Yoshi swings to give him a bullet instead. The A site unoccupied with 5 members for a retake. Fisio needs to go absolutely nuclear here on this forward hold. He's going to try to drift back, but the footsteps are coming closer and closer to him. Suddenly he's going to be out into the open. Now he's noted they absolutely saw him as they look to go on the chase. The flash finding nothing. He's got to swing out, but they are just continuing to flood forward. He drops down, manages to find one, but Jemkin will claim him. It's all on Wukong. He's got 32 health in a dream, but it's now a nightmare as the defuse will come in. It's 17-15. Scars, they will end the tournament here for the side of Fancy United. Their season, their chance at promotion, it is brought to an end. And the representatives from Japan will press forward to play against Nous Esports tomorrow.
What an absolutely wonderful map from both of these teams. Back and forth the whole way. Both sides as even as it can get. Great adjustments through and through, but Scars just a little bit more left in the tank in the long run. But man, oh man, I absolutely loved what I saw from Fantasy United on this map. I thought they had a great read on Scars. Did a really good job today keeping Jemkin in check, but it was the Crystal show, man. He was insane.
He was. And unfortunately, I think that last round is going to be haunting him, haunting his dreams tonight as he tries to sleep. But Jin with that pain shell. A monstrous performance from him on Bind. But just an unfortunate way to kick off that last round. Does that not happen? Who knows? Perhaps we continue to go on. Perhaps we see this go, 19, 17, 20 plus rounds on either side.
Yeah.
But Scars are going to be the ones holding their heads high and keeping themselves alive here in Ascension.
I am just so tickled. I loved watching that map. Can't ask for a better performance here with their lives on the line. Fantasy United still able to dig deep until the very end. Drag this into 3 overtimes.
Yeah. And look, it might not be a win.
Right.
But it's still putting their region on the map.
Yes.
I think a lot of people, just having not had a big exposure to Vietnam in the past, might just write them off coming into this event, but they make it into the top 3 of their group. They push Scars to the very brink here on Scars' map, pick a bind, and they take it so very deep with a 15-17 finishing scoreline with them in the loss. So I think these players definitely have made names for themselves. They definitely need to be respected and paid attention to in the future, because clearly these guys can play.
The future is so bright for this region. I mean, this was just absolutely wonderful. I mean, yeah, Split didn't maybe go their way, but here on Vine, a completely new agent composition that we hadn't seen at least since the last couple of times they had played. Maybe they had run it in the past a long time ago, but here, this was not anything that Scars could have had prepared on tape. And so this was just them coming in with a game plan. A lot of that Cypher stuff really brilliant. The ways that they were pushing space here, really good reads, but again, Scars just ever so slightly ahead right now.
But what a hell of a way to kick off the playoffs here in Ascension Pacific.
Kidding.
I mean, okay, overtime, it ends up going deep. Not quite that 3-mapper that we were hoping for, but feels pretty much like we got a 3rd map there because of how tight that was. But of course, we're not done yet. We still have another series, but before we even get into that, the desk has plenty to break down, as does Komodo, who's going to be standing by with yet another Telestration segment for us. He's been waiting there since before we even got into overtime, so he's been standing stalwart for quite some time. But go ahead, take it away and break down the action.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, guys. Of course, so much in that series, a close one, but we are going to get started right into this segment, and none other than the bonus round, real early to kick off the competitiveness here. This is a bonus. There is guns, lots of them for Fantasy United, and what I want to highlight in this one is the setup that we are actually seeing from Fantasy United is going to be the same in the pistol round, where we do see, in fact, Wukong and Nizzy playing over on the site itself. And what I want to say in this one is keep an eye on the utility isolation that Scars are able to throw in. First Aaliyah to isolate that one-on-one duel, and then Nizzy falls on the swing. The split-second difference that Sky Smoke actually buys Scars to be able to find those 2 kills is paramount for them to be able to take over this round. And then things start to get a little bit spicy thrown into the mix from Fantasy United because of the space that Scars has already found into the site. I'm just going to go ahead and skip forward a little bit further here to when we get into the depths of this post plan. All of the members of Scars actually lose their life, meaning that the next round, even though they get the plant, they get the win in this one, means that they could potentially be playing with a couple of scraps, but it's not going to be the case. They manage here in the next round to still get a pretty comfortable bye, and keep an eye on the judge that has actually been thrown over towards Crystal here with the plays over towards the B site previously, we have a little bit of a change up for the side of Scars, but most importantly for Fancy, actually, because we can see in the showers, we actually do get a change where the Cypher setup for them is going to be over at this A site now, with the Viper being there as well. And that is going to be the sinister play that actually nearly undoes Scars in this round. So as we see, it's going to be a very quick launch from Crystal in towards Lamps rather. And we want to see with all these Cypher cages going on down that Nizzy is off-put by the Snake Spike going on down. So at this point in time, a 5 versus 4 situation for the side of Scars. But again, this position in the showers, not expected whatsoever to be able to peek out. And although the location of Fissio is being held by Jem Keen, that duel is actually lost. And that's where this round just gets turned on its head, you would think. Remember, we just had a map that was so close going into the depths of overtime that all of the rounds just have these really interesting moments that can turn it completely the other way around. So when we do actually fast forward and get in towards the site, we see that the amount of space is actually deeper controlled for the Scars members into the site. And Jin, he had a flank potential over at the A site if Scars did stick there, but he is completely isolated out of the play over at the Fountain. And that just forces his teammates to have to get into the action really early on. Crystal with this judge, up close and personal. A little bit of tomfoolery when he actually pulls out his knife. And yes, can get the trade there. But then into the one-on-one, it comes down to who can get the job done better. You'd think it might be Jin because he's already on this line, but he swings, moves his crosshair, and the placement for Yoshi in that round had already shown that he was ripe and ready for the duels in knowing where Jin was coming from because of the satchels that came in a little bit earlier. Such a competitive game to be thrown in this one. Overtime galore, but in the end, Scars get the victory. And of course, with that 2-0, that means we are done for this one. And we're ready to essentially throw it back over to the desk here.
Thank you for that excellent breakdown, Komodo. I mean, that was a really exciting game. It was neck and neck, round after round, and it's going to be Scars that's going to be facing off now tomorrow. Now, I think Fancy was just really prepared this time around. They seem to understand Scars and their very aggressive gameplay, and they punished them for it.
Yeah, they were punishing it at the start, and then towards the end, it just, like kind of what Paper Thin said, they ran out of gas in the tank, and you could clearly see a slight difference in both Ray's players. I just want to throw that out there first.
Jin just decided to kill himself at one point.
Oh, no. Ran into his own paint shells. And, it's not the first time we've seen it in a pro match, but it is unfortunate, especially when it happens in overtime.
Oh, yeah.
So that's rough. But like we just said on the desk, I think the biggest thing for Fancy is, okay, you pick the Omen, right? And you're setting up trap plays. Omen's really good for that. The Paranoia is so valuable. You can really set up for it. You're kind of tying it in with a Sky or something like that, or with a Viper Toxic Screen. So that's great. But again, this is one of those scenarios where, okay, after a fair number of rounds or after the side switch, you don't really have as many ideas anymore. And then Scars can just say, well, we have Arena, we have great fraggers, we're just going to bulldoze our way through, catch back up. And quite frankly, on defense, yes, the set plays set up Jin on the Raze to get a lot of kills on Fancy. But once you went over to the other side on attack, as the entry, he was barely getting any frags. And yes, I Can was the one who had to kind of drag the team out of the trenches to get into overtime.
Yeah, I have to say, even Jemkin, however, I think it's fair to say Jemkin wasn't popping off the way we usually see him pop off, even just a couple of days ago. And when he's not doing that, Scars does struggle. But Crystal continues to be an uber flex player, choosing to be a duelist today, getting back on that op as Raze. I mean, how impactful was that, Quack?
Really, I mean, he had that judge play, swapping over onto different agents, different weapons at times, and then also his teammates just there to back him up, really. They kind of had an understanding for how Fancy wanted to play against them after the first half, and just trying to press that pressure on and going a little bit faster at times, or sometimes even just knowing how to kind of peek out in certain spots, especially that one play that we saw with Crystal kind of going out of Hookah along with his teammate Yoshi. A little bit tricky at times, but it's the right idea to kind of get that opening pick against Fancy United, because after they lose a couple of players, it's always tough for this squad to kind of regroup and recollect before they go in for another play. There was also another round, I think, which was really interesting, I think it was round 23. It was one of those plays where you saw it's a good idea. Like Fishio had this Viper ult set up around the A site, yeah, the one up by Bats, and then they would guard the spike with this Odin play of his.
Oh, yeah.
It's really good. Yeah, it kind of worked out for the first time, but then Crystal had that adjustment. I mean, that's the thing about this guy. He's not just the duelist. He's also the IGL. So he calls for his team to kind of hold it down on the site while he wraps around back. It took a little bit of time, but when he arrived, oh boy, Fishio just had no idea what hit him from behind.
Yeah, and the timing of that as well, right? They learned not just to flank, but the previous time it happened, they had spent so much time trying to like do we tap the spike or not? Like, do we draw the utility? And they kind of flustered it. So yeah, the adaptability, a lot better from Scars. The fragging power, a lot better from Scars. And like the caster said, it's unfortunate that the road ends here for Fancy, because again, the ideas they bring are good. They have legs, the logic is behind you. It just doesn't go far enough. And a lot of it is, again, like, I think that's kind of what you were referring to, is that it relies on the entire team and their utility. So once you lose one, it's like, well, how do we make the same thing happen with one of the agents gone, right? And that picture doesn't quite play out in their head fast enough. I'm sure, obviously, that they've practiced, but again, on stage, things are a little different.
Yeah, things are always different when the pressure is on a live stage with a completely full audience. Now let's pull up those match stats right now. I think it was something we were discussing backstage as well with, oh my gosh, the IGL playing a Crystal. Jeez.
It was a long map.
It was so long. But Crystal playing on Raze, Crystal playing on Raze, it was, I think, really interesting for him. We keep talking about it as an IGL. Using an op, again, as an IGL, is that confident? Are they so confident, or are they just trying to throw Fancy into a mental loop?
I really, it's interesting, it's unique, I kind of like it, because as a duelist, maybe as an IGL, you can call for certain pieces of utility and tell your teammates what exactly you want to do, what you want to get out of a certain play. And I think, round 23, when he had the play against Fishio's Vipers Pit, that was an example of one of those rounds. I just wonder if it's enough to carry them over against Naos.
All right, with that, we're going to hear from the players themselves. We have Isar on stage, who's going to interview one of the winning players.
And ladies and gentlemen, back at home and both at the venue, we are here now with our winner just now from the previous match. That was an amazing start to the playoffs. We have with us today Alan from Scars. ขอบคุณที่ช่วยกันทำอาหารกินด้วยนะครับคนที่อยู่ตรงนี้นะฮะก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะผมเชื่อว่าหลายๆท่านนะครับน่าจะมีคำถามเยอะมากๆนะครับผมให้กับคุณแอลเลนนะฮะซึ่งเกมเมื่อกี้บอกเลยว่าเสียวไส้มากๆเลยนะครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับสำหรับเกมแรกนะผมอยากรู้เลยว่าเฮ้ย Playoff เปิดตัวมาเนี่ยคิดว่ารูปแบบของความเป็น Single Elimination เนี่ยมันส่งผลต่อทีมมากน้อยขนาดไหนเพราะเอาจริงๆดูไปก็ค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นอยู่เนาะ And of course, congratulations for the match.
Thank you.
And yeah, you always seem so confident, right? In the past, in the group stages, your matches were really, really well performed. But the fact that this is already the playoffs and also in a single elimination format, do you think that has any impact on you and your team?
To be honest, I don't think there is not much impact for us. We're always confident of what we do, so not much really.
ครับก็คำตอบนะครับง่ายๆเลยนะครับก็ Single Elimination ก็เท่านั้นครับไม่ค่อยมีผลเท่าไหร่เพราะว่าเราก็ทำในสิ่งที่เราต้องทำต่อไปให้มันดีที่สุดนั่นเองนะครับผมสำหรับคำถามต่อมาครับอันนี้เป็นคำถามที่บอกเลยนะว่านักพากย์ทั้งฝั่งไทยนะฮะและฝั่งอังกฤษเนี่ยคุยกันเยอะมากนั่นคือเรื่องของคริสตัลที่หยิบเรสมาแล้วก็ซื้อออปเปอเรเตอร์กันมันอยู่ในหลายรอบนะครับแล้วอยากจะรู้เหมือนกันว่าเฮ้ยมันมาได้ยังไงมันมาจากไหนนะครับมันคือความมั่นใจหรือว่ามันเป็นการที่เราเนี่ยเตรียมการมาอยู่แล้วนะครับ so the next question is actually about the performance and the events that happened last game so we all know that it's already having Crystal being on Raze is pretty unique, but in addition, you guys also bought plenty of operators during the round, especially in the second map. was that pure confidence, or do you think that was something that has already been planned by your team?
I think it was like just for this enemy. They like to do like a contact push, which is like they don't do any action and they just peek with no skills. So we tried to do just using operator, but after that we didn't succeed much. So we changed up it and we just went back to rifles.
โอ้โหบอกเลยนะครับว่าสุดยอดจริงๆนะครับผมสำหรับคำตอบนะครับคือเขาอ่านฝ่ายตรงข้ามครับคือมองว่าอีกฝ่ายหนึ่งเนี่ยมีคอนแทคพุชค่อนข้างเยอะนะครับนั่นก็คือการที่เข้ามาแย่ๆนั่นแหละแต่ไม่ยอมใช้สกิลเพื่อที่จะเข้าไซต์ก็เลยคิดว่าออเปอเรเตอร์เนี่ยน่าจะเป็นคำตอบที่ดีแต่พอใช้แล้วนะครับมันกลับไม่ได้เวิร์กตลอดเวลาเลยทำให้นะครับก็ต้องเปลี่ยนแผนกันไปมานะครับก็ต้องบอกเลยนะครับว่าตึงเปรี้ยเหมือนกันนะครับสำหรับคู่นี้นะครับ and of course congratulations again for the match. Apparently that is it for now, guys, back at home. สำหรับคนไทยนะครับที่ดูอยู่นะครับตรงนี้นะครับก็หมดเวลาแล้วครับสำหรับการสัมภาษณ์ตรงนี้ผมเชื่อว่าหลายๆคนน่าจะมีคำถามเนาะแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับวันนี้เรายังเหลืออีก1 match นั่นเองครับ and of course ladies and gentlemen back at home we still have one more match left for you for the playoffs day 1 so stay tuned, please don't go anywhere, and we'll see you right back after the break.
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
Lead was flawless instead. They will stain the record of such a stellar squad. Bonkers! It absolutely will be one with the 1 versus 2 clutch. Continuing to show that Scars is king. And now Oz is bound for the playoffs, and we get the 2-0 from Nausees.
Very nicely done from the big man here. Fancy United.
One lesson I learned from this is like we gave them too much respect.
Well done by Fancy United against their crown.
Meta không tồn tại trong lối chơi của chúng tôi. Đến với vòng playoff này, tính kỷ luật và lối chơi đồng nhất sẽ là chìa khóa giúp team mình.
Fancy United make a statement.
Sobrang hirap nung simula. Pero eventually naging okay naman.
Now is the time.
In Ascension, we needed to beat our pressure. We almost every day fighting.
All of us together face nervous, but I know that as long as we keep going and stick together as a team, we should overcome it. Kita itu tim yang terbentuk dari kalah. Jadi kita datang sini sekarang mau menang. Mình muốn thấy những trận chiến đẫm máu, những yếu tố bất ngờ.
For this one, think smarter and win this tournament.
I think in playoff, we can show more our performance or aim.
We're gonna go bump in the circle.
I expect a chaotic battle.
Gue yakin banget preparation kita dan mentality kita.
It's a single elimination. We don't have the second chance to bounce back.
Nasa sa inyo yung pressure, wala sa amin.
Let's see what you got.
who's flawless instead. They will stain the record of such a stellar squad.
Bonkers! It absolutely will be what with the 1 versus 2 clutch. Continuing to show that Scars is king.
And Naos is bound for the playoffs, and we get the 2-0 from Naos.
Very nicely done from the big man here. Fancy United.
One lesson I learned from this is like, we gave them too much respect.
Well done by Fancy United, can send your crown.
Meta không tồn tại trong lối chơi của chúng tôi. Thì với vòng playoff này, tính kỷ luật và lối chơi đồng nhất sẽ là chìa khóa giúp team mình.
Fancy United, make a statement.
Sobrang hirap nung simula. Pero eventually naging okay naman.
Now is the time.
In Ascension, we needed to beat our pressure. We almost every day fighting.
All of us together face nervous, but I know that as long as we keep going and stick together as a team, we should overcome it. Kita itu tim yang terbentuk dari kalah. Jadi kita datang sini sekarang mau menang. Mình muốn thấy những trận chiến đẫm máu, những yếu tố bất ngờ.
For this one, think smarter and win this tournament.
I think in playoff, we can show more our performance or aim.
We're gonna go bump in the circle.
I expect a chaotic battle.
Gue yakin banget preparation kita dan mentality kita.
It's a single elimination. We don't have second chance to bounce back.
Nasa sa inyo yung pressure, wala sa amin.
Let's see what you got.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific 2023. We already finished our first series of today with Scars moving on tomorrow to face against Naos. Now it's time to go into our second matchup of today. We got Bonkers and Boom Esports. With me at the desk, I've got Quack and Will. I mean, that was a pretty exciting second game just now.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going into overtime.
Yeah, exactly. And not just one overtime, right? Quite a few. We were all thinking like, okay, well, maybe one or two, though they've already figured each other out. I mean, it was kind of a bloodbath, but quite frankly, at the end of the day, the fragging power from Scars, as we expected, seemed to be just one step ahead, so they'll be moving on. Now, this next match, I think, I would say this one's probably a lot harder to call in terms of predictions.
I can't predict this one.
Before you predict, let's explain to everyone again, what are the stakes if you win or you lose today? What does it mean for the teams, Quack?
I mean, of course, they have to represent their region. And for Boom, this is like their second run, a second shot at making it into, Pacific or making it into the world stage. Whereas for Bonkers, this is so much bigger, right? You got to represent this OCE region that's often kind of overlooked or region locked. And they finally made it here. They have such a good showing from the group stage. I want to see more of them.
Yeah, let's just say it like it is, right? Whether because of geographical location or whatever other reason, Oceania is, they're often forgotten, and they shouldn't be. And Bonkers is proving that, right? Skill-wise, this region should not be forgotten, but they're not given too many chances. And this type of chance, this type of stage, Ascension, to have that chance to get into VCT Pacific, this is massive. We talked about it, same with Fancy United, who unfortunately now is eliminated, but these are regions that just didn't have representation as a team in VCT Pacific this year. If you get to make it all the way to the end, you claim that spot, right? You take your seat at the table and you say, okay, now we're here to play with the rest of the best teams in this greater region.
That's right. And the stakes are high, though. Whoever loses today goes home. So this is it. This is the make or break for Bonkers. I don't say that about Boom because Boom Esports is probably the most experienced team here in Ascension right now. They've been on the champion stage last year. But we'll go more into that a bit later. Let's talk a bit about Bonkers' roster right now. I mean, they're definitely a lot of fun to watch. And again, like you guys said, it's rare to see this representation from Oceania across multiple esports titles.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of that, again, is purely because of geographical location. And you can't, it's not even that easy to scrim right across other regions and countries. And now Bonkers has said, okay, well, against all odds, we're here. We made it through the group stage. A lot of people called, their group the group of death, and they weren't quite always part of that conversation. And Bonkers says, no, we are the reason this is the group of death.
Yeah, most people kind of thought that, yeah, Bonkers, from OCE, they probably won't have that much experience, but guess what? They actually had a lot to show. They beat D plus Kia, a team that I think a lot of us actually predicted would make playoffs, and D plus Kia aren't the ones who are here, so Bonkers took their spot instead. Orangutan also were defeated by Bonkers, and then, maybe a tough match against Bleed. I think this is one of those examples where Bonkers, you could really see they had some great ideas, and of course, great duelists. One of those names has to be Lou, because this was one of those rounds where it felt like Bonkers was almost going to lose, but Lou just had that sense, that presence to show up just when his team needs him most. He did so much in this round with just his Blade Storm, guys. It's crazy, it's insane. This team has so much potential, and I think that the story is not over for them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? Having someone, especially a duelist that you can rely on when things get a little heated to save you, right, give you a little bit of breathing room into the next couple rounds is great. But let's be honest, given the kind of firepower that he's shown, it wasn't as consistent, the team overall, right? I mean, some of their losses were somewhat more one-sided. So curious to see, have they now overcome that coming into the knockout stage?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's been a bit of an inconsistent showing, but it would mean a lot to the region if they win, if they move on to tomorrow. But the fact that they've made it this far, I think, has woken up, as Conky said, a very sleepy region for the FPS titles, and this could help them put themselves back in the map. Now, the players are arriving. Let's have a chat with the players themselves outside with Bonkers.
Just arrived here at the arena, so we're going to try and catch an interview. I think we've got RDW to come out first. Riley, mate, come here. Have a chin wag. All right. Talk to me. What is your goal here? What do you want to do? And what do you want to prove at the finals?
I want to beat Famous. He knocked us out the first time I came international, and that's my personal goal.
Fighting words, mate. Good luck today. Yeah, beautiful.
Well, players are here. They took probably the longest flight to get over here to Thailand. It's a much shorter flight for the rest of the regions who came in for this. Bonkers in their bright orange. Now let's talk a bit about Boom. Now Boom Esports. I feel like we're all very familiar with them. We're familiar with the special fracture play.
Oh no! You brought that up.
They're literally never going to escape that until they can get back to an international stage and play Fracture again and potentially win.
That's what's at stake here. They are going to take their place and make it to Pacific and redeem themselves.
Anytime we see a zip line moment, I'm like, is it going to happen again? Is it going to happen a Boom moment? But look, okay. Boom, they've been around. They're the most experienced team here in Ascension, but that said, they've also shown a bit of an inconsistency here, which is very surprising. Now let's pull up the roster here. At least 3 of them, we've seen them across multiple tournaments.
Yeah, of course, right there at the front, right? Berser X, Blaze King, Famous, and this squad, like you said, Victoria, now if Bonkers was the team that, okay, surprised a lot of people just because you didn't really know what to expect, yet a little bit inconsistent, so we're curious to see if they overcome that. Boom, on the meanwhile, is more of that team of like, well, we thought you were an easy shoe into the knockout stage, and you weren't. In fact, you're not top seed of your group, so what happened here?
Yeah, you have to really think about it. I think out of all the teams that have played so far in their group, they were one of those that actually had the most full best-of-3 runs. A lot of their games were 2-1s against their opponents, and when it came down to the last game against Sersha, first of all, Sersha, I mean, home country, home crowd, it was big stakes for them as well, but Boom actually showed up on that day, and it was such an intense moment, but you could see how much Boom had to offer when they are able to play together, when they are actually able to kind of be a little bit more conservative, while not too reckless. Of course, led by their leader, Severin, who is a big FPS veteran in the Indonesian scene. 11 years of experience. You know, he's not like a crazy young guy with the. He's not crazy old either, but he has so much to offer.
Once you're going over double digits career in esports, that's a pretty long time. You've already seen it all and been there, done that.
I'm an old man.
All right, we're not ages here in VCT. I mean, Jesse Bash, you're okay, man. Don't worry about it. But you know, fun fact though, Famous, when he was at Champions, he was actually just a loan to Boom, so it's pretty cool to see him here now properly on the roster with the rest of them. I know that the players are also coming in now, so we're going to have another interview with them and Mac outside.
Hey guys, Boom has now just turned up as well. I'm going to try to catch a quick quote from someone getting out of the van. Looks like they're already very excited here. We'll see who we can get. We've got Severin, we've got the rest of the boys. I think we'll have a chat with Blaze King. We already spoke to him before. Mate, come here. Look, what have you been doing to prepare for this over the last couple of days? Of course, you had a pretty decent run through the groups, but playoffs, whole different story, right?
Yeah, we just like practice like our usual, and then we just prepare for the enemies, bonkers, and then we try to watch them and then try to find how to counter them.
Good luck, mate. Enjoy the game today. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mac. And yeah, definitely the teams have been preparing. I think when they first came into Ascension, a lot of them weren't so familiar with each other's gameplay styles, weaknesses, gaps, or strengths. And at this point, there's a lot of familiarity. And Boom, I'm sure, will be stepping up to the plate. I'm sure they're aware of their inconsistencies in their performances. And it's time to, you know, go full force. Now, I have to talk about our key players. Who do you guys want to... Who do you have your eye on?
Well, it's going to be the IGLs, I think, for both of us.
That was a crazy long pause. I was like, did he
Where's he going to go with this?
Different than what we talked about during rehearsal? Like, what's going on here? Am I set up here on my own on the desk?
No, come on. I would never do that to you, Will. No. Yeah, I mean, Vic brought up a very good point, because this is the main thing about these two teams, is that they made it into knockouts with, you know, slight inconsistencies. First of all, Bonkers actually qualifying because Scars won their match against D+. That was a little bit shaky, and you have to be honest about that. So there are things that they need to touch on and work on, and I think part of that comes in due to the fact you got the IGLs who can lead this team to the teams to victories.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things we want to point out, again, is that we are in the single elimination bracket now, right? Especially what Quack just pointed out. I mean, Bonkers, for instance, you kind of got in thanks to that last match result going in your favor. Meanwhile, Boom Esports, we all thought you were the favorites of that group, and you didn't take top seed. But now you don't have that chance to bounce back. I mean, going to a map 3 alone could already put so much pressure that you might get knocked out. You might not have a chance to take that spot going into VCT Pacific. So it's really down to the IGLs, not in terms of just leading their teams, but you also better be at your peak and putting up those numbers, because if your teammates fall, you can't also be the one that's like, well, you know what, I wasn't warmed up, or I was focusing on the minimap, or like those excuses just cannot happen anymore when it's single elim.
That's right. There are no more room for mistakes here at playoffs. Now let's talk about our predictions. I know all of us, all the talents here in Ascension are kind of divided on this. I was going for Boom Esports. Who do you guys predict?
I went for Boom Esports as well. I really wanted to ride on the copium train of Bonkers. I think they've been very impressive, but just, okay, like Boom looked shaky, but now we're going on to a bigger stage. I'm sure they've kind of felt the vibe out, right, and say, okay, this is how we got to fix this. They're going to get back into form. That's what I'm counting on.
For me, God, I can't do, this is like really 50-50. It could go either way with this.
Yes.
Part of me, you know, my heart's kind of like with Boom and what I'm wearing right now, which is actually an Indonesian batik traditional print shirt, which is like,
wow,
I don't know.
Biased desk.
Well,
it is a nice
my
shirt,
prediction
though.
went to
nice
Bonk.
shirt. It's a nice
But
shirt.
yeah, it's to represent, you know, Indonesia and the whole country, the whole region. I think they have a lot to offer. But also just, you know, look out for the little guy. Underdogs, I think Bonkers are the ones who kind of get overlooked a lot. He's going to say something.
They're really tall, by the way. They're not so little.
They're also really tall. I also want to say, though, that's probably the biggest thing that works in their favor. If Boom continues to look at them as the underdog this match, that's not going to work out. But we did just hear Blaze King say that they were specifically trying to prepare counter strats, so hopefully they did their work.
Look, Famous needs to continue popping off, but what I really want to see is Berserk's step up. I heard he's a monster in scrims. Word on the street, he's good. He's like one of the best in Indonesia, but I don't think we've really seen that in Ascension yet. So if he does that, along with the rest of his teammates, I think that's what's going to take them to the win. But you guys are right. It's a tough call on this. Bonkers has surprised us so many times.
Yes. Yeah, it's been pretty hard to call for this one.
All right. Now, map selections are ready. Let's go over and see what the picks are going to be.
Coming out of these groups, Boom is considered the higher seed team as they were second. Bonk is A team, so they have first ban. Ban Ascent. Boom. Bans Fracture. Bonkers, you have first map pick. Pick Haven. Side select Boom. Defense. Boom, map pick. Pick Pearl. Side select Bonkers. Defense. Going into next round of bans, Bind, Lotus, Split remaining. Bonkers, you're banned. Ban Bind. And then final ban, Boom. Ban Split, play Lotus. And then side select Bonkers. Picks attack. All right, quick review. Ascent ban, Fracture ban, Haven pick, defense, Pearl pick, defense, ban Bind, ban Split, final map Lotus, attack Bonkers. All right, let's look.
It's VALORANT Champions Tour Ascension Pacific Match 2. We have two teams here. Both of them have maintained their rosters throughout the tournament. Boom and Bonkers. I mean, these two teams, we have high expectations of both of them.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the story for Boom is you've been this team that has always been at the cusp of entering the top tier, joining the best teams in the region around the world. Can you finally prove it when the system was made for you to be able to take that spot here in VCT Ascension? Meanwhile, for Bonkers, again, I mean, you just have to focus on the fact that they are that hope for Oceania, and they're continuing to burn brighter.
They continue to keep doing that, and it's always going to be tough, right? Because your opponents are only going to get more stronger. Your opponents are only going to be more difficult to face up against as you move on through this entire knockout stage. And that's the thing that I'm thinking about as well, because their next opponents are going to be Bleed Esports. First of all, that's going to be a bit of a rematch against Bonkers. And also for Boom, who, this was the team that knocked Bleed out last year at APEC LCQ.
Yeah, that's a good point. So no matter who moves up, a little bit of a history there between the two. But now the part that's curious for me is, contrary to our first match, these two teams generally a bit more, static and meta in their picks, right? Nothing too crazy coming out from either of them. And then the map bans and picks as well, right? I mean, both of them seem to have these maps that they definitely always want to try to avoid. So they're kind of locked into that draft. So I'm curious if both of them feel happy about this draft or not, because after the initial bans, it was kind of hard to tell what the picks were going to be.
I mean, look at their faces, Will. I feel like they kind of both love this pick and ban. For Boom Esports specifically, because they have a really strong Haven, but I'm told that Bonkers has a really strong one as well. We just haven't really gotten to see too much of that, except for the one match where they had that they had against Orangutan. But clearly, the one difference between these two right now are the controllers.
Yeah, I mean, Astra Omen, kind of a discussion as old as time itself on Haven, right? Usually the idea is that Astra a lot more self-sufficient on defense, especially on a site like C-Site, where you can kind of hold that back of site on your own and then provide support globally. Meanwhile, that Omen, I mean, you can go for some one-ways, especially when you're trying to get into A-Site or something like that, and also the Paranoia, both good for trap plays on defense and also as that extra initiation to try to get into sight when you're going on the entry. Now, we should note Boom Esports is going to be the one that's starting on defense, so curious to see if that's going to play a role here in terms of the difference of controllers.
Surely, but I do want to zoom in onto who is the one playing these roles, right? Because Severine is on the controller, the Omen for Boom Esports. Meanwhile, for Bonkers, it's going to be minimized still on the initiator role because What is their dedicated controller player. So there are some slight differences here, and it's also back to our head-to-head talking about how we're looking for that stability, that consistency. These IGLs need to step up and they need to kind of provide more impact rather than just calling for these teams, and also just to kind of provide that stability for their teammates, right? You need to be able to kind of chill out. Don't go too far, don't go too wild, especially when you're playing up against each other.
Yeah, let's also note just on the stats itself, right? Bonkers, all the reason to feel confident. They continue to win, have a clean record here on Haven in their last 7 games. Boom, they continue to have kind of these 50-50 win rates on a lot of these maps. So which one will show up today, who knows?
That is definitely the question. Again, the winner will ascend to face-off lead tomorrow, and the loser, this is the end of the road for them. All these teams have fought so hard to get this very point here live in Bangkok. Now with that, we are ready to go into Haven, which is map 1, Bonkers pick. We've got our casters ready, Achilleos and Paper Thin. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's time to get into our second series here of the day. And again, everything from here on out is elimination time. One of these squads will be going home. Is it going to be Boom Esports? Is it going to be Bonkers? We're about to find out.
I'm really excited about this matchup. I mean, Bonkers, definitely showing the world that they are a force to be reckoned with, that OCE still very much in this thing for VALORANT. Boom, on the other hand, I think a slight favorite for me, and a lot of people coming in here today, but I still pick Bonkers. I don't know, there's something about this team right now, in my mind, that they have this kind of like tenacity, this like willingness to pull themselves over the line. They've been really efficient, really smart throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, every single team obviously has something to prove. They have a region that they are representing, but for Bonkers, it's one that we haven't gotten to see a lot of with OCE, with Australia. Lou, of course, also giving a shout out to the UK.
Yeah.
But these guys have so much riding on their shoulders. They want to prove that they are a region to be reckoned with, that they are a team that can persevere, that can go ahead and break their way through, be the team that ascends all the way into the Pacific League. We know that they have that tenacity. Can they back it with gameplay? Because they have had their highs, but they've also had their lows.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, they were really impressive against D+ and Orangutan, but outside of that, it has been a little bit shaky for them. So the real question is can they muster that same sort of presence, especially against D+? Definitely a tougher opponent you would expect there. And they did a really, really good job keeping that team in check. It's, they didn't even make it here, and Bonkers is the reason that D+ was kept out of the playoffs entirely.
Yeah. Now, they're going up against yet another very veteran squad. D+, they've had plenty of players. Lakia, of course, one of those ones that's played at the top. Esperanza as well when he was on F4Q, having international experience. But there's also 3 players here from the side of Boom that have been to the biggest tournaments, that have been to champions. You think about Blaze King, Famous, Berserks. These are 3 players that were in that matchup versus Optic when, then Tebetol, now Xvaro, set the original land kill record of 38 on that map of Breeze. These guys were right there alongside him during that series, helping to win and take down Optic on that map. So they also have plenty of LAN experience playing in front of crowds. Onus now very much on Bonkers. to level up their performance, to show us their absolute peak, because we know that they've got it in them, but do we see it off the rip? We're about to find out as we go into their map pick of Haven.
And I mean, you can't help but root for the Corgi getting bonked on the head with the bat.
Is it a Corgi? I think it was a Shiba.
Is it a Shiba?
I think it's a Shiba.
I think you're right. It almost, the colors are similar, is all I can say. But I mean, look.
Dog's a dog. I want to pet it.
Well, fair enough.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what dog it is.
I'm with you on that, absolutely. The dogs need pets, that's a for sure. So ghosts abound for Bonkers. Some utility, of course, but a couple shields being bought by Boom, as well as a few classics. On the defender side is Boom to start. Bonkers here. Not going to be contesting this orb, so Famous already getting closer to that Blade Storm. The guy's been really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been absolutely incredible for Boom in their wins. Sends a couple shots, not getting the connections quite yet, but then does go ahead and put one in the Lou's shoulder. RDW as well, kind of getting caught up in that. Fault line across, they go jumping back. The Paranoia as well, going to be layered in from Severin. Shiro just looks to hold close, and so far, seems like they don't have an idea that he's going to be there, but they're not even going to look to check. Let's go ahead and rotate off now, making their way over towards the C site. Boom, very swiftly, trying to turn their sights as well over here. Try to intercept. Turn up over the top. Blaze King getting tucked away here in the backside. Minimize, swinging out. It's going to be taken down. Dragon able to find one, but Blaze King gets himself two, and Berserks gets into the mix. Lou gone, suddenly it's just Dragon, and what left standing in a 2v4. Now, 1v4 as Dragon will be able to find one the flash. Not quite getting him fully, but Berserks absolutely will. The triple kill comes across, and Boom start things off with a pistol round win.
Yeah, I mean, having Shiro right behind that wall, even though his presence was never revealed, you know, with all that utility thrown at Bonkers, they make probably a somewhat proper call here, but really it was out of the frying pan into the fire for them. Just a really good setup here from Boom to keep them in check, you know, to give them the information. With Shiro behind that wall, he can hear all those loud footsteps. Now, he is dealt with pretty quickly. I mean, I'm really impressed with the presence of mind and Dragon in this round to watch from double doors into window at mid to make sure that Shiro was dealt with. But really just a very smart round from Boom. I mean, they had that round under control from start to finish, it felt like.
Well, they will go ahead, grab that orb, try to get Dragon that lockdown as quickly as they can. He's already going to have half the charges necessary. So they'll start drifting their way over here into mid. Famous back left, Bulldog in hand. Severin on the opposite side with the Spectre. Spots Lou, clears the dart. Not going to be allowing for that ping to come in. Lou gets dealt with. Paranoid, now the smoke just further dissuade them and block this site off. Not allow access. Turn their sights once more now over towards the garage. Turret right out in front, fault line across. Blaze King trying to set up the headshots, comes diving around the corner, does Minimize. Has managed to find one. Bulldog out, Berserk steadies the spray, but Minimize finds himself a second. Very low on HP, only 22 between the two of them, so any additional kills would be quite miraculous. And a spike down on the floor. Minimize, just gonna see if he can get any additional damage in, but doors being held. He's been spotted. Severin will go ahead and find himself a 3K as Boom move up 2-0.
Yeah, but a good start here for Boom for the most part. I think Blaze King maybe just getting a little bit too aggressive on the back of his turret there with just a ghost, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. You're not too sad about losing that particular gun, as he's gonna put it on over to a Sheriff for this one. Still gonna have that Marshal for Shiro, Spectre and a Bulldog as well. So let's see how much damage Boom can do here. Let's see if Bonk can find a good solid round. Dragon getting close to that lockdown already. Having a pretty good start himself. A few half armors, a couple full armors on the side of Bonk, and it's just a go, go, go. And Blaze King's just nothing to do but sit in garage and watch.
I mean, it's widely just been the rotations over towards C. Not that much occupancy here from the side of Boom thus far. Bonker's kind of identifying that.
Spike planted.
Just go for the rush play. They get themselves settled now onto the site. Spike planted. Just a little bit of damage down to Minimize. Not cleared out yet, but Paranoia good. Lou sends up that cloud version to try to stay safe, and so far he's not going to be flushed out, but as Severin comes around the corner, he will be able to spray him down. Famous up close, finds Minimize. Dragon gone. The spray not steady at all. What cannot line him up? And suddenly it's all on RDW. Spotted. The the shock dart in, just try to clear him out. The fault line connects. He's completely stunned up. Does get a straight headshot here on the Blaze King, but the defuse has already come to fruition. As Boom will be able to start things off with a 3-0. RDW hugging against the wall. Does manage to hold on to that Phantom. But that is not the round that they were looking for, especially getting onto the site, getting that plant down for free.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a head scratcher there for sure. Lou gets caught in a really bad position. I mean, as soon as that smoke comes down, as Boom, you know there's only one reason it's there. That's because somebody's in it. There's no other reason in heck that you would ever throw a cloudburst in that particular spot. And a good job by...
In heck.
You burned in heck.
Yeah.
Lou, they're going to take the space again. I mean, it's deja vu here. But, ooh, Blaze King playing a little bit further forward takes quite a chunk of damage.
I mean, it's good spray, but now, yeah, the push in. Lou thinking that it's maybe clear. Does end up getting caught. He's going to be traded out. Weapon can be grabbed and jumping up, trying to get into the window. Dragon ends up falling. Minimize, however, able to trade it back. Rolling Thunder at the ready. 1 HP in a dream. Lets her rip. Goes crashing across. Minimize finds another one. Shiro taken down as well in Garage. This is just Minimize's territory, apparently. The 50 win here would be absolutely monstrous for the side of Bonkers to get themselves on the board. Swing out, the flash is in, Minimize, gets himself a third, now it's all on Berserk, the time is dwindling, he tries to turn to get RDW, and he cannot make it happen. And Bonkers will go ahead and get themselves online in the 4th round.
What a round for the IGL for Bonk. Minimize, so impactful with the utility and the aim. That is everything you could ask for there, with nothing but a sliver of health left here. Able to keep himself alive against Severine just barely. That's a nasty shot right there.
Very snappy.
Woo!
Great stuff. I mean, yes, Rolling Thunder does have to be invested, but considering the economic situation for Bonk going into the round, that is still a monstrous trade up, and he's going to get some extra charges off the back end. Shock dart forward. Shiro looking to dissuade any kind of rush here at A. Doesn't make a connection, though. They managed to break away from it.
Well, you'd like to keep this lockdown potentially out of the hands of Dragon for a little bit longer if you could. See if you can get Shiro close to his Hunter's Fury. Blaze King does have his lockdown, though, so there really is kind of that tit for tat there with the lockdowns potentially if this is going to be fed over. Dragon right now is all the way over into mid by B, so it doesn't look like that's necessarily Bonk's game plan. I think they're still concerned that maybe there will be contention for this orb if they tap it. They're trying to set up to see if anything is going to happen off the back of that Omen smoke, but it's just a full-on execute.
Fault line out, dart on the back end. Get themselves forward here into the site. That's going to be the lockdown coming through. RDW. Is he still 3 charges away? Shiro gets the ping and just catches him in the corner. No clear on the dart. Spike does get grabbed up. Meantime, Shiro again faces out a window. This time gets what? Turret now going to be cleared. Minimize, manages to spray through, catches him, but Blaze King will find 2. Then suddenly leaves Lou all on his lonesome, and he's only going to be able to find 1. 3 members left standing, the AWP still in hand. Boom, not allowing Bonk to string together 2.
But in terms of alt cycling here, Achilleos, this is huge for Boom. They've got the Hunter's Fury now. Dragon does get his lockdown, but had he been able to get that orb in that previous round here and put it to use, instead Shiro just doing a phenomenal job using his own utility to set himself up for some huge kills. Gets the 2, dies. That's 3 orbs. That's Hunter's Fury. And now, now you have the Rolling Thunder as well to back up these retakes that clearly Boom is comfortable playing with, because they've been really darn good so far. So you have extra alt utility, alt firepower behind these retakes for Boom. And here with Dragon, yeah.
Oh my
God. My God, Blaze King.
And Lou is just dealt with. Swing out, Dragon good with a headshot. Dragon finds a second. Lockdown, you're talking about it, now comes into play. And Shiro's dead on the floor. Rolling Thunder will come in, goes ahead, interrupts the plant on the spike, but Minimize still looks to hold the line. Finds 1 before falling, but they have to respect this ult. They back away, avoid it, the plant comes in. Dragon with the Vandal, what? Grabs 1 himself. Fault line not connecting. Famous swinging around the side, they flush out Dragon. What now? Into the corner, tries to get the transfer, but cannot make it happen. They get so damn close. But Boom will hold firm. Up can be recovered, and that's going to be them moving up now 5-1.
Man, such a good opportunity for Bonk here on the back of that double kill from Dragon. I mean, that's one way to get rid of the Hunter's Fury. Just kill the guy who has it.
Yeah.
Taps forehead, like, just unbelievable. And gives himself a really good opportunity to win this round. I mean, I love this. I mean, you might as well. Absolutely disgusting on the back of the reveal as well. But then, of course, his firepower right now, Boom is just rocket and rolling when it comes to their gunplay.
They are, but the one critical part that they're missing right now is Lou. 1-6-0. Not what you want to be seeing from your Jet player, especially one that has shown us so many highlights during the group stage of this tournament.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think Lou is a little shaky right now, and hopefully that doesn't last. Hopefully this timeout, like we saw with Fancy previously, that timeout came in, things changed pretty quickly after a rough start for them. Happy birthday, what?
Happy birthday.
All right, let's go.
Well,
I'm
sure he wants a victory for his birthday and not an all-expenses paid trip back to Australia.
I think it's Garnett's birthday today, too.
Oh.
Town.
Well, if so, then we have a very star-studded day here, July 7th.
That's right.
All the more to play for. We'll see how this timeout functions for them, though. Because, I mean, these rounds have been close.
Yeah.
Feels like, this should really be a 3-3 at the moment, or, a 4-2, something like that. Not this 5-1 that Bonk currently find themselves with. Lou, though, going to look to get the blood flowing. We saw, that 4K clutch from him when he was having a quieter game the last time they were playing on Pearl. He comes out, he gets a monstrous performance, and that kind of started things off for him in that map, in that series.
He's got the blade storm.
See if we can do it now. So far, it is just Blaze King all on his lonesome at the moment here on the site, but some reinforcements are swinging over towards him.
Oh, this turret's so annoying, though, when you have that blade storm. It's so difficult to clear that out effectively. The alarm
around the side and gets Blaze King in the back of the head, and he doesn't have to worry about it.
That's true. Again, we saw it previously, right? Just kill the person with utility, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, dash in, up over the top, looks for it, does manage to find Berserk before falling, but Blaze King also got Dragon at the same time. So we start things off with a 2-1 trade-up. Still looking to hold the line, but still looking to push here into A site. Paranoia across. Some shots going the way of Severinus. What? Just trying. Just hoping that somebody's going to swing out into him, but instead he swings into Shiro's line of fire. Shiro does not miss. Minimize, finds one. Still so many more angles to try to clear, and he just comes sweeping forward right into Blaze King's welcoming arms. Shock Dart over the top is famous with his own Blade Storm, looking to get involved.
30 seconds left.
1v2 with 21 HP. He's just going to go ahead and ship this spike all the way over towards C.
Yeah, absolutely the right call here, but again, this time Boom playing a little bit more reactive defense than we've seen so far here in this half. Doing a really good job there. That bait TP by Severin.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's all the cape.
Yep, seems like he did get spotted. This isn't the kind of round where you can try to play for a Hunter's Fury, but yeah, Famous just doesn't even give him the chance. The instant headshot comes in. Timeout. Not going to be paying off for Bonkers. Boom. Now move up 6-1. Very strong start for them here with their side select on this map.
I mean, they're just so steady right now. And again, there's that fake TP to bait out what there. Shiro's just waiting with open arms. Having a whale of a mapper. A lot of these players on Boom. Berserks, the desk was talking about him, a guy who's I hear about all the time, not just outside, not just in scrims, but just period in the previously APAC region, now the Pacific region. He's always been on the tips of people's tongues. This whole team is really strong. Severin, a long time esports veteran.
Famous gets the shot, dashes to the side. Hunter's Fury let loose, looking for a connection here, but so far no one getting tagged up. They do get themselves into the site. They buy enough space. Still they'll have to get the plant down. Minimize. Noted. Paranoia goes across. It's rather early. Blaze King finds Dragon now. That's a garage lurk dealt with. Another lockdown at the ready for him. With no way to clear this one out. RDW dissuaded from trying to swing in. The push forward. Blaze King just rushes up, gets in front of the wall, finds himself a third. Severin will get the finish. 7-1. Boom. Not looking to be denied.
It's just beautiful utility again from Shiro. I mean, he sets up so many of these players He gets the spot onto the plant. They instantly throw a paranoia. And while that's happening, Blaze King is cutting off Garage, kind of anticipating that there might be some help coming. And then it's another one through there that sets up Blaze King again. There you are. And that one through that Cosmic Divide there. Absolutely brilliant. And the follow-up from Blaze King just as good. So right now, for me, I think a big part of this is a Sova diff. I mean, I really think Shiro, even though his kills may not be as high as Blaze King and Berserk, I think he's doing a phenomenal job.
He's setting them up.
Yeah, exactly.
But it also just feels like Bonkers are getting caught off guard when it comes down to the way that Boom are playing, because they're disrespecting a lot of this util. Some of these ults coming through, that Cosmic Divide goes up, and you know, Blaze King says, screw it, I'm just going to push in. They're not going to expect this tempo rush. Yep. They did not. Comes up huge.
And it's the coordination and the reaction for Boom, right? It's like as soon as that something happens, whether it be the Cosmic Divide or their own teammate's utility, they're ready to respond. They're playing off each other so well right now. The coordination is beautiful. And this is a concern I had coming into this map pool, that these first two maps are the same ones that Bonk played against Orangutan. They're the exact same two maps. So there's a lot of tape here for Boom to really kind of understand what's going on. And right now they're certainly well ahead of the curve.
I mean, it seems like off the back of the map draft, both teams walking away saying, yeah, this went about as anticipated.
Sure.
But right now for Boom, it seems like they definitely have the upper hand in that regard. Something's got to change very shortly here for the side of Bonkers, because even if they are going to have a stronger, you know, a better time shifting over to the defense, because again, this is Boom's side select on this map.
Sure.
You need to give yourself more wiggle room than an 11-1, a 10-2. We saw, you know, Damwon, D+ rather, start things off really rough. As soon as they swap sides, it's where the rounds started getting racked up, but it was far too late. Far too much damage had been dealt.
Yeah.
So Bonk need to avoid that same scenario. They need to set themselves up with a decent number of round wins here on this half. Blaze King, though, instantly finds Minimize. Drop down here into the spike, and Blaze King just continues to press forward.
He's unbelievable.
Lou knocked to the ground, no legs to stand on.
Come
Blaze
on.
King now with a third. The reveal out onto Dragon. As Blaze King on the hunt. He's already, I mean, he's been holding on to this lockdown for a while now. Shiro will be able to get involved to find the final two. Says, hey, I want to get that next Hunter's Fury up and ready.
Well, there's that disrespect. You were just talking about it, man. I mean,
I'll just push your Cloudburst.
Just screw it. I mean, this is just unbelievable stuff here. Good setup there from Severine. Gives him the ability to get that first kill, but then the second one, he's just
barrel stuffing him with a Vandal.
He does not care right now. The confidence is enormous for him and all of Boom. Another lockdown already. That's two.
He's just playing it like he has a judge in his hand. Once more. Just 3 more rounds to be played out here. Alarm bot cleared. Drone goes forward. Spots Severin. Not sure if they got the dart across. Looks like they did not, as Blaze King just drops down, back plat. Avoids getting pinged. Lets the swing out. Full flash connects into his face. Lou up over the top. Finds one. 180 pivots. Finds Severin as well. Berserks arrives. Manages. Let's go ahead and trade this back, but now the man advantage is going to be there for Bonkers. Weapons though, still weak. As Famous gets himself shifted around here. Over at C-Long, the AWP in hand, needs to clear the cubby.
The Rolling Thunder.
What if he swung? It would have been monstrous, but it doesn't pay attention to it. Minimize, gets caught up. Now into the 2v2, Shiro approaching. The jiggle, the drone goes out, spots him. Shot dart to try to dissuade. What? Gets one. RDW will be able to finish him off, and Bonkers, with a thrifty, will go ahead and get themselves a second round win.
Thunderous round of applause as well from the audience. They want to see Bonkers back in this for sure. I thought that was potentially going to be devastating there when Famous got that kill to Minimize. That was the Rolling Thunder out of the round. And then, I don't know, the spot there didn't seem to quite come through, but the flash and setup there for Lou was beautiful. Blaze King was completely pinned. The Paranoia misses Lou on the entry as well from Severine. So just barely RDW able to get that kill through the wall. And the fans very happy to see Bonkers going totally nuts.
Can they do it back to back? And so far the rounds have been quite far separated from one another. getting that third and having the hope of her. A curse! Oh, Dragon does get caught, but it's quickly traded. KJ's taken out of the fight. Doesn't get rid of that potential lockdown usage. Starts now out, and once again start rushing their way in towards C. Severine in the back, just hovering inside of the smoke for now. After shock to try and delay, going to be used as well on the opposite side. Tick going to be eaten there by Watt, knocked down now to 30 HP, but a one tap comes in. RDW puts the Omen down. Rolling Thunder crashing across the Cosmic Divide, perfectly timed here. Watt just trying to keep them peeled. Now they have the answering Rolling Thunder. Famous trying to get ahead of that one. Does still get caught up, but RDW falling. Shiro finds one. Shock Dart bounce towards the cubby. Doesn't manage to go deep enough, so Watt still stands tall. Still finds one, gets another kill! And suddenly it's all on Famous. Time ticking a 1v2. Luke Dash dashing into the wall.
Oh my God!
Back out, Famous! For a second he thought he might have had it, but no. Minimize holds his ground and helps get them the third round victory.
The switch.
Whoa, God. Well, finally, some of these close rounds are starting to go bonkers' way, and a great reaction here with that Cosmic Divide from what, you know, the key difference, I guess, if you really want to point it out like our desk did, between these two compositions that these teams are running is the Astra versus the Omen. And yeah, the Astra really powerful on the defender side of the coin, but here with that Cosmic Divide available, able to cut off the Rolling Thunder from the side of Boom. And still, the gunplay is great. Famous able to have enough time to switch guns and line up the head and almost transferred over. Had he been maybe just a little bit faster there, could have got something done, but Boom setting up for what looks like a pretty fast hit. The pace has been pretty breakneck here, Achilleos.
Yeah. Neither team really afraid of running at the other. For Boom, it's mostly been running through smokes and whatnot, but Minimize with a great start to the round. Lockdown going to be used. Blaze King trying to keep them out of this site. Darts and everything sent, but the lockdown has not been cleared. It is not enough. 3 players detained, and this could be absolutely nightmarish. Somehow Famous, did he not see him? Minimize is still on the site. No, does get cleaned up eventually. As they go ahead, they sweep through. Dragon on the lurk. Able to find one, but now he's got everything to do. Still got Blaze King, but can't get Berserks. It's a 9-3 half with Boom way out in the lead.
So, something fell apart in the comms there for Bonk. There needed to be one more piece of utility to clear that lockdown.
The darts just weren't on. It was for a default lockdown, but he had shifted it. It was more towards the link door.
I guess they just missed. That's just
either way. For a second, I thought Minimize was somehow going to survive. Just sat there on site. And Dragon is fortunate to be able to find 2 more back here. And if he does get Berserks, you start thinking maybe this guy's going to be able to clutch it against all odds. And now everything to play for, and for the OC crowd watching from home, and anybody who managed to make their way over here to Thailand, got to be believing in curses right now.
Absolutely, you want to believe in curses. You and I don't, but certainly the fans would like that. So happy birthday, Darion, as well. Why is everybody born on this day? What happened?
I don't know. Stars were born
the
on
stars
July
aligned,
7th.
yeah. Oh, they're singing happy birthday for him, too. The Thai announcers are getting in on it, too.
Well,
you want to give it a rendition? You want to give it a go?
Nah, I'm good.
All right. But, I mean, you're a karaoke kind of guy. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but not a happy birthday.
Oh, wow. You're above that. Is that what you're saying?
If you want like Bohemian Rhapsody for somebody's birthday, that would be more my wheelhouse, but definitely not a cappella.
Heck yeah.
So.
I'm with you on that. Bohemian Rhapsody, absolutely. Maybe my favorite song ever.
Well,
maybe.
Not a bad one to choose. Certainly not. Let's see what Bonkers choose as they shift over to the defending side. Do they choose violence? Or do they sit back?
Dude, 18 kills in that half for Blaze King.
Yeah, he was just having a way all the time.
That's my killjoy right there. Let's go. It's just, I mean, the real concerning thing is usually this map is, at least in our region, kind of attacker-sided, right? Like,
sure.
So that's where I have big-time concerns, and this Pistol, all but a must-win for Bonk. And here's that defensive setup. Oh my God.
They're just reading it, and they're just shuffling him around this site so perfectly. The drop down into the smoke. Famous able to find one. RDW, though, holding strong. Manages to clean up two. Still 74 HP. Plays hitting down to 8. Swings around the side instantly. Gets the dome there on the Dragon, bringing it back down into a 2v2. But RDW finds himself a third. Shiro now left to his own devices. The spikes here on the site. Blue still steadily creeping up as he's going to try to ship this over. Lou, hearing the footsteps, reads that this is going to end up towards A, but can he clear the corner fast enough to actually shut this one down? The answer is yes. Now just needs to hit the shot. No, Shiro just sprints right past him. Plant comes in, has the recon set up. And now he's in with a shout, trying to clutch up. Get Boom a second pistol win. He's staring towards Sewer. Shifts it back over, looking towards Link, sees nothing. Shots start flying, but RDW doesn't get the kill, just tags him low, but Lou will be able to go ahead, get on top of him, get the kill, and Bonk will get themselves a pistol win to start the half off right.
Yeah, a huge win here for Bonk and RDW. Coming up big, big, big. Talked about Shiro, a lot of his utility usage, and now RDW getting it done with the Ghost. And Famous there, off that info, just pushing on the back of that utility. Got the first, but then there was a good, nice little double swing around the box on C-Site from, I think it was Blaze King and Shiro. And they get 2, but still the response from RDW just solid on that back line. And appreciate the effort from Shiro to try to get over there, to try to get the plant down, to try to do something. But at that point, like, you have no idea which side, whether it be short or long, that other player could be coming from. And it's really tough to judge. The timing, you know, until you hear that shot ring out behind you, you don't know exactly how close some of those players may or may not be. And Famous gonna go for the Marshal, a couple Sheriffs. Shorty in the hands for Severine. So I am super interested to see exactly what Boom has dialed up for this eco.
Dragon in a position to challenge here. Obviously still very much need to show respect to Blaze King on the opposite side. Dragon himself showing just how much damage those Sheriffs can deal, just like that. Inches his way up, takes his head clean off. Fault line to try and delay. Scope in, minimize, able to gun down one. Shock dart flying forward, gets some taps across there on a Famous, forces the dash out of him. They manage to disengage to get themselves out of the sight. Severine in a spot to try to get this look. As Famous gets back to back, making a triple. He shuts them down. What now all on his lonesome? Finds one, but there's so much more to be done.
This is near impossible. Near impossible for what? Unbelievable.
And he's out of time.
Yep.
He's going to be able to swing around at this point. It's about taking some of these guns out of their hands. He will be able to put an end to Famous's reign of terror, but he cannot stop this spike from going off. He will just hightail it out as best as possible, but no, he's out into the open, and he won't be saving a damn thing. The Bulldog picked up by Berserks, and it's an absolute tragedy in the second round of the half.
Oh, and the Phantom goes over to Severine as well, who's just roaming around with a shorty looking to do damage, but he never needed to. It's just, I mean, a Blaze King again. And then Famous, line him up, knock him down. Absolutely disgusting. And that, after a huge pistol win for Bonkers, after what felt like there might be a breath of life in them.
I mean, this should have been the 9-5. This should have been them getting within 4.
Yeah.
But Boom, off the back of Famous with just some gorgeous marshalling, absolutely turns the tides. And the second timeout now, final one of the map, has to be used by Bonkers because the script has been flipped.
And this has just been such a scary map for Bonkers. You gotta be kidding. Okay, 1st of July. I was gonna say, there's no way that the 7th of July, like the odds of that.
You got another one in your crowd? You want to sing happy birthday for a 4th time? Well, definitely not what they are looking for here. And now the performance, looking about as turbulent as the waves and the screens behind them. Bonkers need to find some form of stability here in this map to try to run it back. We've seen some monstrous comebacks, but just given the perseverance and the shutdowns here from Boom, it feels nigh impossible.
They just look faster, more coordinated, so accurate, especially Blaze King on these opening kills. I mean, I'm super curious to see what Blaze King's first kills are coming out of this map. Feels like it's pretty darn high.
Yeah. Well, here comes the rush. 3 classics, 2 sheriffs on the side of Bonk. The site opened up. Ooh, about to be 3 players here inside of the garage. The spam coming across. Famous not going to be clipped here. Still goes for the reload and still will do it fast enough to be able to find RDW and doubles down for Lou. Leaving just Minimize all in his lonesome. Noted in the garage, and yep, a flawless as Famous will collect 3. And Boom get themselves 1 step closer to map point.
And again, it's the good covering fire here that just keeps, you know, Boom from taking any extra damage. You know, Famous got caught in a bad spot. Normally, you'd be pretty concerned he's just dead to rights, but it's Shiro there backing him up, and then Severin coming in as well.
1 enemy remaining.
To make sure that all the angles are covered. So, you know, Boom just doing all the right things at the right time there. It's nothing too crazy, but it's just the story of this entire day for them. It's just been great coordination, great just mechanics, frankly. I mean, they've looked just so crisp, so clean.
Full flash going across Nebula. Knocked up. That was to try to keep him safe. Waits out for the aftershock, and it's just pure and utter chaos here as the Famous doesn't know what the hell he's looking at. Will get chipped down to 49 by the Nano Swarms, and then finished off as Minimize comes up with 2.
Spike down.
It's a very good response here from the side of Bonkers, very swiftly gathering everybody up here towards the C site. Blaze King, however, still going to be good for 1, but then what comes up over the top of the plat takes him out, gets himself a 3rd, and that is Bonkers fighting back, not giving up hope.
This crowd is very much behind Bonkers right now. They are getting very loud. I think they just want to see a good game, of course. But this round started very similar to the pistol, right? It's kind of that utility dump towards Plat. They clearly got a good read on
1 enemy.
what likes to, oh my God, that's such a weird sentence to say because his name is what.
Yeah.
What likes to do on that C site. They have a good utility, but the response from Bonk is good as well, especially with that Nano Swarm up front that really chunks down Famous. So a good adaptation from Bonk. Now Lou.
Oh, the shot. Bit too high, not able to find it. Fault line to try to slow them up. Now answered back, Minimize. Continues to do wonders for Bonkers, but again, the off not getting the connection. They're trying to flush him into the open and it works a treat. Aftershock into headshot. Severin tries to bring them back into this one. Spray into the corner. They're good for it. Berserks gets the finish. Severin also gets Minimized, and now it's only what left. The plant coming down, and this is again another round getting away from them. Minimize finding the opening, but then Boom just piled the rest of it to absolute perfection.
2, Achilles, 2! I thought they've got this. I mean, there's no confusion about what Boom's doing in this round. It's just Lou misses a couple big shots. And it's just a great setup with his own utility there from Minimize. Kind of bailed Lou out a little bit, but again, Boom, just no fear. Complete confidence to come in and take this map. And this round is a microcosm of that.
Now down to the last legs. Rolling Thunder out, they get the ping reveal. Lou able to find Blaze King there as he's stunned up. They're pushing forward rather. Pursuing, looking for more, and Lou will be good for the second. Manages to dodge out, does not get caught there by Severin. They make their exit. Aftershock just to go ahead and cover them a bit more, as that is exactly the kind of start that they need. Now 5v3. Boom slowing things down, drifting back away from the A site. Maybe gonna turn their sights towards C. For now, it's a very slow creep up.
Still plenty of money in the bag for Boom, of course. So even if this round doesn't end up going their way, now we've seen the 3v5s already for Boom. As they're setting up outside of B. Dragon right around the corner.
Dart in, does doesn't get the initial shot. Famous updrafting, stays safe. He's up over the top. Dragon just has to drift back here into backside. Chiro's got it covered. What, however, now arriving, finds one. Famous gets two. Puts Severin now in a 1v2, but then what will swiftly finish it from there. A big round from Lou, something that we've been looking for. Finally has it, that's 6, but they're still only halfway there if they want to take this to overtime, and there are 5 ultimates sat here for Boom Esports, ready and raring to go.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I mean, the money was also a little bit potentially wonky there, so all the damage you could do, very impactful for Boom, but the Blade Storm's still available for Lou on the back end of this. So I think Bonk should be able to put together enough of a buy that everybody except Lou has rifles indeed.
But looking for the window crunch. Doesn't see anything though. Hunter's Fury now across. Just
what's your plan for the lockdown then?
Improvise.
All right, I'm
it's
about
like jazz. Blades out. Lou finds Famous. That could be a weapon grab now for him. Obviously still very low on HP, but gives him that man advantage. The rest of the team from Boom now completely corralled over here at Long. As Lou looks to be the one to scout for the rotations.
Well, the map control is just so good for Bonk here. I mean, they know every inch of this map.
They send this up as he gets spotted. Oh, drops down, can't quite get him. Blaze King. Fancy foot, just go ahead, dodging around those knives. Now the advantage in the hands of Boom. Cosmic Divide going to be used to try to dissuade them from pushing forward into seat, but they're still slowly creeping up. And look how fanned out Bonk is. They're not staying stacked together, waiting for this plant to come in. They're completely fanned out. Now the lockdown comes through.
30 seconds left.
A dart forward, looking for something. Nothing going to be noted. They'll wait this out a little bit longer. Cover going on. Nowhere to run. So Hunter's Fury now sent out. Looking for the catch, and actually does manage to get a tag. What tag down to 70. The spike now planted, and the site completely entrenched by Boom members. Blaze King, the first line, cleared out. RDW finding one. Jumps away from the fault line. Rolling Thunder now. Pushed forward, just looking to shove them back and finish this map. Minimizing what? Need to clear out 3 and get this defuse. Minimize good for the first, but then it's going to be Berserk's holding it down. Cleans up 3 kills, and 13-6 is the scoreline as Boom will knock Bonkers off their feet.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it, Achilleos. It is Boom taking Haven, commanding performance. The confidence just visible in the way they're playing. And again, both of these teams playing at a high tempo, and that suits Boom just fine.
The comebacks here from Boom, from seemingly impossible situations, time and time again, just brutal to deal with. But hopefully, for the side of Bonk, it is an awakening here. As we need to see them rally back as we get ready to go into Pearl. They have had some absolute fantastic performances on that map. We have seen the likes of Lou, Dragon, everybody realistically have highlight plays on Pearl. But it needs to happen because now they are here. They're getting ready to go to match point. It is in the hands of Boom to eliminate them and send them home here on the first day of the playoffs. So for Bonkers, with everything riding on their shoulders, they need to be able to rally back.
And Pearl's been a great map for Boom. It's the map they took off Bleed, I believe, and it's going to be tough. I mean, now is a real test of, the mental resilience here for Bonkers. Can they come back? Can they recover from a pretty handily defeated loss here on this map? Their map pick of Haven, and there were a lot of kind of minor mistakes in there that cost them, especially with their ult utilization and the missed shock darts and things like that on that lockdown, and just a few little things that cost them some really important rounds.
Yeah, I mean, again, so many of them were very close at the beginning. second half, that's when things really started to get away from when we saw those monstrous comebacks coming through for the side of Boom when, you know, situations would seem like they shouldn't be able to win.
Yeah.
But we'll have to just wait and see what does happen on Pearl. I mean, one of the trends that we've been seeing in this tournament the whole way throughout is teams losing on their own map picks because you do so much work to study. We'll have to see if that is going to be the case. But first, imagine he could be in better spirits, but we do have Komodo standing by yet again with another highlight that he's going to break down in the Telestration. So we'll go ahead and hand it off to him.
Thank you once again, fellas. And of course, yes, Boom getting the victory in this one, even when they are man advantages down and it's going in the way of Bonkers. And that is something here that I would like to highlight. And of a bit of a thrifty variety as well for Bonkers. But unfortunately for them, the round doesn't actually go their way. So we are going to be starting off, of course, here on round number 6, where we do have this lesser equipped buy to come through from the attackers. And now keep an eye on the lockdown on the side of Bonkers, and then the Rolling Thunder over on the side of Boom, because these are the two first pivotal ults that I want to be touching when it does come to this round. Now, once we do start off, we can see immediately on the radar that it is a heavy Bonkers presence. In fact, it's going to be all 5 members over on the side for them. We do note that there's going to be a ping on the map as well over down near the bricks, and that's going to be crucial because that's where Bonkers are going to want to set up a flashpoint to push Shiro off the line, and it's going to be worth its weight in gold because they actually managed to get him back toward the site with Blaze King. We do see a cheeky shot on towards Lu as well, but what happened previously in this mix of utility is that Bonkers put the fault line to cut down the middle of the site. And what we're going to see is a cheeky recon bolt actually ricocheted off the wall that is going to scan a couple of the members of Boom. And with a team paranoia coming through from Severine, it's going to make things a little bit awkward for the side of Boom and put them in the player disadvantage. And this is when we're going to start to see the ultimates be a little bit more impactful. When Dragon gets those kills, the ultimate can get ripped down in towards the sewers, and that's going to try and buy enough time with this vicinity here for the retake to be situated and for Bonkers to get the plant. Now, before that as well, we have a little Rolling Thunder to come through from Berserks, and with the combination of utility coming through, Minimize is ahead of the curve on that one, a couple of trades to come on out, but this is the time in the round that it has to be respected. The ultimate goes out, and it's the 2 versus 2. And this, I think, is one of the most important things to highlight in a round such as this. Because it's on the 2 versus 2, we can see that for Boom, Famous still has this operator. And coming into a retake, you know that operators are not generally going to be the weapon that you want in your possession. So what instead we see from him, and we'll go into the radar for this one, is there's going to be a fault line set up to go across default towards long, and as soon as Famous wants to get onto the site, there's going to be some nice placements of the cloud bursts to be able to completely catch the Bonkers guys and isolate them into a 2 versus 1 duel, favoring the Boom side of things. So we'll go and watch this here. There's the fault line. Watt is stuck looking at Heavens. Famous and Berserk swing onto Dragon. Watt's completely blinded, gets the 1 kill there, but loses out on the second one, meaning that the defuse can come through, and that is a nice retake round to come through from the side of Boom, completely locking Bonkers out even when Boom were at a player disadvantage. Thanks once again for joining me here. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, more VALORANT action.
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप Better believe you're gonna be pick up a seat get your team I'm the king of kings brother in arms in a battle you all gonna die if you act like a vandal bring the realms to reality from every angle this is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am a Raja I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja Cause I am the Raja What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won abolished traveling.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We just finished Map 1, Bonkers versus Boom, with Boom quite easily taking away that map win from Haven, which was Bonkers' map pick, actually. I know, Quack, you were predicting a Bonkers win here. What do you think of this performance? Look at Will's face.
I don't.
Yes, Quack,
I just saw, I was going to say something, and then I saw Will's like...
Please, I would love to hear your deep analysis on your own prediction.
You can tell Will was part of the debate club.
I mean, he's
wrong,
like
actually.
giving me so much pressure. No, that's a real thing. I think that's something that Bonkers felt. First of all, I mean, we were talking about experience a little bit, right? And then this might be one of the first times that Bonkers are playing in front of such a crowd. I mean, RDW actually did tweet out, just a couple hours ago that he said, the crowd sounds insane. I'm so excited. But now that you're actually playing on the stage, and I know that Lou is one of those guys who kind of might get a little bit affected by some of these nerves too, and you could see that it kind of hurt their performance a little bit. Of course, that's not to say that's the whole reason.
Sure.
I think Boom actually just did a really, really good job controlling the map on Haven.
Yeah, and all thanks to this guy, right, who got the MVP in the server, Blaze King. I mean, Blaze King was absolutely on one in this map, just getting multi-kill after multi-kill, 6 first kills as the Killjoy. I mean, absolutely insane stats, but also, let's say it like it is. You called out that Lou might be one of those players that gets affected by this, and as one of the star players on Bonkers, I mean, it took him a while to get the first kill, and even then, only 9 total, right? Across 19 rounds. I mean, that's not what you want to see from your star Jet player. Win or lose, you want to see him have the confidence to continue to, go out, get kills, and be able to continue to lead the round. Now, I will say, he was still showing the confidence, right? He wasn't shying away from fights. He was still going into it. It's just the result didn't quite change.
That's the thing. We talk about confidence a lot. And yes, you need confidence to be able to peek out and go for duels. I think Lou was doing that a little bit too much. I felt like Bonkers were a little bit too aggressive. They were too, I don't know, they just went for executes. And sometimes you would see Lou, he places himself into some awkward positions, like C-site on logs, for example. I think round 3 was one of those where he kind of dashed into that spot and he couldn't get out.
There.
Yeah, he placed a cloud burst just to keep himself alive for a couple of seconds, but that was it. This is not the same Lou that I saw, in group stage.
And then I also want to know, I'm glad you brought up C-site, right? It was very clear that Boom had this idea of we're just going to give the site for free, like almost every time, right? We have, I mean, we're playing with Omen. We don't have a great way without investing too many people to hold that site down. So give that for free. If they come in, we go for a quick retake. And the retakes were always on point. So we saw it in that kind of quick interview that Mac did when they were walking in. Blaze King said, well, we just made sure we had some counters ready. It was very clear that Boom was prepared for this match.
Yeah, Boom was definitely prepared. And I think they know the stakes are high, and they just came in and made sure that Bonkers could not gain any momentum whatsoever. And I think you're absolutely right about Lou and the rest of the team. It's like they had that confidence, or almost like they were trying to overcompensate with maybe, you know, that stage nerves or whatever it is. It seemed like the timing just wasn't right. You mentioned that point, like the team timing amongst each other just wasn't quite in sync. But maybe now that they finished their first map, going into the second map, do we expect improvements on this front?
I mean, if your name is Quack and you predicted Bonkers to win, I think you do. I know,
actually, I'm really scared.
Oh.
This is the first time, like, guys, wow. I'm like, oh, God. Yeah, no, really. Because
really? Okay.
Next map pick is going to be Pearl, right? Yeah. And if you're talking about all these, like, punish plays and just giving Bonkers the site and then retaking off of that, this is precisely how Bleed played against Bonkers in the most recent match. And it was actually a really interesting thing because Bonkers played that map specifically against Orangutan. They wanted to try or test out their strategies. It kind of worked for a couple of rounds, couple of seconds, and it was great. That was when Luke got like a quick, I don't know, like 10-second ace when he pushed up B-Long. It didn't work out again afterwards because Bleed really found ways to counter that. And I feel that Boom Esports really studied that VOD, and they must have strategies planned, just prepared for this specific matchup. So I don't know. If Bonkers doesn't really fix whatever they've got, whatever gaps, whatever leaks they have, this is going to be a really tough match.
Well, whatever it is, Bleed is here. I think most of the team is here, and they're watching who could be their potential opponent for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, they're just going to be taking this all in to see how things will pan out. Now, of course, on the side of Bonkers, we've got that Omen. And I will say this, I mean, you know, ever since the map changes, jury's still out on exactly how does that really affect the different composition of the metas. I think the Omen itself is fine, right? And then you still have the KO on top as a second initiator. But like you said, Quack, you have to now be one step ahead in reverse, right? You now have had another team like Bleed who has countered what you're trying to do. They've really tried to just bait you into these traps. And Boom, it's very clear that they did that on Haven. And this is their pick. So I think this draft, now looking back at the results of the first map, probably both teams were pretty happy about this draft. But then Bonkers lost their pick. Now you're going into the Pearl with Boom, who still has that, you know, they're going with the Harbor Viper. I mean, you don't want anything else to make better trap plays, right? You can just really cut up the site even after they enter or even when they're on the attack.
And that's that whole plan surrounding this composition that Boom Esports has. Bonkers, it is an interesting idea. I kind of like it. Having this sole controller, you're able to support your teammates with paranoias all the way throughout, and sometimes just pivoting around B-Link, playing around the side, and maybe rotating back towards mid. It can be a good setup. We've seen it work before, especially when Dragon anchors down Art. The main thing is, I need to see Bonkers play a lot more controlled. They cannot afford to go too aggressive, and they need to fix their past mistakes.
Yeah, I would agree. And then, you know, they are starting over on that defensive side, so hopefully, again, they take advantage of the fact that they have that Omen to set up the Paranoia trap plays to try to get a lead in the first half.
Well, this is it, or this could be it for Bonkers. They don't get their act together, you know, shake off any nerves from the stage and figure out what exactly Boom has up their sleeve. Now we're gonna go up to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin, as we go into map 2, Pearl.
Yeah, very well could be it right now. Bonkers backs against the wall. Need to be able to fight back here on Pearl, where they have shown us strong performances in the past. Take down Boom and try to extend this series all the way. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it done, but right now Boom have to be feeling so good, so confident and comfortable after that very clean closeout on Haven.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They should be feeling really comfortable. It's a good map for both teams. I said earlier they beat Bleed. I meant Naus. The other team that is in the playoffs, Boom had beat Naus on this. It was very close, 13-10. It looked like it was going to be very one-sided for Boom until Naus was able to run like 6 or 7 rounds in a row on the defense. But their defender side, very, very good here for Boom. But they're going to start on the attacker side, where they're able to take the first 4 rounds in a row off of Naus Esports the last time they played them. So the real question here is to me, is the compositional differences, though. That's the big key that everyone has to be looking at, right? So to me, a lot of pressure here onto Minimize and RDW in particular with that Sova and that KO. Why do I say that? Well, because you're running that double controller, the kind of meta comp that you see most of the time on Pro with the Harbor Viper. So you need those initiators to sort of get you that information, get you that ability to get past that extra layer of smokes that's going to be there. So particularly RDW with that Sova, I need to see some impact, more impact with those recon darts, with those owl drones, to set up Lou and others to get past that line of defense that Boom is going to have.
Let's see if they can get it done. Everything to play for here for Bonkers. Do not want to be going home this early on here. It's just the first day of the playoffs. It's been a hell of a run for this OCE squad to get themselves to this point. But can they continue onward? Can they deliver us a 3-map series? Or will Boom be walking away with their heads held high and give us a 4-0 day of Valorant here? It's not what we want. We want some real matches, some closeness. We want to see some map 3s.
Well, we almost sort of had a map 3.
Sure. Well, we want that pressure to hit a fever pitch. Shock dart timing. Great. From the side of RDW. Good early damage across. Minimize now. Up here alongside. Gets full flash though. Tries to turn away from it. Ends up eating the whole damn thing. As he gets taken down. Lou now. Bit of a delayed reaction. Blaze King comes out on top. Now a 5v3. Here in the opening pistol round. The plant coming down on the B site. RDW shifting his way around. Get himself up top. But so much work now to be done, and Boom completely entrenched.
Very difficult now for Bonkers. A recon dart and a paranoia. That's basically what you got.
Revealing area.
Okay, they send the recon to try to get the ping. Only reveals onto one though, and they are swiftly dealt with. A flawless start to the map as Boom will net themselves a second pistol round win here in this series.
And that's just beautiful here from Boom. I mean, one gets revealed, that's okay, that's just bait. Let the other two deal with it. Love the way that Blaze King sets himself up here. You'll see this all the time, right, on this map with Jets. They love to push long B. They love to take space there. Famous does it too. He was doing it against Naus. And just able to just read that very nicely as Boom kind of across the board. A great shock dart to start from RDW, and I thought, oh, this could be disaster, but Minimize takes a full blind and isn't able to get out of that blind status before he's already taken out, basically. So Bonkers here in a bit of a pickle already. And again, Boom is very good on their defender side on this map, so every round they get here feels more and more dire for the Bonkers squad. And there's nobody on A. This is a gamble.
Yeah. Again, the double stack over at Link, watching the doors. Will be some util burn from the side of Boom, just to try to make sure that this site is in fact clear. As What goes wandering back over towards Flowers. Confirmation comes in, the rotations can begin. Top mid being watched. Lou, looking like he does manage to push Blaze King back. Tags him in the shoulder, knocked down to 91 HP. They still have to worry about that late lurk. He's got 2 bites available, and likely has the lineups as well to try and deny. As they're just gonna go ahead and unleash hell through this smoke. The push up, the cut down. They will just go ahead and I'm pretty sure damn near kill everybody other than What blindly. But it's another flawless round now back to back as they close out the anti-eco.
I mean, I appreciate the effort here from Boom in going for this and going for the gamble and just kind of trying to make something out of this round, trying to make something out of this series. But at the same time, you just handed over 5 more ult orbs. Brilliant. Our fans are brilliant.
Yep. Everybody loves the Venga Boys.
I mean, absolutely. Quack was very amused when I was singing some songs about Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
We don't need to.
No karaoke today?
We don't need the audience to suffer through that.
Absolutely no. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Okay, Trailblazer to check. Lou just going to be backing away. Clear up back box. So now it's just this hover around the main archway.
It's all a ruse.
Just go ahead, apply some pressure, turn their sights towards B instead.
This is great. I mean, this is Boom just completely bamboozling Bonkers. I mean, they're just stealing the show right now. It's just incredible. I mean, they got the full retake coming for Bonkers, and yeah, decent amount of utility. Dragon is going to get the opener onto Blaze King through that cascade.
Good spam, finds one. So a little bit to work with as Shock Dart into the corner, trying to pressure Famous out. Save the second one, and okay, minimize. They'll just be able to kill him. Quick peek on the corner, Berserk's out. Look at the challenge as well. Shiro gonna be good for one. Berserk's sending the pop flash, tried to swing in, but Lou was not caught by that one. Managing to find that kill. Dragon snaps on, catches Shiro in the head. He's looking for the hold. Lou up over the top, however. We'll find him. Only 2 players lost. Not a bad little pickup here for Bonk as they get themselves on the board in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's pretty good misdirection here by Boom, it's a great recovery. The shot through the high tide, not the cascade, by Dragon there, and minimize ready. Good follow-up by Lou on the back of that flash. Able to find some good damage, and then Lou again up and over the screen, getting a much-needed round here for the side of Bonkers. And now everything's all squared up, but you already have a reckoning here for Shiro. He's having a good start. There's that Harbor. Let's see if they just want to try kind of a fast hit potentially. The dart
like
is, yeah, but the knife just caught Shiro. So if he was going to use that reckoning that quickly, that early, it got blocked by minimize. So good piece of utility there that maybe bought Bonk a little bit of time and space.
Severine, pressure on him. Paranoia goes out. That zones them back. In the meantime, still the creep up coming through. Looks like Trailblazer at the ready. Berserk's just going to go ahead and send it. Now the Reckoning is well going to be invested. RDW spotted out the side of Art. Famous chasing forward, tries to get the catch, but he's just barely getting around the corners fast enough to avoid getting caught by the enemy jet. RDW living to fight another day. Minimize now going to be taken down. However, the push coming in, and RDW not reading that he's here, and Famous just manages to continue to swing in. Gets himself a 3rd. Lou dropped over and dug out. Now it's just on Dragon as Boom. I mean, look for their 3rd round win, and it would be a 3rd flawless for them, and it's going to be the case. They go ahead and they answer back in a big way.
I mean, that's a big oof for Bonk. I mean, just a beautiful round here from Boom, and kind of, I think their early round ideas kind of got shut down a little bit, but that spam through the high tide is identified by Berserks. And then RDW and What just really not ready for that space to have been taken yet by Boom. And again, you gotta be really aware that Boom is just taking space. They have all the confidence in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, think about how quickly they were rushing you, pushing through your own util, your own smokes, back on Haven. That is not changing here on this attacking side.
Exactly.
Turret's out, has to get back in range, though does Dragon. And right as he does, it gets cleared. Not much info gained. Lou with the Marshall swings out, tries to go for the shot, but is unable to find it. Takes his exit back to the alley. This wall right now causing him trouble. Wall will go down. Instant spot. Dragon still good with the Sheriff. Always seems like he's good for at least a single kill. Takes out one, opens up holes a bit, but still do have that deep position from Blaze King.
Just very difficult retake. If Lou can maybe find one, ooh, Blaze King.
Gets him in the head, Paranoia cutting across, swing out here, back halt, good damage down on RDW. He gets finished off, but Shiro will find 3 in the round. And suddenly it's just minimized, rushing forward, has the Vandal, but has no time and has no chance. Shiro will find a 4th. He is just 1 off from his 2nd Reckoning now. As Boom move up 4-1.
Just beautiful stuff here from Boom, but a cause for concern for me is RDW's utility kind of not that impactful here at the beginning of the round, yet he had a recon dart that spotted Berserk's way on the other side of the wall. No one's able to play off of that. I mean, it is an eco, so I'm not taking too much out of it, to be honest, but a couple shock darts that don't hit anything as well, so sure, it's an eco, and it's not that bad for an eco. You still drop 3 players. Famous with the blades. Probably don't need to use those just yet. Berserks has those Seekers. Minimize.
He's just going to unleash them.
Yep.
Sends him instantly as they just go ahead and push alongside. No command now going to be used. We'll slow them up a bit and actually shift them back over towards the doors. Now moving forward, could cut over towards Art side, maybe even challenge at water, but we can see that that is being watched right now like a hawk by RDW. As Lou, waiting patiently, eventually gets his target. Blaze King taken down. Obviously a high value target. And this is sending Boom kind of scrambling for the first time. You can see some uncertainty. This is going to be a 4-man push out from Art side onto the A site.
They've done a great job keeping track of all of this. Let's see if Dragon is going to try to push across his high tide. He does!
He just swings right out and he guns down 3! Berserks does find him, but the damage is dealt. And this should be Bonk getting themselves a second round. Drop down off the wall. Will have been noted. He's unsure where he went. As he continues to push up, RDW spots the gun, gets the shot. Bonk get themselves a second round win. Fantastic reply coming in from Dragon.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. Not just from Dragon, but also Minimize with pretty good timing here on this no command. It forces Boom away from it because then they want to make this push. And Bonk's just so well prepared. They're watching water. They're keeping track really well here of the likely movements of Boom. And then, yeah, Dragon, like you said, it seems to be good for one. Well, he's good for a lot more in that round.
I mean, credit also has to go over to What, who layered that paranoia through. Fantastic little combo play to gun him down and not give him a chance here in the round. The Reckoning now sent him. Okay, interesting one. Goes through Lynx, drifting over towards Halls as the Cove now coming down to try to escort them forward onto the side. Berserk's going to be noted by that recon. Dart and Dragon again finding an opening kill. Cove now broken. There's nowhere to go but forward here for the side of Boom. Severin pushing forward, managing to find one. Berserk gets the other. Lockdown is destroyed. And Boom for now have the site. 3v3 for the attempt of the retake. Blaze now pulled out and RDW spamming across. Does find Berserks. Blaze King watching the back, however. Comes away with Minimize. Brings it back into a 2v2. Up over the top goes Lou, but he was going to run out of knives and now just has the operator. And they're encroaching on his position. Up over the top goes Blaze King. Finishes him with a classic. And with 47 seconds remaining, they could take this over to A. Looks like that is not going to be the case. They're just inching forward, get themselves tucked in behind the pillar. And now RDW, he's not sure which way to go.
They're out of the range of that recon, so he's still pretty aware, though.
Blaze King so very low. Absolutely has a chance. The wall coming up. He's in front of it. They might not realize this. And now, okay, they certainly will. Swings in. RDW can get the one, but no chance at a transfer. Shiro will put him down. And he will help Boom continue to stretch this lead further. Now 5-2.
And again, even though there have been some good moments for Bonkers, spamming through these smokes, these extra layers of cover, of concealment that Boom has. And again, Dragon, a good cove here by this. I really like that cove by Boom to allow them entry, to give them the ability to set up, to push into there. Blaze King wisely realizing that the blades were empty and there was an operator sitting behind it. Push space, pull out the classic, get the up and over. Now, Berserk not going to catch anything into Art with that initial flash. A high tide sent through the middle here, so some mid control being faked by the side of Boom. And that forces out this recon dart here, which doesn't gain any info, so this could be a big fight.
And see the ping coming down over by water, but Lou pushing forward, managing to find one, but cannot get the second. Severin gonna get tagged up, gonna get finished off. RDW lining him up for the 2-tap. Advantage still held now by Bonkers, up by a player. Minimize, not that he knows it right now, but he's got space to push forward and upgrade that weapon. Because for now, it's just a sheriff in hand. He's going to start inching forward. So we'll have some additional firepower to help pick up a third-round win. Trailblazer checking forward. Dragon not getting noted by it. He's very wary about this forward lurk that can come through. It's what Vipers like to do. But he's just got to hightail it out of here as the pressure continues to come through from Link. Famous up and over, lands onto the box, and so too does the spike. He gets shut down. Dragon, a nice shot. Brings this yet again into a very winnable position. Blaze King take it out, Minimize with a nice shot. It's just Berserks as the team ace will come through. Everybody getting involved as Bonk fight back, bringing it to within 2 rounds.
It's a beautiful round here from Bonk. Not really being confused too much by this early fake mid pressure by the side of Boom. Then they set up this little trap play here, a flash and go. No dash, but just kind of pushing forward. A great smoke here, a preemptive smoke from the side of What that allows Dragon to cross over to get into that position, to get the kill onto Famous and really give themselves a lot easier time throughout the rest of that round. Everybody doing all the right things at the right time basically there. And then the follow-up with that Hunter's Fury as well earlier on in that little trap area side of A. What just has to backpedal here. That 0 point I don't think catches anybody from the side of Boom. Of course, the tap of the orb will let them know that there is some presence here. And now Owl Drone has to go check mid.
You should run.
I mean, they know exactly who grabbed up that orb there. Berserk's now having the Seekers online. 4 ults to deal with. The first one already let loose as Severin goes in for the lockdown. And oh, the timing from RDW could not have been better. Catches Blaze King right before Lou would have been taken out. Would have just been an execution. Cloudburst now down. Famous wanting to push forward. Goes off the back of the Seekers, but kind of gets stuck there alongside his own teammate's wall. The wave blocking his vision. And they manage to strike. Shiro turning away right as they swing out from Secret. Kills found. Berserk still looking to hold. And Lou, he just wallbangs him. Up over the top at Art. Finds the kill. Severin now on his lonesome. Wants to throw that nano, but it's not going to get the opportunity. Bonk are fighting back. 4-5. They are running this back into their favor. Just one more from tying us up.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a timeout here from Boom. There seems to be a few mental mistakes potentially coming through, or just maybe that, a little bit of a lack of awareness. Blaze King trying to get aggressive off the back of that lockdown, see if he can catch somebody rotating on the side of it. And Shiro, I thought had seen his opponent there, but and I mean that's just that happens. The op through the wall. Not the end of the world here for Boom. You still have the Viper's Pit. Now Famous, going to go for the Blade Storm. Okay, yes.
A timeout will be called. Boom pumping the brakes here. Not happy with how close things are. We'll see if they're going to be able to further separate themselves from Bonkers, but right now it seems like the Aussies are starting to get that momentum on their side, and they're playing with a bit more confidence.
Yes.
As well as getting a good sense of the timings from Boom. That catch coming through, stopping Blaze King right before he was about to finish off Lou.
Yep.
Those are the kind of reads that they were lacking over on Haven, but things are very much starting to come alive for them.
And it felt like the protocols were starting to break down a little bit for Boom. They've been so good here today, especially on Haven, kind of playing off of each other, reacting to things. And now that Bonkers is starting to get kind of a sense of the map, a sense of the pace and everything, they're starting to react really, really well to stuff. They're really getting a good read on the map. They're doing a good job adjusting to Boom's rotations throughout the map. They're not really falling for any of the false information that Boom has been sending out at times. But now this is a pretty interesting round. Boom able to invest outside of their 2 big ultimates with some rifles to kind of support, get that Viper's Pit down, get that Judge.
Get out of my way.
To do some work inside of it. But you got to be careful of that op out here with Lou, and so now you've got a Poison Cloud to kind of obscure that angle and kind of keep things obscured if Blaze King is going to be continuing to lurk in this B main area, if they're going to try to push it or whatever. So let's see.
Looks like they're going to push it. Question is, who wants to be the one to check?
Can't lose Blaze King here.
Wall comes out first. Trailblazer rushing forward. Lou just not even going to want to deal with it. Just backs away, plays it safe. Can go ahead and get set up at back halls. See if you can find a pick. Updraft's being used. Famous on the hunt, trying to spot somebody, but he's not going to see a damn thing. So just goes ahead, burns the dash, gets his way out.
I think if Boom finds a pick there, they might opt to try to push through there, using a lot of their smoke utility to try to take that space, but instead there hasn't been much contact until that moment when the alarm bot that awaits. Now instantly a huge response here.
Yep, and off the back of the wall going up, the rotations have begun, minimized, looking to get himself over. We're not spotting anything, but this is going to be quite the position to try to breach as one finds 2, gets himself a 3rd, looks for the 4th, can't find it. Dragon will go ahead and snatch it up, and the crowd goes wild as we get tied up 5-5.
Just beautiful stuff here from Bonkers. They are now really engaged. They are doing such a good job of controlling this map, not biting on anything. And every time Boom tries to rotate, they are right there. Nobody's ready for what's angle. He says, "What's up?" and sends him packing. Give him gun buddy, please.
Oh, that's the guy who's been in my DMs for the last year and a half.
Yeah, it's like he's one of your friends.
We cannot help you with that.
We cannot. I don't even have one, bro.
Well, that's a you problem. Minimize though, pushing forward. Spawns him over at Shops, and he guns down 2. Looks for the 3rd. But wisely backs away. Doesn't want to overpress. Doesn't want to give them anything. What will fall? Good push out from Severin. Staring over into A main. Gets that punish. Still advantage held. And now very much expounded upon here from the side of Bonk as Lou just delivers a mid-grip shot over to Severin. Famous now on his lonesome as Bonk looked to take the lead for the first time in this series.
The money's gone for Boom, Achilleos. They invested in this round, expecting to, try to get that Viper's pit down or something, but they can't. Bonk's just too stalwart and Minimize. Now we haven't seen too much aggression from the side of Bonkers towards that mid area, and finally had a great timing here. Decides to just step up and in there, get a couple big kills, and around the corner, Famous versus Lou, and
Lou's got it.
Yeah, he's good for it. Unbelievable. I love this from Bonkers.
Last round in the half. Bonk set up to have 7-5. Boom, we'll see what they're going to be able to scrape together. Saw some Guardians, half armors, Bulldogs in the mix. We'll take a closer look after this. Just a gorgeous start from the IGL. It's playing up in the mid, coming away with 2 quick kills. It just becomes unrecoverable there from there. Now the stage is set for them to have a very clear advantage before the side swap.
Reckoning in a Viper's pit, but you still have the lockdown. Counter for Dragon. We've seen Boom do a good job eliminating that ult the previous time. And they're going to try a very similar setup, and it's a very similar look from Lou as well. Same angle, and it's the same kind of utility setup. No dog, no Trailblazer. This time around, as it's not in Berserk's hands. Couldn't quite afford it, so just going to try to use these smokes to leapfrog their way forward and use this Reckoning to try to get into position to do the Viper spin.
Rays in, but Minimize shuts down Famous on the entry. He's expecting where he was going to arrive. Gets that kill. Blaze King now holding forward. Blue spotting 1. Still has not registered that the Viper is there, but as the shot comes across, he very much knows it. The drop down can't drag through. The judge is good for 1, but Lou will finish him off. And Bonk have the lead, 7-5 at the half.
Just beautiful adjustments here as this one wore on. It looked like it was maybe going to be a runaway for Boom, but 5 in a row to finish it out for Bonkers. Absolutely beautiful. Again, just reading the map so well, doing a great job of communicating the information. They're able to do so much against this, what a lot of people would assume is a difficult comp to play against on this map with all these smokes. But they're just very patient. And it helps that Lou has now kind of found his footing, found his confidence with that operator as well. We saw that kind of be shaky for him on Avon.
And the whole team looking a hell of a lot more confident and comfortable here. The impact from Dragon, Minimize, having, yet another fantastic map. We saw him kind of being the hope there on Haven, playing that breach now in the KO. Looking very much just as at home. There we go.
Really? Only 1v4. Only one in the entire tournament. Well, this tournament's been really darn close.
this was the Rays clutch over on Split from Famous.
Yeah.
Just crushing, I believe, Xersha in that moment. He's had some good ones, obviously, here in this series, but you can see now, Spirit's looking a hell of a lot higher for Bonk.
No doubt. And even that timeout, which I fully agree with Boom taking it when they did not help them. They were already at 5 at that point. And in the midst of all of it, Bonk still able to take control of this map so far. But again, Boom is very good on their defender side on this map. They were 8-4 against Naus Esports. So this is certainly a lot of work still to do for Bonk. The confidence is there, that's great. But Boom, don't count them out just yet. They are nasty on this side of the map.
All right, well, first and foremost, just Severin here. Looking to hold things down at B. Turret not even set up for him. Trying to dissuade this. He's going to be watching over Link and won't find too much value. Dart into the back of Halls. You see that there's no one there. Loot now dashing forward, but Severin trying to keep his position. A bit of a mystery as the rotations come through, but now they've spotted him out. Still, however, will be able to find Dragon, but Lou and RDW respond in kind. Famous and Severin both going to be taken down. Berserk as well gets involved. Brings it now to a 3v3. Spike it back Hall at the moment. Bit too risky for Bonk to try to go for the plant. Smoke set up. Tap onto it. The spray coming in. How do they get themselves out of this position now?
Boom just can play a patience game here. They can just kind of wait this out. They're watching the angles.
Onus is on Bonk for sure. Lou and RDW locking eyes, but they need to be able to find some way to get this spike down. 33 seconds now left. Lou gonna look to try to open things. Pop flash goes in. Had his moment to try to catch Berserk with util in hand, but he lets it slip away. Headshot across. Berserk's now with 3. RDW, last man standing, cuts around the side of the wall. Spots one, sees the other, gets a headshot, down to 14. Tap on the spike, running out of time. Berserk swings in and he cannot get it. Down to 45, but still standing. Boom will take another pistol, now 3-1 in that regard, and 1 round away from tying things up.
But what a round from Berserk to that wide swing at the end. Kind of expecting the close angle to be held. And instead, he just sidesteps that Sheriff, takes RDW down. What a heroic effort by Bonkers, by RDW. And Berserk just gets a little bit too far ahead of that crosshair. Able to clutch that round out.
I mean, he's been having a hell of a game so far.
Yes, he has.
12 assists already in that first half. Been very much involved in pretty much everything here. As yet again, it's just going to be B simulated for the side of Bonk. Pushing forward, the rotation's beginning now as there's the dash in. Should have spotted one on that cross, but it's just going to be into the meat grinder, and Severin nearly gets himself an ace. Lou will be able to take him down at the very end, but damn, that is one hell of a way to try to fast track that lockdown as Boom will tie it up at 7-7.
Yeah, the boomer for Boom, having a nice round there. Our oldest player here at Ascension Pacific.
He's 1 off. He's 1 away from having the lockdown now.
That's unbelievable.
Going into round 3.
Unbelievable.
Start round 3 of this second half.
I love the way he plays this, though. He plays it different than the last round, where it's a very similar setup, right? That poison orb in the exact same spot as it was before. He pops that nanoswarm early, and it's the same response from Bonkers, where it's a dash ahead for Lou, and then the others try to filter in, and this time he just lets the dash go by and plays the players that are coming in through that poison cloud.
Lou gonna swing out, and oh boy, he takes to the challenge, and he absolutely excels.
Nasty.
Not even tagged down that low. Just comes away with a headshot. Very clean.
Just beautiful. And it is, yes, a Spectre there versus a Vandal, but still, Lou able to keep that aim under control. As now they're shifting weight. I'm a little surprised after that pick, especially on a Killjoy, that they wouldn't try to punish that. A lot of times the Killjoy is kind of left on the weaker side of the map, but here we go.
Okay, Lou up over the top, the flash into the back. Catches Shiro, hasn't identified Famous's position yet, and he will get punished by him, but minimizes quick to reply, finds the kill. It's looking like a fairly clean round here, unless Blaze King can do some additional damage.
Planted.
The Bulldog in hand versus 4, coming away with a round win. It's nigh impossible, but some additional kills to weaken the economy. Would certainly be a win, but he's not even going to get that. Dragon will go ahead and gun him down. Bonk will once again take the lead.
Well, still works very nicely. A good flash over the top to set up Lou to kind of continue what he started on the other side of the map there. Great flash, great paranoia as well. And Berserk's trying to use his flash to do something there, but able to hide around the corner, avoid it. His Bonkers able to get a very nice Relatively clean win there. Now, yes, Severine does have that lockdown. Blade Storm for Lou. So he's going to pop that instead of opting to buy it. And he'll save a little bit of money. Famous with this op.
Do they read that he's got it? Oh, well, the flash will certainly help flush him out. It's going to be scoped in. Lou's got to be quick. Dashes across. Just get tagged up just a little bit. There's a lockdown now going to be used over from Link. Lou continuing to just run havoc around the map, but Famous will be able to shut him down. Lockdown has to be respected. They back away. Pressure towards Link now. Double doors. Looked like Dragon was maybe going to try to push in, but Boom drifting back over towards the A site. They're getting a decent read here. Just going to look that, bounce that Swarm Grenade. The Nano Swarm rather, into the corner. Doesn't really go deep enough, and instead will just eat some of his own damage to get across. But in position for the shutdown of the site are Boom. Knife goes in, Shiro gonna get tagged up. Let's get nullified, swing onto the corner, and Dragon's not ready for it. Famous at the same time finds RDW, gets himself a kill in the minimize as well. As Famous will rack up 4 and keep us tied at 8-8. It's anyone's game. Woo!
Great stuff from Famous, but a lot of this round here is, again, great reactions, great protocols here from Boom. Initially, get the lockdown down. And even though Bonk makes a pretty decent call, I think, to try to fast rotate back over to A, off the back of that, they couldn't get the space they wanted from Lou with that Blade Storm. But just in time is the Trailblazer. And then the High Tide, a beautiful High Tide from Shiro to buy them just a little bit more time, get set up here, and allow Famous to do his thing with that op.
It's a shooting range. We are right back into the action, though. As they creep across, obviously wary that the operator could still be here. As we can see, Famous currently getting set up behind box over at A main. Very narrow sight line to work with here. People drifting ever closer towards him. Did they get the read that he could be in this position? 0 point not going to go nearly deep enough, so they know that someone's not holding super close. But they have to be cognizant of this. They'll fall into the trap. This could be devastating, especially if they continue to swing out one after the other. But the shot not going to connect. Famous tagged up just a bit, dashes back out. Seems like even with forcing his position, forcing out that mobility, they don't want to challenge into it. But Boom, again, they're getting the correct rotational read. 3 members now going to be situated over on B, looking to reinforce here.
And there's no extra utility to sell, to buy some time for Bonkers to rotate. You're absolutely right. Boom's able to read this because there's nothing else committed to the A side.
30 seconds left.
Shiro noted. Severine, though, into the corner. Not going to be hit there by that. Knife going across. Blaze King finding Lou, shuts down the entry. The swing out now. He makes his presence known. Gets the dink across, and, well, what will be able to find that kill? It's quickly traded back. No time remaining. Boom. Going to be taking the lead here. This Dragon looks to just try to do some additional damage, but I'm not sure if he's even going to find a target. He will not. Famous will find him. Boom now, 9-8. And the economy from the side of Bonk broken down.
I just love the way Severine's playing this B site. So difficult to break here. Every time he's in a different spot. Every time the utility is shifting around. And this time, they expect the dash. It's been the same entry every time through this poison cloud for the side of Bonkers, but it's been different positioning from Severine. Really doing a great job making things so hard on this B side, which is, again, the side that obviously teams love to favor on this map. But with this Bonkers team comp, I think they can kind of force the A issue a little bit more. I think they've got pretty decent opportunities, but regardless, they're going to have a tough time, because, in particular because of the Harbor Achilleos. I mean, we've seen it time and time again here on this defender side, that High Tide and that utility really gives Boom the space they need to kind of get set up, get prepared for a lot of these retakes and those kind of things.
Yeah. It's been a thorn on their side, and Chiro's been having a hell of a time.
Yes.
A lot of impact. Yeah, a lot of impact found by him. Plenty of ults that he's been able to cycle through. First time out used here for the side. Bonk, though. Can they course correct off the back of this? Tie us up yet again, and then look to regain a lead. As we saw there from that little fun fact in the lower third, it's always been clean or it's been a disaster for Bonkers Can they flip the script this time? Can they actually go to a third map to keep their hopes and dreams alive? Not just for them, but obviously also for all of the fans, the countrymen that they are representing here on this stage, watching from back home.
No doubt. And I do have confidence that they can do this. I mean, with the way that they've been playing here on this map, much, much better. A lot overall better reactions. Now I need to see a little bit more trickery here from Bonkers. If they're going to be making these long rotates, they need to try to sell these to buy themselves a little bit more time if they're going to go for them, because Boom's been having, just like Bonkers did on the other side of the coin, pretty good reactions.
The creep up just around the corner here. Shiro as well as Berserk. The Dragon with the Guardian comes up with 2. Weapon upgrade now into the hands of what? Watching that back cover, that flank. The Blaze King is going to be trying to advance forward. It's famous. The shot goes wide. Certainly out of character for him. Pulls back over into the spawn. The lockdown invested. Severin trying to get a bit of a tempo push here to catch them off guard, but only comes away with 1 kill and cannot break down this util. So the call has to be made to go for the save. Famous hightailing it back over towards the B site. Blaze King as well, just drifting away. Bonk will, in fact, be able to pull off this round with the lighter by the Guardian from Dragon, delivering everything that they needed.
He's been huge on this map, Achilleos. Dragon has just been awesome. I mean, there's no way in heck that I thought that was going to go well for Bonkers. And that is just, I mean, that the most accurate gun in the game, the Guardian, able to just do some serious damage and give a much-needed Thrifty over to Bonkers to tie us up. Blaze King is going to find Minimize out there, and not the end of the world.
Appreciate you protecting the ears of our 8-year-old viewers. But here we are at 9-9 now.
Well, gosh darn it to heck, Achilleos.
Yeah. Unreal. When they need him the most, whether it's the Guardian, the Sheriff, Dragon just continues to deliver in these light buy rounds. And Thrifty to turn the tide off the back of that timeout is absolutely monstrous. Yes, they cannot get the operator out of the hands of Famous, so it's still definitely a concern that they need to have.
A lot of the ultimates for Boom won away. Reckoning, Viper's Pit, Seekers, all very close. So any kills that go over the way of Boom could kind of change the outlook of this round quickly.
Okay, they're going to Hunter's Fury as well as just no command off the rip. Dragon, however, the savior from the last round, cut down a size right off the start of this one. Berserk swings out from Flowers, finds Lou. What gets 1, turns the switch back over towards Art, but cannot get the kill. Severin cleans up 3. And from Thrifty to disaster, Boom once again takes the lead.
Yeah. Just, I mean, again, Severin on this Killjoy causing huge problems. They're able to cut off Dragon. And that seems like when the head of the Dragon is gone, sometimes things for Boom begin to follow. And just a wonderful performance here. Severin having one of his best maps of the tournament right now.
It's been great. Way out in front now, 15-14-3. Leading the charge for his team. Early presence again coming through over towards A.
Meanwhile, Berserk's having a basketball stat line over there. 14, 12, and 13. Just having a really solid map. Seekers for him. Shiro has the Reckoning, so a lot of powerful retake utility. Information gathering potentially as well.
And again, because they try to use the Hunter's Fury aggressively to catch people off guard, say, okay, we're going to limit util, limit mobility by popping this no command, and then try to catch somebody with a Hunter's Fury. It comes up shy, and now Severin, one off of that lockdown, is just going to have a whale of a time.
It's the same problem we were kind of seeing on Haven, right, Achilleos, where the ult cycling is just a little bit kind of off here for Bonkers, where they're trying to push the pace, push the tempo, push the cycling, but they're not getting enough value out of it to justify it.
Okay, the swing out. It's going to be a trade up, 2 for 1. Lou and Minimize able to find some kills. They do miss out here on their flasher now. The KO on the floor. Reckoning does get used, but Plant will come down all the same. They have to leave Lou out to die. Shiro, the quick punish, finds it. And they try to go for the post-plant setup. Dragon off on the flank. Cloudburst down, the swing out, doesn't find the kill. Okay, lobs in. The Nano Swarm pops that one. RDW finds Severin. The TP comes in. RDW gets the one tap, and now it's just Famous. Stuck in the corner of the op. He sees him for a moment, tries to get the shot, but Dragon says no, and we are tied up once again.
Ready for another overtime?
Absolutely. 10-10. I mean, it does feel like that bind.
Right?
From the last series, the teams seemingly inseparable. I've just been neck and neck this entire way throughout.
And this, I like what Boom does here before RDW just says no, where they throw the Cove and then they don't go into it to try to start the defuse. They're expecting that Nano, that Molly to come through. They start pushing space because they know they have to do that to get that round win. It's just a great reaction from RDW. 13-11 having a really solid map here for Bonkers on that Sova.
If they can continue to deal with Severin, not allow that lockdown to come through, then maybe it will just be sunshine and rainbows here for Bonkers.
Well, look at where Severin is now in mid here. A lot of pressure being put here early, but right now, a pullback from the side of Bonkers.
And dash out from Famous. Gets himself over towards Link now. Wants to watch double doors with this operator. There's Lou as well. Yeah, I mean, draws out the Viper's Pit. Famous noted. Just isn't willing to take the risk. Wants to play this out safely. Keep himself alive. Dragon will be able to clear out all of those Seekers, so very limited information gained for the side of Boom.
And so important in this round is Severin staying alive here in this middle position to kind of pivot, to get into a good spot to use that lockdown. And you would kind of assume A, but with how pushed forward Shiro is, they know that it isn't going A right now, and that's why you're seeing this shift over from Berserks towards B. Even with that Viper's Pit, you know, it looks like Bonk is setting up to try to do this two-pronged push to try to challenge this B site.
Both sides need to be working in tandem. We need to somehow get rid of Blaze King. They'll have heard that judge now, but Famous swinging in the corner, finds minimize. Blaze King gets one. That's the spike now stuck inside of the pit. As Blaze King looks for more, has to go for the reload. RDW will be able to strike him down. That drops the pit, but he's all on his lonesome. And Famous will find himself a third kill in the round. The op retained, lose, lost. Bonk now down once more around.
Just again, even though Boom kind of in the early part of the round lost some mid control, lost a little bit of info, this Viper's Pit eventually kind of allowed Shiro to feel a little comfortable to try to push space on the other side of the map to get the info, because you feel a little more comfort with that judge inside of that Viper's Pit to kind of lean one way or the other. And then again, with Severin there, didn't even need to use the lockdown because they were able to move Famous and Berserks over in time that they can support Blaze King.
The dart to check Art, but obviously not deep enough to spot Famous. And he gets the catch. The wide swing from Lou, just trying to go for a jiggle, but given the position, it's just so much to shoot from Famous, and he does not miss the shot.
Just what an angle he took there. And Bonk with a weak buy here, sent scrambling over towards this B site, towards Severin, who's been a rock on this side of the map. Alarm bot's gonna trigger the reaction here.
That does, they still can get themselves far enough forward, and RDW wins the fight. Severin dealt with. Plant out, Berserk's always just so lined up for it, but doesn't go for the spray. Almost certainly would have gotten the kill on Dragon. Well, he'll be able to win out there against Blaze King. A 4v3, the swing in, Berserk's the timing perfect, catches minimized right before he clears the corner. Flash into the back, Paranoia sent through, Berserk's up here onto the high ground. The wave comes up, cutting off that Link angle. Dragon waiting, tries to go for the push in, doesn't get shut down. Shiro comes away with two. RDW now on his lonesome in a 1v2. 45 HP remaining here on Berserks. The Cove set, the dart goes in, it takes him low, doesn't get the kill. The answer is no! And Berserks will be there to defend. Boom now move up 12-10, match point is theirs.
This looked like Bonk might be able to tie us up once again. It was so close.
Round 12 with 12 collective HP remaining.
I know.
And that one hurts.
Just Berserks there. That moment to step out and catch minimize in the back was huge. Shiro with another big double. And the shock darts don't quite do enough damage to stop the defuse. Oh, it's so close for Bonkers.
Two more chances, but it all needs to start here with this round. Needed to be a win. Blades at the ready. Lou, does he show us that high impact jet play that we've seen from him time and time again? They absolutely need that right now. He'll go rushing forward, gets himself rotating around holes. Nothing spotted. Drone to check. Famous. Likely noted. Still trying to push up. Still trying to get this wallbang shot here across onto What, who now is going to be noted. 1-for-1 so far. Shiro going to be taken down. The Hunter Sphere from RDW. Managing to find Famous. Severin and Blaze King, no look to answer back now. Suddenly into a 2v2, but RDW brings it now to a 2v1. Blaze King looking to be the finisher, looking to be the final boss here for Boom. Take them across the line, keep them in this tournament. But Lou swings the corner, gets the headshot, and it's not over yet.
Woo! Love the confidence here from Bonk. Just dial up a fast hit on the back of this Blade Storm. Don't even really need it. I don't know how in the world that Hunter's Fury from RDW. You assume it's going to clear this lockdown, and he's still able to find a kill anyway. Minimize 2 big kills. Blaze trying to do what he can on the site, but at the end of the day, the surround that Bonkers is able to get on the back of this fast hit, on the back of Lou, pushing space, taking the back hauls, gives them a great crossfire setup.
Oh, here we go again, though. Okay, drone out, try to lead the way. Flash goes in, and Famous tracks him down. Lou dead, Dragon gone, the blades are pulled. Minimize is only able to find one, and suddenly it's just he and RDW left.
The double pump.
They're trying to cut noise, they're trying to swing back out, but it's still being watched by the off the leg shows. He swings in, he finds one, but he's cut down to size. And suddenly it's all on Minimize, the last man standing in a 1v3. 46 HP, trying to get himself over towards this A site, or maybe come from an unexpected angle, but Severin is waiting for it. He's watching, he's been staring over towards this double door the entire time, and this could be the end. Does he even check it? The answer is no. Execution style, Severin will put him down as Bonkers are eliminated from Ascension Pacific. Boom will be advancing forward to play against Bleed.
Just a great Pearl here from both teams. Love the way that Bonkers were able to bounce back, both mentally and physically, everything, but Boom was just too strong today. That Haven really set the tone, set the pace, set the confidence for this Boom squad. And once they got over to the defender's side of Pearl, they were able to shut things down. Severin, an absolute nightmare there. Shiro having a beautiful map on the harbor. And absolutely, you gotta give a tip of the cap to Bonkers. They played an unbelievably great tournament and had such a strong showing here today on Pearl. Just absolutely a lot to be proud of here for their region and for their team.
And certainly not the result that they were looking for, but damn, if these guys did not show up to this tournament and make waves, there was doubts about them being able to make it into the playoffs, but they got it done. That win versus D+, the difference maker. Dominant in that performance. They earned their spot here, and while it is a short-lived run in the playoffs, it was one that was well-deserved and one that we look forward to in the future because these guys can game.
Yeah, a lot of great players on that team. A lot of really good ideas. Well coached as well. Just a lot to be proud of, but Boom as well. You know, a strong team like you talked about earlier. A ton of veteran presence on this team. A ton of players who've been around through literally every level of Valorant that there is. It's, you know, these guys just a little bit stronger here on Pearl to avoid that third map. But the compositional difference at times didn't seem to make much of a difference. You know, Dragon had what a map from him too. Goodness, some of those moments he had were just unreal.
Yeah. Gorgeous highlights from both sides. You know, Severin with his 4K holding it down. Plenty to be celebrated, whichever team you were cheering for.
For both matches today.
Yeah, and plenty to look forward to. I think the word of the day from me is tenacity, because we saw all 4 of these teams fighting tooth and nail to not go out. But at the end of the day, we have to say goodbye. So, for the side of Bonkers, it's unfortunate. But we look forward to seeing them more in the future. Same, very much so, with Fancy United.
Oh yeah, both teams, both regions, absolutely just wonderful showings. Again, you look forward to what we're going to see in the future for them, because there's, you know, this is only year 1 of this Ascension thing, right? Yeah. We've still got so much more to go, and it's heartbreaking. Only one team can come through, but you love what you're seeing. I mean, this whole tournament has been teams just fighting. So many close matches. Every team here has really given us something to cheer for. So you love it. I mean, it's clearly nothing but up for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we know that in and out of the game, the Aussies, they've got tenacity.
Yes.
And they're going to look to bounce back. They're going to look to be here again next year, get that spot, and be the representatives for OCE in Pacific.
They're hungry,
and,
dude.
You know, with a bit more time, some more improvement, it absolutely could happen. But unfortunately, it's an early departure, but boom, they keep themselves alive, but they still have a very tough opponent tomorrow in Bleed. They're going to have the best if they want to stay in this one. So nobody gets a freebie, no lower bracket. It's tooth and nail every single time. But that's going to do it for myself and Paper Thin for the day. But of course, we still have the desk to break things down, as well as Komodo, who's going to be standing by with yet another Telestration segment to go ahead and break down some of the action from this absolutely wild match of Pearl.
Thank you once again, fellas. And of course, map number 2 is going to go the way of Boom, but round number 6 is the round that I want to be highlighting here. A showcase of both teams going for a little bit of map control in their own unique way. So go ahead and start things off, of course, highlighting first and foremost on the radar. So with this one, it's going to be the effort of Bonkers to get a little B long control early up. Their focus is going to be able to get Lou deep on the operator line with a little bit of support from Minimize and from RDW, specifically with a deeper dart. We'll look to flip it on over though, however, for the side of Boom. And for them, they want to take some mid to link control. They're going to be throwing the Cascade a little bit deeper, combination with a Guiding Light through the doors, as well as ripping the Seekers that they've been able to gather with, I will add as well, a normal control smoke to go over here from Blaze King. So I'll go ahead and start this one off for the beginning rip of both of these control parts. So as we see here, Boom are going to get in towards Link, and they're actually going to be forcing RDW all the way back towards the waters. But what I want to highlight is over towards B long here. So Lou has already gotten on towards the line, and as we can see that Toxic Cloud is a little bit deep there on the line, Minimize is going to choose to fall back. Because Lou has gotten control, it's going to be locking down that side of the map. And now the crucial factor for the side of Bonkers is actually what Minimize does next. He starts to rotate on back, realizing that they've lost control of Link and that RDW no longer has any eyes on players going through that part of the map. So what he does next is actually going to be ripping his ultimate, the Null command, to first and foremost stop Boom from expanding in towards the site, but also in combination with the Dark Cover and the Fragment, force them to fall back in towards the middle of the map. And now pause, because this is the time where Boom have a minute 20 to still play with, and they have to make a decision. What do they want to do? As we see the rotations essentially for Bonkers coming over towards the A side, Minimize forcing them back, we're going to be seeing Lou still hold this line over towards the B side of the map, and we're going to see Minimize throw a 0 point over towards Link to confirm that there's no more members of Boom. And that'll give a heads up to Bonkers over at the A side of the map for their turret to play first contact as well. So as we play this one out, Lou gets that kill, and now it's on to Boom once again. What do they do? We know it's going to be over towards the A side of the map. As I mentioned, Dragon is going to have first eyes with that turret over in Art. That'll get destroyed. And for Boom, they have a choice. Where do they want to throw the utility from Shiro? Well, they're going to cut it across the middle of the site, as we do see here. And crucially, is what for Bonkers. His piece of utility next is the most important piece of utility for Bonkers. That Paranoia is already out. Doesn't matter that he actually gets bit by the Trailblazer, because what that does is allow Dragon to disrespect this wall, peek into some blind members of Boom, and essentially win the round from there. He'll peek through, get himself a cheeky 3k, and then it's all on to Berserks to be able to close this one down. And he cannot. So that's essentially what I wanted to highlight there in this segment. 2 different takes at these rounds, but for Bonkers in that instance, a little bit better. Thanks once again, guys, for joining me here today. I'll see you tomorrow, but for now, we go back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Komodo, for that excellent breakdown in the very last game of today. And Bonkers, you know, they're eliminated, but they have a lot to be proud of, and I'm sure they've been an inspiration to their region of Australia. So, I mean, I don't think this is going to be the last time we're going to see them. But, Boom ascends and continues on to tomorrow to face against Bleed Esports. How do you guys find that map?
On Pearl, God, I think Bonkers, you could see that they really adjusted the way that they played, and like, amazing job by Komodo, of course, with the setup that you see. This is precisely the thing that got Lou his quick ace in round 3 against Orangutan. the way that they push up, the way that Luke controls this map with his operator is something that, is not to be scoffed at all. They got like a 5-round win streak towards the end of the first half.
Yeah.
And that's great. However, the attacking side is where things start to fall apart.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that was, okay, we saw that, again, a lot of these players on Bonkers mechanically very gifted. And, if someone like Dragon is able to buy them some extra rounds, buy them some time, they can all heat up and warm up. But it just goes to show that when you don't have as much experience playing against a variety of teams, teams of perhaps higher caliber, kind of the foundation, right, and the discipline. And I'm glad that you mentioned that it was the attacking side, because that's where you really need that discipline of clearing all the corners, making sure you're calming what is cleared and not. And so many times they kind of just pass by one member of Boom or, a skill coming out from Boom, and they're not really quite aware of it. They don't really have the communication to say who's taking care of this part of the map.
Now you can see here despite the score, Bonkers did great in terms of frags, and it's like you said, Will, it's beyond just fragging now. It's the experience of Boom and a lot of their protocols coming together and, overcoming Bonkers in the end.
Yeah, and this is probably the type of Boom that everyone wanted to see and expected to see right from the get-go of Ascension, right? A team that has had some big stage experience, a team that has been playing together, playing against a lot of different teams within, Southeast Asia, and now they can say, okay, well, we know how to face different styles. We know how to adapt and still keep up what we've been practicing, our communication, that doesn't get faltered just because we see a new composition or a new type of enemy.
And they need to carry this forward into their next matchup. I mean, Boom, they got so much going for them. Can they stay consistent? That's the question that's on my mind, because throughout group stage, it's been a little bit rocky, it's been a little bit shaky. But they're definitely so capable. I mean, look at some of these rounds won by Famous and his sharp shooting and the whole team.
So this was my concern. So Berserks as well. I mean, we mentioned some of these players like Famous and Berserks. Like, can they perform to the caliber that a lot of people are hyping them up to be? This is great. However, now the question is, okay, we just mentioned Bonkers also maybe making some of these mistakes, right, as a team. And then Boom, I mean, on map 1, we had Blaze King really popping off. And then here, we have Berserks and Severine popping off. It's like, okay, well, how much of this was also individual performance for Boom as well? Because if it was individual, then, like you just mentioned, Quack, going up against Bleed tomorrow, maybe we'll see some inconsistency once again.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow is going to be a really big day. Bleed has been having a really... I mean, they're the favorites to win at the beginning of this whole season. And I don't know if it's going to carry forward tomorrow. And Naus as well. Naus has also been looking really strong. We're going to see Scars go up against them. How are you guys feeling about tomorrow?
I think it's going to be really exciting, for one, right? Like you just mentioned, I mean, Scar, sure, we keep talking about the fragging power, but now has, I think, surprised a lot of people that haven't been following their team specifically, right, in the type of firepower that they also have, and also maybe a bit more unity than Scars, I would say, to a certain extent, just because Scars is so wild in their own individual fragging. But then on the bottom side, Boom versus Bleed, like, if they both show up to potential, this could be a really tight 3-map best-of-3 series.
And I hope it is going to be that. I mean, just watching today, first of all, this Pearl map, 13-11, so close. We ate good tonight. I feel like we're going to eat even better tomorrow.
Quart is just hungry. The food at Thailand is really good, by the way, yes. So I do not blame his appetite at all. With that, we have our interview ready with one of the players from the winning team. Let's go over the stage. Asara, please take it away.
แม่เป็นยังไงกันบ้างครับผมสำหรับเกมที่2ของเราในวันนี้ครับบอกเลยนะฮะว่าผมดูไปก็เชียร์เสียงหายเหมือนกันนะครับเพราะว่าผมตึงมากจริงๆครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามก็ต้องขอยินดีนะครับกับผู้ชนะด้วยครับ and ladies and gentlemen we have it game number 2 of today's playoffs day 1 and of course congratulations to our winner we have with us here now Severin from Boom Esports. Thank you. Everybody loves you here.
It's fun.
Right. Okay, that was an amazing match. And of course, we know, there's a lot of things that happen. อย่างที่เรารู้กันนะครับโหมีอะไรเกิดขึ้นเยอะมากๆเลยแต่คำถามแรกครับที่ผมจะถามเขาครับเป็นเกี่ยวกับเพื่อนเขาที่พูดมาก่อนหน้าการแข่งถ้าสมมุติใครได้ดูนะครับก็จะเป็น Blaze King นะครับที่ได้พูดว่าเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวเราเตรียมแผนมา counter คู่ต่อสู้เราและอยากรู้ว่ามันเวิร์คขนาดไหนนะครับ So for the first question we heard Blaze King asking, not asking, but more of like stating, to one of our talents that he was planning to do some counters on his opponents. So in the end, how did that work out?
Yeah, we pretty much happy about what we learned about their play style, right? And then we already like prepared a lot, and it works. It will work really well for us, and I'm just quite happy, not just about the read, but all of my teammates is really performing very well, and they're very confident that we can close this like 2-0 in this tournament.
ว้านะครับก็บอกว่าศึกษามาเยอะครับไม่มีความประมาทนะครับผมและรู้สึกดีใจมากๆที่สามารถใช้แผนการเนี่ยได้อย่างสำเร็จแต่ที่สำคัญที่สุดครับคือไม่ได้ดีใจอย่างเดียวนะที่ได้รับชัยชนะมาแต่ดีใจยิ่งกว่านั้นคือการที่ทีมเนี่ยสามารถเล่นด้วยกันได้อย่างเป็นทีมมากๆแล้วก็ทำเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ให้ดียิ่งขึ้นไปอีกนะครับก็ต้องบอกเลยว่าโหสำหรับผลงานวันนี้ทำได้ดีมากจริงๆนะครับส่วนคำถามข้อที่2นะครับบอกเลยว่าน่าสนใจมากครับเพราะว่าเกมที่2เนี่ยอยากรู้ครับตอนแรกบองเกอร์เนี่ยมาละแต่อยู่ดีๆครึ่งหลังโอ้โหบูมอีสปอร์ตไม่ยอมครับตีกลับขึ้นมาแล้วชัยชนะไปได้เลยอยากรู้ว่ามันเกิดอะไรขึ้นครับผม so for the next question I would actually love to ask you about what happened in the second game. We know that Bonkers made a very, very good play early on in the first half of the game, but you guys managed to, come back super strong at the second half when you were defending against them. So I really wanted to know what went through your mind and what happened during the second half of the second match.
For the second match, I think we quite running them at the beginning very well, right? And then after like a few rounds, the adjustment they made, like we kind of like unsure what they did, right? And then like we overthinking a lot at the first half, right? And then like the second half, like guys, it's reset, like let's win the pistol, and then we're gonna running it back. But I really respect with the Bonkers, right? They fought really well in the second map. They really fought a lot with their way to win back. But yeah, unfortunately, like today, we performing very, very good. And yeah, I mean, like we are the best team for today, I think.
Wow, I love it. And I mean, I bet a lot of viewers back at home would agree as well. Your performance was indeed incredible. สำหรับคำตอบนะครับดีมากๆเลยนะครับคือในแมปที่2นะในครึ่งแรกเนี่ยทางเซเวรินนะครับบอกไว้ว่าโหบองเกอร์สทำไว้อย่างยอดเยี่ยมต้อง respect ต้องเคารพเขาเหมือนกันแต่ท้ายที่สุดแล้วเนี่ยทางฝั่งของ Boom Esports เองเนี่ยนะครับพยายามที่จะ reset เริ่มต้นกันใหม่เฮ้ยเราต้องชนะพิสโตนะเฮ้ยเราต้องชนะโบนัสราวให้ได้นะแล้วค่อยๆเก็บเกี่ยวตรงนี้ไปนะครับจนสามารถคว้าชัยชนะได้และทางเซเวรินเองเชื่อว่า Boom Esports ครับคือทีมที่เก่งที่สุดในวันนี้ครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับ Play-off ของเรายังมีอีกตั้ง2วันนะครับแล้ววันแรกสนุกขนาดนี้วันที่2วันที่3นี้บอกเลยว่าพลาดไม่ได้แน่นอนครับแต่สำหรับวันนี้นะครับก็ต้องขอยินดีด้วยนะครับผมสำหรับตัวของเซเวรินนะฮะและ Boom Esports ด้วยนะครับ and of course guys today we are done with match number 2Congratulations to you and your team again. Your performance was amazing and hope to see much better Valorant plays out there in the next upcoming rounds. And good luck for your next games. But for today, I think that's it for me. But we still have the panelists left for you. So I'm going to pass it back to the desk and I'll see you guys again soon.
Thank you, Isara, and congratulations to Boom. It's goodbye to Bonkers, but as we all keep saying, much respect to them. They did fantastic, and they've been inspiring for the Australia OCE region.
Yeah, that's the thing I really want to drive home, right? I know it's often hard for the Oceania region and the fans and the players to look at like one tournament and say, well, there's hope, right? But there was. The fact that a lot of people around the world didn't really get to follow your matches, didn't really expect you to get to the knockout stage. You still got here and you still put up a fight, right? So this clearly means whatever you're doing in your own region is working. It's in the right direction. You just needed more time.
And it's such a big fight too. I mean, I really do feel like with more time, they can be one of those big teams to stand up against the big dogs in Pacific. And talking about dogs, I mean, there's just so much to love about Bonkers. You look at the logo, look at their jersey, and all the personalities on the team. I think they're so capable. I think they have a lot of potential. Just, yeah, maybe a little bit more time, and I really hope, just we get to see more of them, maybe next year, right?
I think we will see more of them next year, and they have the little Shiba. Maybe they'll evolve into the wolf form like you see at Boom Esports. And look, great job. Boom is, again, one of the most experienced teams here in Ascension Pacific, so their performance today, no small feat. Now let's pull up the brackets and see where we are at this very moment in time. Nous and Bleed are going to be facing off against Scars and Boom, respectively. I mean, we gave some top-line thoughts. You guys have any additional add-ons about what we really hope to see tomorrow in match 3 and 4?
For me personally, match 3, I'm looking at Papi Chulo from Nous, right? he has had to be in so many clutch situations, and he's made decent work of them. I believe he's around near to 30% success rate, despite being in like 40 rounds where he had to try to clutch up. So there's pros and cons to that.
Sure.
But against a team like Scars, where everyone can frag out well, can he put up the numbers and buy enough time for the rest of the team? Meanwhile, I mean, Bleed versus Boom, sure, we could take a look at the roster, but just as organizations, as teams, they're probably some of the more storied teams here in Southeast Asia. This is a match for the ages.
Hey, I mean, you're thinking about Papi Chulo, I'm thinking about Wits, because now the thing about Nous is, yeah, you got a lot of great players, a lot of strong capabilities with Papi Chulo, with some crazy clutches and 200 IQ plays sometimes. They need leadership. They need some kind of structure so that they don't actually like fall apart. Sometimes when they start losing rounds, things get into their heads, and that's where you start to see them like choke a little bit. And it's always a thing when you play up on a big stage. So they really need someone that can bring them together, especially when they're up against a team like Scars. I do think Scars has a good chance of winning, but of course, Boom, Bleed, this is just a rerun. It's a rematch. The previous time Boom was the team to take it. I think this is like a Bleed 2.0, and we all have to be wary of them. If Boom doesn't, take this seriously, they're not prepared for tomorrow's matchup, they could very well lose.
I mean, all eyes are on tomorrow. Each of these teams they have earned their spot tomorrow in the last and final 2 matches before we go into finals. I'm very excited for it personally, and again, really happy to be here in Bangkok, Thailand. So thank you guys so much for joining us on day 1 of playoffs at VCT Ascension Pacific. I'm Victoria, joined by my favorites, my favorite Pacific people, William and Quack. Thank you guys, and thank you viewers, and we'll see you guys back tomorrow for more VCT Ascension Pacific action.